when they come, I'm just curious.
What are you looking for?
What is the rebuttal for that?
There isn't. They don't give a rebuttal.
They just don't care.
Since the 1940s, they just went in, threw people.
China, being anti-United States, which I don't say anything about China's foreign policy, is that, they definitely want to have, control. They definitely want to have power, economically at least.
Organize this case. A couple days later, this happens. That's just crazy.
Would you acquit this guy if he was charged for murder?
Would I?
Yeah. Based on the facts.
How things should be
Well, unfortunately,
administered in terms of citizens. So that's why America's so robust. China, they're
I never
dynamic.
hurt somebody over words.
Culture,
So
they're
if somebody's
American
gonna
Indians.
attack
They
him
already have their
and he
pre-existing
defends himself as
knowledge,
soon
numbers, they have a huge population. Yeah, are they investing in a lot of places? Yeah. Are they involved in Africa? Yeah, but that's like a low-hanging fruit. I'm not criticizing African people, but I'm saying it's not like, I think, I don't know, now land here, I think General Mathis, when he made the interview, they asked him about China, the threat of China. He made a good point. He spoke about this idea of it's not America versus China, it's the UK, it's everyone who believes in horizontal governance, who believes in a free market system, who believes in democratic governance. And this
right, but when you have a free market, can you participate in the free market even if you have a dictatorship or some kind of a potential theocracy, etc.? Can't you still participate in the free market in a similar manner as the Western democratic nation?
100%. We're seeing it, but just as a point, when you talk about when you think about early I'm using this as an example to understand the foreign markets. Okay, so you have scholars, black scholars, you have Booker T. Washington and W.E.D. Du Bois, whatever, if I said it wrong, but they had a really interesting perspective that I think really has a big insight into foreign policy. And so they took the position, and they were, these are famous black, I don't know if you call them historians, philosophers, I don't know how you categorize them, but either way, they wrote a lot about early America from their perspective, being ex-slaves and trying to, navigate. And so they had a really interesting critique, and they said, one of the things, because they were comparing the black man versus the red man being the Indian man. And he said, because of slavery, it forced the African to achieve two elevations. One elevation was they were forced to master or attempt to master the market system, being industrious, being innovative, understanding, how to create value, these type of things. That was Booker T. Washington, a very big point. And then you have Du Bois, and his outlook was, the slave was forced to not only understand the Western legal system, right, but in many ways perfected and utilize that same legal system to leverage its own freedoms, right? And they compare that to the American Indians, where the American Indians were kind of well, we have our own culture, we have our own society, we have our own ways of exchanging, we have our own ways. And they did engage, with the early colonies and those types of things, but they saw who they were and what they were about, had greater historical precedent in terms of their sustainability than these new ideas.
Okay, so what does that have to do with the president's trip to China?
So what I'm saying is that when we talk about the growth of capitalism and these other mechanisms around the world, we understand even though Iran can participate in capitalism, for example, right, or other countries that have a dictatorship, if you haven't created a society that is focused and obsessed with affecting the marketplace, that they want to create new businesses, they want to create new ideas, they want to find greater ways to provide more value at lower prices to compete with it. That's a worldview. That's an attitude. That's not just like, oh, well, we have people who do technical skill sets. You know, we train so many engineers. You know what I mean? That's not what we're talking about. We're saying like the fabric of the country is people who are thinking that. So even though these other countries, you know, they could definitely participate in free market and they can invest a lot of money. They have a lot of tax, you know, monies and reserves, these type of things. They're not going to ever compete with the United States unless they adopt.
But
the
they
fabric.
have in China. They have in China, and I don't know what that has to do with what the president. That's a great analysis. I'm not saying that it's not a good analysis. But the president is going to China, is in China right now. He's meeting tonight our time, tomorrow their time, with President Xi.
I
What-
wonder if the
You know, by the way,
property law center funded him.
just so that we are clear, China had.
Well, you know, I don't know what Chud the Builder is known for or what happened here. I'm going to click the link. We are now on CNN. Live streamer Chud the Builder, known for posting controversial videos with racial slurs, is in custody after shooting incident.
John, just think of Pepe on the streets doing what he does on Clubhouse.
Exactly.
And John, I see your future here. We need to transition you from Clubhouse to the streets.
Yeah.
Have you start doing this? You're built for this. I don't know about the racial slurs. We'll think of something new, but yeah.
Well, I would like to do a Clubhouse Live the experience and do like a private screening of like a Clubhouse on a Friday, Saturday night from say, 5 to 10 p.m. Make it like a full experience with drinks. And basically we just put Clubhouse up live on a big screen and I'll be the host and I just project Clubhouse into the auditorium for people to observe, passively as I navigate these clown house streets.
You have access to an auditorium.
There's venues that I can rent that are nearby, but the thing is, how do I actually get people to show up?
That's actually kind of an interesting idea. So you stream us up on the big screen and people could come into the auditorium, right?
Exactly. They will watch me on stage interacting with a big screen of Clubhouse.
To do it. Try to figure that out. I think people would find it entertaining because people will pop in and go, what kind of,
No, the whole thing is the videos that I'll create of the experience of people watching me interact with. So the whole thing is just like film as many videos in the auditorium as possible.
Is it like Science Theater 3000? Remember that?
Exactly. It'll be like that.
Myself,
We will have that
Kinda like
angle,
that.
yeah. That's already what I'm technically doing. Like, I got a compliment from a woman yesterday who says she went back through my Instagram accounts and watched like videos from years ago of herself. And she was like, I loved your commentary. It was so funny. She's like, you are so funny. And I thank you for filming all of that. And I was like, you're
No,
welcome.
that's actually good. You should get, knowing that stuff, they have the guy has another partner. Obviously, it's that little robot dude, but they're all human beings, of course. But maybe AI could actually be a partner. But you should do like a review of Clubhouse rooms as they're going, so you can like, okay, here comes, Peter with his just do like total like. Because everybody knows the characters for the most part. Well, I mean, not everybody does all the characters, but a lot of people would be interested in, who the characters are.
Anon lets you do that. Like right now, I'm in Gary Baumgarten's Critical Thinking Forum, and I have The News by John Kitover open and politically correct. So I'm like doing Mystery Science Theater 3000. I mostly just listen. I don't actually comment too much on what people are saying, but the liberal Democrat observational studies are always amazing.
Right. I don't know. I think there's a new angle to how all of this, like, it kind of is a new form of entertainment. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, let's be fair here. Like, there's a lot of people on this app who aren't serious people. I mean, let's just face it. It's just entertainment
It is,
at
but
this point.
these rooms
And they're
become
all
bang rooms. But
What's
you're
that?
just a white banger. You're a white gangbanger because if you go to any other black room, it's all crash out all the time. Cray 3000, that guy does it. And those rooms are like, in my opinion, not mentally healthy. But, if you
By
can.
the sound, I hear John more racist, but with you, I am very impartial, I promise. You are not, I am just listening to you. But John is more racist in some.
I don't know what you said. I hope you're at the
They just call
gym.
you racist.
I think that's what he said.
He just insists on that word strongly, and that makes a sensation. You know?
Still losing me here.
Take it easy.
But yeah, anyways.
Are you there?
John, you do need to work on some kind of. You need to totally reinvent media. I think you have a shot at it. I don't know what it looks like. I have to see what you're doing.
No, it's the Kill Tony tour. They're already doing what we're talking about. The Kill Tony
Really?
tour and Joe Rogan and the Austin Comedy Mothership. They do these types of interactive shows, but nobody has like taken Clubhouse and made it into like a live show. It would be an experimental thing, and I'm willing to do it, especially if I like tie it into my Chicago mayoral campaign. So I will try to secure a venue and set all this up. It'd be nice to have like a projector, and I'm pretty sure I actually have all the stuff that I need to try. I could even broadcast it on the side of my house. That would be one way to do it.
That'd be funny. Yeah, I mean, all you need is someplace to shoot it up on,
Well, I have this projector that you just put your phone into the projector, and then it literally projects your phone using mirrors and a light.
Yeah. It'd be funny, like, how, like, you can rent those things that project, like, on buildings, like, even, like, I remember, like, the Twitter headquarters had that. They had people projecting things about during the campaign, I think, but, obviously, or they were mad at him moving. I don't remember what it was. It was something to do with Elon or whatever. So if you were able to like project something on like the Empire State Building or some building, if you did Clubhouse onto that and like I don't know if you could do audio on those big building things. I just realized that. I don't even know.
Yeah, I could have like two big speakers, Bluetooth. Yeah, I could do Bluetooth. Like I could have a big Bluetooth speaker tied to. All I need is two phones, the projector, and a Bluetooth, and then other cameras to record on tripods. I'm already doing this in my studio. This is the nice thing about doing it in an office is you just contain it all in one office and you don't do anything in the streets. You don't wait. Because in a way, this is like the really efficient way of creating media and content.
But like, how do you get 100,000 people? That's the goal, right? I mean, that's kind of the goal. I mean, like, just like you get like just a shit ton of people watching your shit, and just actually, if we're enjoying it, we're all still here. There's got to be a whole segment of people out there just like that aren't tapped into this. You know what I mean?
Well, the way to
He has to start streaming. He has to like the building guy and all these guys are not. They're all on Twitch.
No, the way to spam this out is to recruit and hire influencers, which is pretty much local hot chicks that have 30,000 to hundreds of thousands of followers, and get them to actually project and spam and film and publish all this shit, which a lot of them probably won't do. But if they get paid to do it, guess what?
You can't. But
They
like,
do it.
You can't like on Twitch. You can't use the N word, right? Like, so that's the thing. Like if you have Pepe on the stage, like you would just get banned eventually, right? Is that how that goes? I don't even know these days.
Maybe he could bleep it out. Have like a
No, you can't bleep this stuff out. It's too toxic and it's too annoying. And actually, when I hear Pepe talking now, if I'm in another room, I run back here to my main recording studio and I actually turn the volume down and put something else on because personally, I'm just sick of hearing him and I don't want to record him and keep publishing him because I think a lot of people know that I'm recording and they actually step up their activity when they know that I'm recording.
They get you in trouble too. Like he's using rape lately a lot, so it's like that gets like really
That's
dicey.
true.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, to me, that's just. I agree with Edward last night on that. I'm like, dude, you gotta like just chill out on the raping thing. That's a little weird, you know. But I can see how he could.
Just a little. I mean, he says he wants to kill hitchhikers and rape them in his van. Like, he says all kinds of fucked up shit.
Well, he's type A, like, in the, like, Reddit, 4chan, dark web, Pandora's box. And so...
He says he came from the neo-Nazi streets of Discord. That's where he's from. The white trash Nazi ghetto of Discord. That's where he came from. That's where he was growing. That's where he grew up. That's his mythology and his backstory.
Yeah, they mix in with a lot of incels, and then that's what they fall into. Like, rape becomes the thing that gets them off. You know what I mean? Like that. That's
It replaces all the other joys of vices. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. So I don't know what you do with that.
I'm sure it's just all for entertainment purposes.
It is all for entertainment purposes, but the sad thing is, you know, I think the way that everybody talks and sounds and acts is really who they are, or at least who they're projecting who they are. And if that's what you're projecting all the time, well, Jesus Christ, you are one unattractive, unappealing, obnoxious, horrible, to quote Acek, horrible, terrible person. Hello?
Recording him because you could get him into a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
He hasn't done it.
That's why BB so attracted to him.
Yeah, BB likes it.
No, I don't like it. I just think I don't think that's who he is. I think he just he's either drunk or high when he's on Clubhouse.
Well, no, you're actually right. He admitted.
Entertainment
you're right.
value.
He admitted last night he doesn't do this, and like he's a completely different person on the app than he is in real life. So there you go. You got your answer. With you and John.
Information technology protection. Essentially, stop the Chinese from stealing our tech. I think all of those things would be a win. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you, Marshall. We'll go now to Mounset, followed by Moran.
Hey, thanks, Gary. There is not a lot of patience from this visit, as from all the analysis I read. The U.S. actually needs China right now more than China needs the U.S., and that's not a good position to go into a summit or a meeting and expecting to win. So the best case scenario that Trump, can consider a win is to get, China to buy more of our agricultural products, soybeans and all that stuff. But it's not like they're gonna increase their buy-in from what they were before. Selling soy to China has been a very great business until Trump came and destroyed it, starting with his first presidency, and then with this presidency with the trade tariff wars and all that. Our export to China from soybeans, anyone that can look this up, has been on a steady decline to the benefit of other countries. Anything that we don't sell to China, they turned around and made other markets that benefited from the horrible relationship that we had with them in this particular field. Brazil now is the main supplier to China. So if we only get back at 60 or 70% of what we were selling them in the past, that would be considered a win, believe it or not. But that's something that we always talked about, Gary. You destroy something, and then, you put up a fire, and then when you show up and start, taking it down, you declare it a win like you put up a fire. Forgetting that you're the one that started this whole damn thing. So, the delegation this time, the business delegation that there's a lot of talk about, is much smaller than the 2017 delegation that went to Beijing. There is this view of the whole world that Trump is stuck in what he's doing with Iran. We don't know how to solve that crisis. Every single thing that we were...
That's possibly situation.
Listen, I just want to say, BB's like,
You put the weak side of Bama in the chat.
BB is like, I could get Pepe in trouble. Well, I'm not trying to get Pepe in trouble. And the fact is, if Pepe gets in trouble, it's not because John Kitover got Pepe in trouble. It's because Pepe got Pepe in trouble. Hello?
Yeah, but sometimes people come on this app and for whatever reason they have the right to like crash out from time to time, and it doesn't mean that we should somehow.
Like, where's Mr. Edward? Where is Mr. Edward when we need him? Because you know what he would say?
Am I in the Matrix?
Personal responsibility, guys. Personal responsibility, guys. You know what personal responsibility is? That's right, personal responsibility, guys. The government isn't coming to save you. Personal responsibility, guys.
Guys, come on, guys.
I control my life, and that's it.
That's a lot more perfect union. Will you play one of those, please?
Oh, what did you want me to play?
In the chat, there's 2 links.
Has not been established.
Play this one I said
He
second.
had this great, I mean, he always kind of comes up with this thing, bombastic stuff, like this is the end of the world. And if by tomorrow at noon you don't do this, you're going to be obliterated to the Middle Ages. And then 48 hours later, it's like, yeah, I guess we're going to take another look. We were told that the U.S. Navy ships are going to finally open the strait. That whole idea lasted for, I think, 24, 36 hours, and we're back to no ships moving.
Beautiful child that stands on the dragons of the deep, I invoke by thy name of Apollo. I invoke.
You just standing here while she works. Am I 12? I'm 28. 20 years old.
No, you're 8. 12.
12? Isn't that a number like 12?
Hey, watch this. Hey, homeboy. Hey, what is 12?
I don't speak Ebonics.
Oh, so you want to... Oh,
You know who I am. Yeah, back the fuck up out my face. That's what I thought. Posture up. I really hope you want to. You want to step outside? Come on, nigger. Let's go. Come on, nigger.
Yikes.
Batteries and all that shit. So we quickly scrambled and went back. I was like, oh, okay, we'll do a truce. And it's been like, I mean, they agreed on a 12-month truce, which, with this visit is an expectation that the truce will be extended. So this is, again, what I said before, it's getting back to how things were before. And then when they say we're going to extend a truce and the tariffs are going to be lower, and China's going to keep selling us their rare earth minerals. This is how things were before. We destroyed it, we're going to fix a little bit out of it, and we're going to declare victory that we did it. So, there's not a lot of expectations. This is how I see it. This is how a lot of geopolitical analysts see it. I listened to a lot of news today from Europe, and people are actually laughing. Literally, news people are laughing at us. I mean, this is, everybody's saying this is not the United States that we are used to, that is expected to be the strong power. We're being seen now that the U.S. president is going to basically beg China for a little win, a win that, like I said, is please let us get back to where we were before.
I'm trying to recall, but wasn't Obama disrespected by the Chinese when he went there? And wasn't there a lot of commentary about how weak he made the United States look. I'm going to have to.
Yes, there was. There were several articles written about how the United States was a paper tiger.
Right, because he got played. They didn't. He had to walk. They didn't. They did not bring even the stairs for him to go out the front of the Air Force One. He had to walk out the back.
That's true. That is true. I remember that.
Yeah.
But that tells you, Gary, that when you have the second. I mean, someone talked earlier about how China can afford to do a war. It's the largest army in the world with 2+ million service men. You can't ignore a power like that and say bombastic stuff that we gotta destroy China. China's gonna come begging. No, China did not come begging when you added tariffs. They simply said suck your sorry for the whatever buying soybeans from U.S. farmers. U.S. farmers declared bankruptcies or whatever. The United States ended up paying $29 billion to support the farmers. China won because they got their product elsewhere. We ended up, we ended up paying the price for that. And you just, that's not very. There is no diplomacy in doing radical stuff like that. So yeah, China is I mean, we love the United States. China is a formidable, adversary. Minimizing their power and hegemony on the world or whatever is only make us look, like fools.
Well, they are trying, as was expressed earlier, and not just in Africa, but in Southeast Asia in particular. They have been trying to expand their influence. I use this example.
Expand it back into traditional Chinese areas, places like I think Vietnam and Korea would be specific.
Oh, absolutely. All the way to Central America, Gary, and all that. I mean, all the ports in the world. I mean, that's been Marshall talked about it and how they do in Africa and all that, and how they control the seaports, the infrastructure, how they, and they go build those hospitals and bridges, Marshall, and they don't even employ the local population. They bring Chinese people to work there because they want to employ their people. So, I mean, sometimes you gotta look at your adversary and not be foolish in thinking that you just had them before you actually do.
Thank you for that, Monsef. By the way, I mentioned very briefly earlier that there were the leaders of our high-tech industry participating in this summit, and William was kind enough to list the names of all of them, and they are all posted there on the main chat if anybody's interested in seeing who is there with the president. I thank William for that. Moran, followed by Daryl.
Hi, Gary. Hello, everyone. I understand the passion that Cartman displayed, and it is true that any form of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is abhorrent, but it has nothing to do with our China policy. And our China policy, if anybody has read anything from any reputable think tank, is the main strategic challenge to the future. If anybody reads even the Chinese writing, they know that's what they're planning. Their plan is to challenge us in the coming decades. So what we should be paying attention to is what CCP is trying to do, what sort of strategic challenge they have, and the main important thing, if anyone PTRs, I have replaced a map of Southeast Asia instead of my photo, and we see the first island chain, which starts from Malaysia, Philippines, goes through Taiwan and Japan, and the second island chain, which is further away. This is a plan to control and maintain Chinese expansionism, CCP's expansionism. If you read the military plannings that the Chinese have, their own writing, all their military is planning to break through this chain. And right in the middle of it is Taiwan. If you see right there is Taiwan. By taking over Taiwan, you're basically breaking the first island chain, protecting us from Chinese expansionism. This is what it's all about. I mean, if you look at what they're planning to do, that's the main important thing we should be thinking about. So this is something for the next decades, and it has nothing to do with any other policy that we may have. Now, going back to the question of the rule, what is a win? Well, as Marshall said it, I agree, and I think Gary mentioned it too. The most important thing is to manage the trade tensions we have with China. That's the most important thing, without giving anything about Taiwan. And if we get a plus, if we can have the Chinese to help us managing Iran, that would also be a plus. Again, all of this has to be done without paying anything about Taiwan. And everyone is kind of scared because we all know the president is the man who can go off script. And we're all worried that, the Chinese, if anyone paid attention when he arrived, the Chinese put on a big show, sent their vice president, and as you guys said, Obama didn't receive this treatment because they know how to treat this president to get something out of him. So what I'm hoping, and everybody's hoping, that the president can not go off script, pay attention to our strategic plans, and not give up anything on Taiwan. But if in the meantime he can manage to ease the tensions, trade tensions, and get some help on Iran, that would be a win. And that's all I have to say, Gary, and thank you for your good rooms.
Thank you. Of course, the problem he has with that is that he said he's hoping to get some help from China with regard to Iran, and then he backtracked and said, no, we don't want their help. We've got it well in hand in Iran. And so, is it a win if he gets that help, or is it a loss? Because he said, we didn't need it. I guess no matter what, this president has shown a remarkable ability to declare victory no matter what. So I guess it would be viewed by him as a win. I don't know whether we would view it as a win. I think so. I think if we can bring an end to the war in a manner that resolves the nuclear weapons issue, really resolves the nuclear weapons issue, I don't really care who gets the credit for it. And I guess maybe that makes me un-American based on what a previous caller suggested. And I don't know how he makes that comparison with other folks who have spoken here, that makes him un-American and hates America and wants America to lose. Because I thought that was the goal, to eliminate the nuclear weapons. I would have liked to see the goal to also be the removal of that regime, but I don't know how that's even in the cards anymore. I think that was overly optimistic when that was suggested by this president. Thank you, Moran. We'll go to Daryl, followed by Armaze.
Hey, Gary. Just a couple of, you can give me some latitude, a couple of things. There was a caller, Black, who made some statements that are just factually not true. And, so Russia is China's largest single supplier of oil, not Iran. So, that's just factually not true. And America's economic power really, really hinges on the strength of the dollar globally. And I've said this in this room before, I've said this a million times before, that all China really needs to do right now, then I'll get to whether or not, because Pete didn't even show up to meet him, so I don't know how to interpret that just yet. All China really needs to do is kind of just hang back. There's this quote from Sun Tzu, The Art of War, never interrupt your adversary when he is in the middle of making a mistake, right? I think what the previous speaker just said about Taiwan is actually very important, because if you look at what we've been doing over the past 13 months, right? We're looking to control energy, oil, natural gas in the Western Hemisphere. We're talking about invading Cuba. What some don't know is that Cuba actually does have oil and natural gas. I think Cuba produces a significant amount of oil per day. It's not great oil, but it is still oil. And if you were to look at this from a perspective of like global geopolitics, right, and just hemisphere control, if the idea is that OPEC nations, because I don't know if you saw yesterday, but Trump basically said screw OPEC, right? So, which I don't think was bright. I think he has no filter. I think no one can actually control what he says, and the ramifications of it be damned. I would hazard to guess that in some way we are preparing for the end of the petrodollar. And I think what we're looking to do is, okay, well, if the petrodollar ends and we can't force the sale of oil in dollars, then we need to be controlling the oil. We need to control oil in the Western Hemisphere. Not only oil, but we need to control natural gas in the Western Hemisphere. Because the previous caller who mentioned something about like China and whatever, I guess they're not familiar with BRICS, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and now, tangentially, Iran. There is already a consortium being formed that is looking at the next 30 years of global energy supply, and that does not include the sale of oil in US dollars. I mentioned in your room the other day that the UAE, before they bailed from OPEC on the last day of the month last month, they had already reached out to us and said, look, if we can't fix this Hormuz thing, we're going for our own survival. We're going to have to start selling oil in yuan. So that means that playing card is now on the table, and that playing card is also now on the table for the other OPEC countries. So all China really needs to do is kick back and watch how this progresses. It's very important. I think more and more people are going to start to realize this as our economy really tanks. And again, I think China doesn't have to do anything but hang back because they are the world's manufacturer. And I think Trump taking these tech execs to China was probably the best thing he could have done, because like a previous caller said, he can't get in a room and talk this stuff with these guys. He needs Tim Cook and Musk and all these other guys, because the future is going to be about rare earth minerals. And that means the future economy is going to be based on rare earth minerals. And China controls a significant amount of rare earth minerals. And if they were to go into Taiwan, then it's going to become this, okay, you have the oil, we have the rare earth. I don't see any scenario where there's actually a conflict, like a kinetic conflict with China, because it's just not necessary. To the question of what is a win? I don't know what a win could look like. I think Pei not showing up to meet him today, I don't know how to interpret that. I think he, this wasn't like a G20 meeting or anything like that, but him talking for the past couple of days about how he was going to see his buddy, how he's going to see his friend, and Pei's a strong dictator and he rules like 1 billion people with an iron hand. Those are his words. I'm parsing, but those are actually Trump's words. And he shows up and Pei doesn't meet him. I don't think he likes things like that, because I believe he likes to be seen as the biggest guy in the room. But hopefully the smarter guys that he took with him are focused on the future of business with China.
So the New York Post, which is not adversarial toward the president, their headline is, China made a revealing choice in its airport greeter for Trump in Beijing. President Trump arrived in Beijing without a tarmac greeting from President Xi, but the apparent snub was actually an upgrade from his last welcome in 2017, according to an expert. That's the way they're spinning it. It's actually quite revealing from a protocol perspective, said Isabel Vladoy, founder of the U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights. Xi Jinping did not personally greet Trump at the airport in 2017 either, but this time Beijing noticeably upgraded the reception by sending Vice President Han Zeng along with both ambassadors and senior foreign affairs officials. He does appear with a grin on his face, but I think you're right. This is really not what he probably anticipated or wished for. There is a red carpet. So it's a massive upgrade from the way Obama was treated.
And it's a way of taking a dig at someone who you know has a massive ego, who you know who probably wanted the press and the photos of him being met at the airport by another head of state. I'm a head of state, he's a head of state. You know, he's a dictator, I'm a wannabe dictator. This is how wannabe dictator. I'm being facetious, Gary, so don't hold me to that. I'm simply saying these are the little things that get under his craw, and I think China knows that.
Thank you, Daryl. We'll go to our Mays, followed by Andrew.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Gary. This is, I gotta laugh. When I look at that, for Trump, what constitutes a win, I think he's going to do what he did in the Middle East. He's going to try to figure out how he's going to make money. It's got nothing to do with the U.S. He's looking out for himself. And China knows that. China knows that all they have to do is stroke his ego, and they're going to have Trump in his pocket. Thank you for the mic, Gary.
So that's an excellent perspective with regard to, or analysis with regard to the Chinese perspective. But what about from the U.S. perspective? What can the president come back with that he can declare a win?
Well, I think that if he had some kind of agreement with China that they were going to help manage Iran or something along those lines, I think that would be a win for the country.
Okay, thank you, Armaze. We'll go to Andrew, followed by Jerry.
Good afternoon, Gary. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Sorry about that. I was managing the room and couldn't grab the microphone.
Yeah, I'm not sure what would constitute a win. I don't think it really matters to Donald Trump. He'll sell it as a win, whatever it is. I think, with the tech bros going over, that could possibly be a good thing in terms of investment flowing that way to some degree. But I just want to point out that when Donald Trump went there in 2020, I think it was January that year, they came away with 3 or 4 MOUs, memorandums of understanding. One of them was for $200 billion. One was $78 billion for West Virginia, I believe, which is more than their GDP that year. And that was for power and gas and some other issues in West Virginia. But really, what the proof is always in the pudding. And unfortunately, those memorandums of understanding, the real investment has fallen much, much shorter than what was to be understood. So if he comes away with those again, he may waive them, much like Neville Chamberlain waived his little paper in coming away from Berlin. But if they don't follow through, then you're stuck with nothing, really. And China's not a reliable trading partner. We've noticed that here. years. They retaliated against us by kidnapping two gentlemen, two Michaels, as they're famously called here in Canada, and held them for over 2 years in prison in retaliation for us holding the telephone executive lady, I can't remember her name, in Vancouver at the behest of Donald Trump and the administration for violations of whatever trade rules that she was accused of violating. And then, of course, they tacked on canola as a bargaining chip as well. So they're really a tough nut, China is. And I'm not sure what you can expect in real tangible results that will bear out, I suppose. But I do believe that whatever he comes back with, he will pronounce a win on that. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. You know, I think it was Daryl that was talking about how the president may view with admiration the way Xi runs his country. Just want to give you a little insight. A friend of mine who sadly died because he was waiting for a kidney transplant and it never came. He was a longtime correspondent, U.S. correspondent, foreign correspondent in China. And at the bureau where he worked, he had assistants, Chinese national assistants. Well, the assistants came from a pool provided by the Chinese government. So he had no choice but to hire minders. And that's what they were. It wasn't that they didn't do their jobs and didn't try to arrange interviews and act as fixers, as the saying goes in my business, where a local will go and talk to folks and try to clear the way to get you in for the interviews. Those are called fixers. They did their jobs, but their other job was to report back everything that was discussed in the bureau, all of his movements. If he wanted to travel outside a certain radius from where he was located, he was forced to get a permit from the government, and the government would, they accommodated him by providing him a guide. Well, obviously that guide determines who he could see, what he could talk about. The people who are talking to him mind what they say very carefully, because this so-called guide is there in the room constantly. That's the way a totalitarian government, which apparently is something that this president admires. That's how they run their governments. Amir, followed by William. Amir, yeah, you're up.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Gary, for the opportunity. Probably I'm just going to echo some of the sentiments that's been expressed already. What constitutes a win for Trump? I think if Trump could convince President Xi to pull the plug on the regime in Iran, that would be a massive win for him. But the question is, what kind of sweetener would have to be dished out to President Xi to convince him of that? Now, the fact that a whole host of tech giants are accompanying Trump, it could be that the sweetener is actually to roll back on some of the tariff wars that's been going on. I don't know the exact details of that because I don't live in the US. But perhaps to shift some of the even manufacturing that was pulled back, maybe not too technologically sensitive stuff, but more of a less techy manufacturing to help with China's unemployment. I'm just thinking aloud here, really. But the jewel in the crown for Trump, I think, is to sort out the situation in Iran. He would be able to I mean, he would probably stretch as much as he could to achieve that and to get Xi on his side on that. Can I just say one thing? I think someone mentioned about the relationship between China and Iran. I think a lot of people have got that wrong. I mean, from what I understand, it's a pretty one-sided relationship, and it's all in favor of China. I know for decades they were milking the cheap oil. I mean, obviously because of sanctions, and of course in place of that, they would just ship over, shall we say, second-rate goods and some military stuff, of course. So my point is, there is no real strategic relationship between Iran and China would be willing to, given the right price, to drop Iran. I mean, that's what I would imagine.
So I would imagine the right price would be another source of oil, and theoretically, Amir, that could be from Venezuela, and theoretically,
we've seen these pranks
the
where
titular
motherfucker
president
will walk up to a man and a wife in a grocery store and grab the wife by the hands and try to mac on her in front of her husband just to see what her husband does, right? Those type of pranks. Though I don't appreciate that type of shit because I say, hey, if they get whooped, then hey, that's what the fuck they deserve. And I've been saying this shit for a few years. One of these days, these pranksters are going to get shot. Somebody's going to get fucked up. And there was a prankster that got shot.
Adrian, you sound a lot like my black friend who said I was going to get punched in the face. And I was like, I'm ready to go to heaven. And my friend was like, man, somebody going to punch you in the face.
John?
Yeah, so, when I see pranksters out in public doing these skits or these acts and shit, provoking people for no fucking reason.
Venezuela or other places, and in place of it, play ball with what Trump wants to do in Iran.
Thank you for that, Amir. We'll go to William, followed by David.
Hey, everybody. Is an adversary of the United States in East Asia. China is hemmed in by the First Island chain. That's been a long-term strategic structure of American national defense security, which includes Okinawa, Taiwan, South Korea, going down into the Philippines and Malaysia. China has an adversarial relationship with the U.S. in the South China Sea. The 9-dash line where they were building islands to try to basically fraudulently expand their exclusive economic zone to encroach upon Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, and other countries in the 9-dash line. I don't have a graph of it open right now, but the 9-dash line is a pretty critical area where countries with whom the United States has alliances has an adversarial relationship with China, and so we have some incentive to try to maintain some alliances. The economic the oil imports from China, I pulled up a chart of it, are pretty well diversified between Russia, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, Iraq, Brazil, UAE, Oman, Kuwait, Canada, but a lot of it's not just Iran, but a lot of the oil that they import does come through primarily the Straits of Hormuz. So China, from a strictly business perspective, China's not like adversarial in the way nobody in China's chanting death to America, death to Israel. That's not their thing. They're more about business, and whether you want to get into capitalist or not capitalist, they have a mixed economy to some degree, but they have actual real needs. They have to import their oil. They don't really make their own oil. They have to import their fertilizers.
They need that to feed their own people. They actually have a water problem, especially in the northern provinces of China, where they're really parched. So they actually need better access to water. And some people have argued that they are, along with sort of the
so it's kind of like it's a weird kind of situation. But I hear what you're saying. I'm not endorsing what he does. I think it's an idiot.
Yeah, you see them walking away, but still antagonizing people.
Hello?
You know, but I'm like, yeah, I think, like, okay, on the scale of all the people that are out there, I think he's, in my opinion, and I'm not getting some heat for it, he's still fairly harmless and all the shit he does, but...
Well, he's threatened to shoot people before.
Well, I mean, I guess that's true, too, but obviously, if someone threatens to shoot him, I mean, it goes both ways. I don't know, like, this is real... This part, all this stuff is really interesting.
It's entertainment, but the truth is, if you want to do so...
John, I'm not going to ask you again. I'm not going to ask you again. I'm asking you to remove Liberty's profile from your picture from your profile. Would you please do that?
All right, for you, Bima, I will.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't know who was Adrian just talking about.
Oh, I was talking about that Chud the Builder guy that goes around calling black people the N-word and stuff.
I have no idea who this person is.
Well,
You're in for an intrigue.
Bima, this is John. I just removed Liberty's photo from my... Could you put me in the queue, Bima? Thank you, Bima.
Okay, John, thank you. Please don't do that in the middle of me speaking. I don't know what the fuck, like, you guys are talking about with the shooting. Like, I don't know, man. I've been at work all day. Can you just catch me up to speed? Yeah, we got. Oh, go ahead. Whoever wants to.
Oh, no. I was going to explain to her, but if you got it, you can go right ahead and
Yeah, Bima, if you could acknowledge my existence and...
I've been at work all day. Can you...
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm asking to be put in the queue. That's what I'm asking for, moderators.
John, doing a recap, trying to help people out that are new here. Come on, man. Well, I'm not going to do it. Bima, go ahead and just do it. You actually know more details than I do. I just got home and was catching up myself. But go ahead, Bima.
Yeah, thanks. I'm new to this, so anything that I say, it's potential for error, so we can all correct each other and learn from each other as we go. What I understand, there's a guy named Chud the Builder.
Coming to an agreement with China on all these other important issues, we also changed the tariff policy, which has changed like hundreds of times. It keeps going back and forth and back and forth. But if he can back out gracefully from the tariff policy and call that a win, that would be a win. If he can get an agreement, and I don't know if this can even be made public, but if he could get their help, an agreement to pressure Iran to open the Straits of Hormuz, China does have a relationship with them in a way that we don't, and it would also benefit our other allies in the Persian Gulf, because I think, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, they're all getting a little pissed off that their access to get their oil out of the Straits of Hormuz has been disrupted, and it's damaging the world economy. So I don't know if it can be made public. It's just some things have to be actually handled quietly and diplomatically, but that's something that Trump might achieve that would, in reality, be a win for the United States and a win for the world, because it would get us out of a base losing situation. Because I don't think I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I wish we could have regime change for the Iranian people, but I don't see it happening. And I think we're kind of in a quagmire right now, and we'd be better off to be out from an American point of view. But that's a possibility, because a lot of Trump's voter base base, a lot of the Trump MAGA base, is really pissed off about the going back on the no new wars, and this is what looks like it's a very expensive potential quagmire. So that could be a win for Trump in reality. How he would announce that, what he's going to announce, I have no idea. But whatever it is, whatever he comes up with, he'll announce it as a win. Another win that might come out of it is with lessening tariffs and reopening free trade. He's got all those really competent tech guys with him and other captains of industry, somebody from Visa, somebody from various banks. That's something that can open opportunities in a way that Trump can publicly declare as a win that would benefit our economy. So, that remains to be seen, but that's my guess about, what he can publicly say as a win and what is privately maybe going to happen that we're not going to know about right away, or maybe we will. Who knows? Because Trump is pretty impulsive. So he might have a secret deal that he negotiates and then put it on the Truth Social or Twitter or whatever. So those are my thoughts.
I did want to make, not for you, William, but just like a simple correction. I was talking with my friends who used to live in China and then came to the United States for college schooling. Apparently, the Chinese diplomatic protocol is usually for the foreign minister to meet the head of state, not for the vice president to.
I read something about that also, and I think this is keeping with protocol. That you don't expect to have your head of government, your head of state, going down to the airport like an errand boy to do that kind of meeting. And this is just consistent with prior protocol.
Well, so the other point this person made was that sending the vice president of the country.
And if you decide to, reach up your arm.
Hey, Coco, I hate to interrupt, but moderators, if you could put me in the queue, thank you.
You're in the queue, John, right after Coco. Jesus, why do you keep doing this?
I was next.
Oh, sorry, John was waiting. Go ahead, Coco. It's just really annoying, John, honestly. Bro, you sit at home all day. I just got on the app. Can you chill?
No,
so,
just
yeah,
if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up.
Even if I went and I said just a bunch
because
of
that's when problems start occurring, and I'm not there to be manipulated.
Concealing is not just what point do they need to tell you this just out of nowhere? Fuck your mother, your bitch,
I guess what I'm saying is I'm choosing to be more of a hermit than to meet more people at 43. I am more discriminating at the certain, not discriminating in terms of race or sexual identity or political identity. If I ask a liberal, hey,
because you decided
I'd like
to start
to take
with
you
the
to
physical
dinner
violence.
and give you a gift.
And from what you
do you know
have
what
told
the number
me
one
here,
response is on
random
what
guy,
is the gift? Then I ask you, what do you want? Guess what the number one response is?
Maybe the other came up some and said racial slurs. I'm not condoning, the racial slurs or whatever, but the guy decided to become the aggressor when he placed his hands on Chuck the Builder.
No, I would never expect
was he being provoked?
Request anybody
Yes, he
to
was being
disclose
provoked.
something like that.
But,
It's just,
these are
I'm
there's
just
a
saying
difference
that,
between morale
I
and legality.
appreciate
These
transparency.
are two
I
different
never
things.
actually ask
And
any
also,
details about
another
somebody's
thing,
personal life.
this is a
I
good
just don't
question.
care.
You guys should,
Because
I think you guys
I
should
am with that
talk
person
about,
for specific purposes, which is to
I believe
meet
in
women,
most states
to
it's
have
illegal
fun,
to record
to
someone
be
without
artistic.
their consent.
But not gay.
So I don't know. That might change things around as whoever's representing these people.
Woman at the bar the other day, who has a husband,
pressure that.
she was
That's all I got.
accusing me of being gay. And I was like, well, if I was gay, I'd be upset about what you're saying right now. But since I'm not gay and confident and happy, like, very funny. Ha ha. Can you touch your toes? Can you take a deep breath? And all I'm saying is that when you look at my hairy armpit, because my armpit looks just like that,
Do you think that
I can take a photo right now and you'd be like, yeah, you can't tell the difference whose armpit that is. Maybe you could tell by my muscular physical exoskeleton.
What was the point of putting that picture? Do you think you were calling somebody out or something?
Nah, she kept telling me to adjust my PTR, so I just screenshotted the pity. Not out of like mockery, but just like, hey, look at that pity. Because pits. Does anybody here ever get skin tags on various parts of their body? Because I recently had a skin tag on my pity, and I picked it off. Yeah, skin tags are gross. Like, do any of you rubber band your skin tags go to the dermatologist? Like, I've tried to see a dermatologist for so long, and it is so hard to see a dermatologist. It's like impossible.
I've been waiting for this. I have a question. In a channel, I've been saying, okay, we're waiting for this guy to either get shot or shoot somebody. And sure enough, it happened, but I was hoping for it to be on screen as bad as it sounds. But
hold on. I have a question. So, let me know if I get the series of events fucked up. So he comes out of the courthouse. He sees these people pointing or saying something about him. He approaches them, starts a dialogue. And then, soon after that, an altercation happens. Because he's walking away, and then an altercation happens. During that altercation, he pulls his weapon and shoots someone. Not only shoots someone
just
else,
like if
but
I'm
he shoots
actively
himself.
engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's
Pause right
up.
there.
Like, don't conceal things. If I'm actively engaged,
That means he had his gun on him when he walked out of the courthouse or was in the courthouse.
Exceeding.
How the fuck did he have a gun in the courthouse?
You feeling
Did they allow him to have a gun in the courthouse?
I just don't know what
maybe he's so angry.
infrared is versus any other song.
No, it's the cheaper version. It's the cheaper version of the song because when you heat the song, it takes tremendous amounts of gas or electricity. But the infrared is its own feature. So, in my opinion, infrared fly.
When he left, they gave it back to him. I mean, that could be. I'm not discounting your thing. I mean, what you're saying is they let him into the courthouse with the guns. That might be problematic.
I'm assuming that he had already had his gun on him when the altercation happened and before the altercation, which means he had his firearm on him in the courthouse.
I can explain that. So in Texas, specifically, I don't know about where he lives. I think he's in Tennessee. But in Texas, Texas, they have like storage lock boxes. So if you come in with a firearm, you can actually lock it in the lockbox before you go through a security checkpoint. And then they give you a key that's the only key that can open that. They have like a master key that can open it. But they give you a key, and then you hold onto that key, and then you can reholster your firearm.
Look, as far as free speech goes, the Supreme Court is clear about this.
No, just like if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, just if I'm actively
depending on
time is when it's open place as a location that it's available and accessible to the general public, and manner is a manner that's not disruptive.
Yeah. So that's the issue. So if as far as him in general, if he's being disruptive in some way, and the video and the guy that Dima played, he could say, I'm just going to 7-Eleven trying to get a drink, and this guy's harassing me. Then it's not protected speech. And that's one of the three things. So those are the principles. I think John wanted to go. The head of state not.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, this guy who uses the N-word in this very vulgar way, who happens to be in this horrific, incident, people are You know, see, Clubhouse is a very small community compared to like the YouTube community and these guys that technically like have their own platforms and followings. And it's unfortunate that you know American men or Canadian men or Australian men or European men happen to find this type of content entertaining. And I follow so many Instagram accounts and I see such horrific violence on Instagram on what I would call like shadow accounts that like I don't know how else you see these videos, but a lot of it is just criminal activity, and it's shocking the violence that is on Meta on Instagram. But it is basically social and societal violence, and it's horrific, beyond horrific. But I would also just point out, you know, as somebody here who engages in political communication, that your security and your well-being is important this summer. And just the other night, I had two people on my property who were probably homeless and intoxicated and up to no good. And they were trying to steal shit, and they were doing all kinds of shit. They were going through alleys and picking through cars and trying to go into this building over there. I mean, you know, they were having a good old time in my neighborhood, and I was observing them, and I called the police. And the police showed up late by the time, you know, they had made their getaway. And I'm just telling you that you can become a victim this summer. And Clubhouse, this little security briefing, you know, which is something you usually do before an event, is to say, hey, practice situational awareness. But the real situational awareness is not just your physical security, like if you're on a train or a bus or somewhere like that. What I'm trying to tell you is Clubhouse physical, you know, cognitive security is what Elon Musk calls it. And in my opinion, listening to racist, vulgar, profane hate speech for days and weeks and months on end, to me is a waste of my life, my existence. And I'm just warning you all as users of this app, and this app will probably shut down eventually because you see no advertisements, right? You see no like real subscription. I mean, let's just look at the pluses in here. Let me look at the pluses. I don't see any pluses. Wait, oh, Bima and Nye are the only people paying for this. Anybody else? Nope, that's it. So 2 out of 15 people actually pay for this content. That's not good odds for an app.
Oh, here we go. So in
those districts ad nauseum.
Ad nauseum, absolutely. And particularly if they're being ran in the face of even higher gas prices than we're facing now. So, yeah, the Republicans are going to have to somehow find a way around that. But Gary, the win here also, I think, is involving, you know, can China bring Iran to heel on some level with our military and our economic might? Can China carve out enough of a win with us to do Trump's bidding backdoor-wise and try to help everybody save face here? Because, you know, buying that much oil, that deal that they cut with Iran would absolutely go up in flames and be one less oil source for them. You know, we saw how we kind of checked on Venezuela. So, you know, I know China's got a stockpile of about 4 months of reserves that they're sitting on. That gets burned up really quick. We've got a massive economy like theirs to churn. So, I think
official proceedings are in progress. This applies regardless of whether you have a handgun carry permit or a carrying under Tennessee's permitless carry law, which allows eligible adults, 21 and older, to carry handguns openly or concealed in most other places. So whether they have lock boxes or not for you to put your firearm in, you can't bring that motherfucker in there regardless. Period. Full stop.
Yeah,
under Tennessee law. Yeah, so back to the observation. How the fuck did he walk out of a courtroom or enter a courtroom and get into an altercation with someone outside the courtroom and produce a firearm? Where was that firearm the whole entire time he was in that courtroom, in the courthouse?
Good question.
So, because he didn't go to a vehicle and retrieve it. He got into an altercation after he came out of the courthouse.
Well, that,
so that
I'm not
means,
sure.
Yeah, but
logically, that means he had that firearm on him when he wasn't supposed to have it on him.
Yeah, but what you're missing, Adrian, is that if you, when you get to the security checklist, if you say, I promise on a holy stack not to do anything bad with this gun, then they let you in with it. That's all.
Right. And I wonder, so if he was at the courthouse, that was probably for his resisting arrest charge that happened a couple days ago. And also fleeing the bill on a $400 tab. So this guy's having a shitty week.
Right. So he was there for whatever official court proceedings.
3 charges, yeah. 3 charges.
Yeah. So where the fuck did he produce this firearm from?
That's interesting because it makes it more sketchy. We can't verify whether he had it on him in the court or not. But there's 2 case scenarios. One, he either did have it on when he went into the courtroom, or 2, worst case scenario. This is the worst case scenario. He went out of the courtroom. He went to his vehicle. He retrieved it.
Yeah.
Then went and
antagonized people.
That would be.
Which, if you watch his videos, that's what he's always walking to his car. Like, he's always, like, once he gets into it with someone, he goes to the car, I guess, to, like you said, retrieve the weapon. You know, so this may have been, I can't wait to see these cameras.
An antagonistic action that he did on purpose because he understood, hey.
Yeah, but Adrian, it's legal. That's the thing. Like, this is the thing, like, with the ACLU back in the 70s. There was a bunch of neo-Nazis, like Nick Fuentes types and fucking Chad the Builder, that wanted to march in Indiana through a Jewish Holocaust survivor community. And they wanted to carry signs like saying, fuck the Jews, you won't replace us and all that kind of shit. And the city there in Indiana said, no, you're not allowed to do that. That's racist.
It's legal that he did.
So they said that it was anti-Semitic and that they weren't allowed to do it. So they restricted the neo-Nazis from doing this. And the ACLU, who is predominantly Jewish and founded by Jews, actually defended the Nazis and said, hey, the Nazis are allowed to fucking march through here. It is fucking hateful rhetoric and we disagree with it, but they're allowed to do that. So as long as you're not doing a call to action, if I say, I'm going to get my fucking gun and shoot you in the fucking face and I'm not in fear for my life, that's illegal. But if I say, hey, I wish you'd get shot in the face, that's 100% legal. If I say nigger to you on the fucking street and you attack me and I feel that my life is in threat and in danger, I have the right under stand your ground to defend myself.
Hold on. What are you arguing is legal or not? Because my whole point
was legal.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I think we're talking past each other, respectfully. My whole point was, where the fuck did he get the gun from?
Adrian, either got it from his gun or they have a secure lockbox on it too.
Adrian, I just put it in the chat. Under, you can see it there. Under Tennessee law, the sheriffs provide lockboxes for you to do it. So it wasn't like...
Yeah, you come in, you say to the security guard, you say, hey, I have a firearm on my 3 o'clock position, it's in a holster, do you have a lockbox? They say, yeah, we have these boxes over here. We'll give you take the key out after you secure it and lock it. Then you take the key with you inside to the courthouse and stuff. And then when you come back out, you stick the key in and you turn it, you take your pistol, put it back on, and you walk out. It allows for people to still have their Second Amendment right, but they're not allowed to have it past security checkpoint.
Yeah, I don't think he would have gotten past security.
No, not at all. I mean, unless it was like a polymer ghost gun or something, it was all polymer or something.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Adrian. It sounds fishy to begin with, but
yeah, I mean, there would have like New York or California.
There would have to be a huge breakdown in security for him to get into the court with the gun.
Yeah, he did. Well, I mean, he didn't enter past the security checkpoint.
Also, why are we saying that because he has a partner with him all the time for his streams. Why wouldn't the partner just give him the gun?
Yeah, he did. His partner had the gun and holstered it in his secondary holster.
waiting for him to come outside, give him the gun back to his holster, and off he goes, you know?
But I think the main point about all this is because you guys put in the questionnaire, can a racist provocateur claim self-defense if a person decides to attack them? Yes. I mean, if you're standing out screaming, Edomite, fucking demon dogs, Black Hebrew Israelism shit, and I come over and start fucking wailing on you, and the Black Hebrew Israelite thinks that I'm trying to fucking kill him and he's fearful of his life, he has the right, even after saying that I'm a fucking demon and a dog, to pull his pistol out and fucking drop around at me in certain states. Like Tennessee, Texas, you got stand your ground laws. If you're in fear for your life, you can use deadly and violent, defense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's shitty. The guy's immoral. He's a piece of shit. Yeah, the guy's a piece of shit.
I don't think it's shitty. I don't.
No, I defend like the ACLU. I defend his right to do and say whatever he wants. I would never in a million years want the ACLU. I would never in a million years want the government to stop Black Hebrew Israelites or Black Panthers or neo-Nazis or even fucking Jewish supremacists to restrict their lives.
But you can't just start like running up to people, punching them in the street and expect nothing back. I mean, what are you doing?
Especially if the person fears for their life. I mean, if a person comes and slaps you on the face and then runs away and you shoot them, that's one thing. But if they're just fucking teeing off on you, ground and pounding you, I mean, this is why we had the George Zimmerman
my thing is, if you're going to use the fear for your life defense, why are you provoking about identity?
Well, all you have to do is prove it, Nye.
Why are you bothered? But he knows what he's doing. We can prove motive by
Nye, do you want to restrict the Black Panthers? And
we're not talking about the Black Panthers.
No, we don't.
The Black Panthers can walk around calling white men.
We're talking about the same thing, though.
Provoking white men into beating their ass. It's completely different, right?
Yeah, but
the Black Panthers can go around harassing white people.
They went into the courthouse. They went into the state. Oh, actually, no. Actually, the Black Panthers entered.
We can't talk over each other, Rich. We can't talk over each other, Rich.
Okay. The Black Panthers entered into the state capitol building in California with fucking select fire rifles. They walked in, they had class 3 firearms.
You know why they did that, though?
Yeah, they protest.
Let's not use
I agree, it's protest.
Resources, oil, and commercial routes to and from China are in our hands. Not to mention the Panama Canal. So we have already taken it back completely. So this is a huge win. And so China is in our hands. And also there were people talking about the currency, BRICS currency. This is nonsense. China's currency is not. They did not allow their own currency to trade freely in the international market. So there's no worry about for them becoming a freely traded hard currency on the international market. And also, the trading volume in renminbi is very, very low. And then also China itself has increased purchase of U.S. assets overseas, not decreasing. They're spending a lot of currency reserve on purchasing overseas assets. And as for Taiwan, people were talking about Taiwan. Just recently, Taiwan legislature approved, despite the obstruction of CCP in Taiwan, approved the $25 billion weapons purchase from the U.S. And I think 2 days ago, it's a snub at China. Just 2 days before Trump's trip to China. So we have a strong hand, and President Trump's trip to China is a victory lap. I'm done speaking.
So Hansen brings up a very important point that heretofore on this stage has not been discussed, and I have to acknowledge with my overabundance of listening to the pundits talk about this trip is also, I haven't heard it, maybe some people have heard someone suggest this, but it is absolutely true that 90% of Iran's oil goes to China. 90%. So, in reality, what's going on with Iran, I know it's a global market. I know it's sold as a commodity. But the reality is that China is in a whole world of firsts over what's going on right now.
Exactly.
So they have an extreme vested interest in, I mean, you know, the topic of the room is not what would constitute a win for China. Well, it could be, but I mean, it's implied that we're talking about for the United States. But you bring up an excellent point. What would constitute a win for China? And that would be getting that oil flowing once again. And I think they're in a position probably right now when this is a critical question for them. So, you know, we've discussed before the threshold of pain that Americans will endure is very low as compared to other nations. And we're crying about the cost of oil and the effect on the economy. And I think rightly so. People have reason to be concerned about that.
Yes.
But I'm not finished. But that being said, the pressure on China right now is immense. 90% of their oil cut off. So, you know, we should probably expand our view of this, and it's a little late to do that now, on this stage, but I'm just saying that we should collectively expand our view of this and try to look at it from the Chinese perspective. What do they need to get out of this? And, you know, so it may not be, as a political article that I read at the top suggests, so much the president of the United States with his hat in hand. In some respect, the president of China has his hat in hand as well. And so let's see, you know, this president claims he understands the art of the deal. So we will see. Thank you, Hanson.
Can I chime in?
Okay, hold on, guys. I would really like the opportunity to moderate the room and determine who speaks when. And I'm sorry if that sounds autocratic, but that's the way I run the room to avoid the kind of crosstalk that we nearly devolved into just now. We don't want that in this room. Why? I will tell you, because it confuses me. And I presume if it confuses me, it confuses other people. And it's impolite. And we try to run a polite room. So had you been patient just for a couple seconds, you would have already been speaking. Simp, you're up.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate it, Gary. Great room, by the way. But I would like to push back a little bit on the things that I heard that Hanson was saying just earlier. I don't believe that this, the fact that Iran has blocked the Strait of Hormuz and that America is blockading a blockade is really affecting China to the way you guys are saying. You have to understand that China also, in recent years, have diversified who they purchase oil from. They purchase, especially since the war has started, they've been purchasing tons of oil.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. If they get 90% of their oil from Iran and they're trying to diversify, that still means they're heavily dependent upon Iran.
Yes, but since the war has started, they've been heavily buying oil from the Russians. And they also been buying oil from the Brazilians. So they also have 6 months of oil reserves, one of the most in the world. So they'll manage, right? Or they're able to take the hit. Unlike the Americans, let me tell you why. The Americans are in extreme pressure to get the Strait of Hormuz open because their allies, India, Japan, and the South Koreans, heavily depend on this oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz, way more than China.
The brethren shall be diligent in preaching the law of Galima. In all writings they shall be careful to use the...
Yes, but when I specifically with the oil...
Action or sit tight, tell me if...
open, and I guarantee you, from these allies to open the Strait of Hormuz. So I believe that the Chinese understand it, the Iranians understand it as well. Also, the Iranians a couple of days ago
said, they also want to have control of the internet. If you don't understand the gateways that run under the strip, and they're able to cut up these wires and basically cut off the internet going to Asia, going to India, and other parts of the world. They also want to charge money for the internet being in the strip. So it's even getting worse. Forget about the oil, now they're talking about the internet. So it's very important.
Mine is the head of the
I
hawk.
don't think he's coming with the leverage to
Abracadabra.
I think it's actually
And
the opposite. I think that Trump is in enormous pressure. He's going to capitulate and probably say, hey, you know what, the Chinese, we're losing this, and, we'll give you an amazing trading deal, with Apple and all these other companies that you could build factories in America, and, it'll make these Chinese billionaires more rich. I think that's the avenue Donald Trump is going to go for. So therefore, then the Chinese can go to the Iranians and be like, hey, we have $1 billion or $1 trillion, trading deal with Trump now. He doesn't want to put any tariffs on us. He wants us to open factories in America. He has the Apple CEO meeting with us in China and all these,
I don't know if it can be made public. It just
coming to China. I think that's the angle Donald Trump is going to go at, and that's the way he can capitulate to the Chinese to basically put pressure on the Iranians. When it comes to
at this all day. Nobody's going to pull it out.
I've been practicing my entire life for this moment. Hold my baby oil.
So, we're closing things off right here on the stage, unfortunately. So what the caller said about the internet is very important, and it's again an aspect of this that I've not seen discussed much, despite my constant consumption of the news, in particular on this issue. And it's well worth noting that Iran is trying to control the internet infrastructure through the Strait of Hormuz. They feel that it's a new strategic pressure point beyond oil shipping. However, I kind of looked at an Atlantic Council analysis, which is more in line with what Nancy said and less in line with what Sid says. According to the Atlantic Council, their analysis is that China suffers more directly from a closure of the strait.
Steven, you're late.
Because of its high reliance on oil imports from the Gulf, while the United States is less impacted, potentially even gaining financially from higher energy prices as an oil exporter, doesn't help you or me at the pump, of course. The global nature of the supply chain means both nations face severe long-term consequences. But according to the Atlantic Council, or whatever that is worth, their analysis is China does involve in this instance, suffer more directly from a closure of the Strait of Hormuz than the United States. Folks, we are here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the...
I think, yeah.
So essentially, somebody is called the N-word, and that person who's called the N-word is so angry that he lashes out and he physically hits someone. As a result, he's then charged with battery of hitting the person who called him the N-word. When he's being defended in a courtroom, the lawyer cannot explain to the jury. If the lawyer says to the jury, well, he was called the N-word, and that caused him such anger that he lashed out. It's a lot more impactful when you're doing a closing statement or opening statement, or you're presenting in front of a jury, to be able to have the word said, so the jury has the horror of the word and would understand why this man would then have the visceral reaction that he has. But if the lawyer says it in court, he then gets destroyed for using the word, even though he's doing it to then help the defense of his client. Does it make sense now what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's the barrier of using it in any way. And the law school professor that used it by reading a case. I mean, it's in case law. It's in literature, by the way. I mean, you know, if you want to read Huck Finn or you want to read certain literature, you know, but to use it by quoting, something that happened in a case or quoting literature.
I mean, this is John. I got a question for you.
God, can I just finish?
Yeah.
For a sec, John. Let me just finish this with Alan for a minute because we've talked about this before.
I have a question for you right after.
The quoter who's using the term, and sometimes to the benefit of those that had the horror of hearing the word, now goes and gets censored and sanctioned. And in the case of the law professor, I think that students petitioned to get him fired. So anyway, now I'm done.
Can I ask Abby a question? Because my question is, when Pepe comes in this room and he says G word, the J words, and he says horrific things about the J words, why do you tolerate him or his presence? And why does El Normo tolerate him or his presence? What is it about him that is so affable to you that you just think do you just tolerate him because this is a conference call app that anyone on the planet can come in and say horrific, vulgar, profane things? Is that pretty much what's happening here? Thanks.
Othello, you wanted to ask me something?
Yes. So this Chad the Builder guy, he's not only in trouble with the black community for using this word, but now he's in trouble with the police and this restaurant, which he's brought bad publicity to. So they could actually sue him for that. How would, after what he did today, and after you've seen how he moves, how would you go against disrupting this guy?
Let me look at it. I just came in the room, so let me look at. Is that what the video is up there? I thought I'm sorry to play dumb on this, but let me look at it and I'll give you an answer. I mean, if he did something to disparage the business, is what you're saying, or to disrupt or intentionally interfere with their business relationships, then they could go after him in tort for that, most likely. I mean, I'd have to look at what he's doing, but if he's going after a business intentionally and painting them in a false light and disparaging them, then yeah, it's commercial slander. They could go after him, or it's saying it, or if he's writing it, then it's libel. So that would be my gut, but I'd have to look at it. I mean, but did you follow my point on using never being able to use the N-word, even when it's to defend the person that it was said to?
Yeah. What about the music? What about saying it in a repetitive?
I mean, I don't buy the music, so I'm not the one to ask that question. I listen to Springsteen, and I don't think he's ever used it in his lyrics.
Bullshit.
So
Just use it in this new song.
Well, when we say the N-word, let's be specific which N-word we're talking about.
Sorry, I really don't.
The N-word that we're talking about is the hard R and the soft H, also Negro. Is it okay to say Negro? Can you say Negro? Hello?
Othello, hopefully I answered your question, and I'll go.
Well, there was a guy that was recently, well, he wasn't recently. There was a guy that worked at Netflix, and he was fired for using the word. What they were doing was they was giving us sensitivity training and stuff like that. And he was telling them he was listing all the words you cannot use. He was talking to the employees. He said, these are the words you cannot use, and these are the words that are offensive.
It's the grammar police.
Right? He said the N-word. They fired him. Someone went and complained, and they fired him for using a word that he was telling them, y'all can't use. Do not use this word.
It is a sacred word reserved only for N-words. I was in a room. They were talking about how they have to protect the word. That we should only use the word in limited amounts because it's so sacred. The N-word.
We also
Hello?
We also have some speakers, and I'd like to open it up to Viking and Big Mom if they want to get
I
in
just
too.
wanted to.
Go ahead, Coco.
Okay.
Thank you, I would like to get it.
And then Coco. Okay, Coco, then Alan, then Viking, Big Mog, and Viking. Go ahead.
Thank you, B-Mo.
Okay, Alan, you, and then me.
Yeah, I was just wondering what you find more offensive. Shiloh Hendricks raising, it wasn't millions, it was $800,000 for using the N-word on a child, or Carmelo Anthony raising $500,000 for stabbing and killing another boy. Which do you think is more offensive? Using the word or killing somebody?
Yeah,
I'll leave you with that.
Okay, yeah, I don't condone murder. So that's, if it's...
Do you have to publicly state that you don't condone murder so everyone knows you don't condone murder? Isn't that just a given? Isn't that an obvious statement? Why would you even have to say that? Why would you have to preface any statement saying, I don't condone murder, and I don't condone murder. I'm sorry for interrupting. I just thought I had to say something.
You want to act like people don't actually go out and murder people in our fucking country? You want to act like we don't have gangs in our country? It's literally every fucking color in this country has my murderers. Whether that be fucking biker gangs, whether that be street gangs, whether that be, other militia types we have. There's people in every race of our society that what do I think is worse? Murder or, this other scenario with words and somebody been given money for, using racial slurs. Please, just don't police my speech. I don't know what's wrong with it, John. Honestly, every time I
was thinking over the tariff is how it works through micro and macro econ. You should take one in political, in politics, and then you'll know that yes, one mode of persuasion is through the emotions. Aristotle called it pathos. Yes, welcome to high school student government. Hey y'all, I want to be a student government president, and if I'm the president, we're going to get rid of 7th period. Yeah! And everybody votes for him. He still has 7th period. Yeah. Welcome to it. It's pretty basic stuff, bro.
Can I go now, or are you done? I don't know if you're done.
I'm sorry. I muted up. I'm done.
I'm oriented now. I'm back in my vehicle now, so I can answer you more succinctly. So I agree with you. Both sides use emotion. Okay, everybody on the political spectrum uses emotion to animate their base so that they can, generate political power and all that stuff. So I'm not saying Democrats are the only ones that do it, but Mr. Wesley, whatever his name is, Wesley Hunt, is responding in kind. So yeah, you're right. Roly Poly's audience despise Wesley Hunt, but it makes the rounds. That clip is going to get clipped up. It's going to get put on somebody's feed. We're talking about it in here. There's a lot of Roly Poly followers in this room within the sound of our voice, in the audience or elsewhere, who is going to hear that term, that statement. And I understand most people are going to throw it out of hand. There's going to be that one person who hears it, who's in Roly Poly side, and maybe just about sick of the whining and crying and complaining from people like Roly. He's still on the side, but he's kind of teetering back and forth. And this 50th time he heard somebody like Wesley Hunt say it, it clicked. And now he turned his back on the Roly Polies of the world, and now he becomes a new baby conservative. So what I'm saying is, it doesn't work on the masses. You're right. It ain't going to work on the masses of Roly Poly's audience. But there's people in the middle that follow Roly Poly that when they hear Wesley Hunt's rhetoric for this 50th time or the 60th time, they heard, what's his name? They heard that guy Larry Elder a million times, and they always
Repeating yourself. Come on, bro.
I want to land.
Speak.
Okay, I just want to land with the emphasis. When you hear it multiple times on that multiple...
It's not working here. You have a new point. Come on, man. This is kind of frustrating.
I'm answering your question. That's the audience.
All right, cool. You said that 7 times. Anybody else want to speak? God.
Yeah. I'd like to speak to the West Hunt situation. situation. Also weave in a little bit about what Arshay said about history, which was wild to me. Like, what's the worst kind of Negro? Him saying that slavery and Jim come back is exactly why RJ brought up about Black history. It needs to be taught, honestly, to white Americans. Because people hear Jim Crow and they think it only means separate water fountains and somebody yelling, the N-word. They think racism only counts if it looks like a old black and white ass picture. But history evolves, language evolves, systems evolve, right? So nobody is saying that we're literally back in 1915. You already covered this, man, but the point is that we're watching all these voting protections get gutted, affirmative action dismantled. We know the drill. Black political power diluted. I mean, just in Tennessee, they cracked the only majority black district through redistricting, then removed every black Democratic member from committee assignments. So, that's the problem with people who don't know history. They think oppression has to come back wearing the exact same outfit to be recognized. And if we had more actual history, white Americans might not be getting duped so easily by MAGA. You know what I'm saying? If they had been taught real black history instead of patriotic mythology. Because once you understand it, you start recognizing the same strategies they're using against you. And then you go on and you scapegoat minorities and this manufactured fear. They feel like America is unstable because of black people, because of immigrants, DEI, the new term wokeness. The playbook is old as hell. And part of the reason why it works, and part of the reason I got to work with so many mediocre white people, is because they have this false sense of identity. They're raised with this, that they're natural achievers, like America was always a meritocracy, and whatever success their families had came from hard work, which is bullshit. But when you actually learn history, you realize the playing field was never level to begin with all of the things that come with our history. And I'm not saying white people don't work hard. I ain't saying that, but ignorance hurts them. It hurts us, but it really hurts the hell out of them, because if your identity is built around believing that your position is entirely earned and you're morally superior, and that any attempt to level the playing field, that feels like oppression to you. All of a sudden, they're the oppressed ones. That's why they lose their minds over all of the programs, and what. Even if you say systemic racism, they lose their damn minds. So Black history just isn't about teaching us; it's about teaching everybody. And if they understood how division gets weaponized and how ordinary people get manipulated every day, we might not be in the state that we're in right now.
So, are you done, Madison? Oh, good. Okay. So, sure. Let's wake something up. When Wesley Hunt said that he doesn't mind if there aren't any black federal lawmakers, what he was saying was like he doesn't mind if we go back to 1901. I just decided to do some digging, and I found that by 1901 there weren't any black U.S. representatives in Congress. That remained the case until 1929. I also see here that no black U.S. senators were elected again until 1967. What we do know is that between 1870 and 1901, 22 African Americans held seats in Congress. So Wesley Hunt is saying that he doesn't mind if we go back to a time when there were no black congresspersons, and that time was 1901. I don't need to tell people what life was like for black people all across the nation in 1901. But that's what he's saying. He doesn't mind if we go back to Jim Crow. So.
What were the political affiliations of the 22 that were in office for 1870?
I'm sorry, what's her question, Monica?
The political affiliations of those representatives.
You mean the parties? Oh my God. I don't know. I think most of them were probably Republican, if not all. What's the point? They got ran out of the party. It's called the Lily White Movement. You want to go into why the blacks got ran out of the Republican Party, or you just want to stop at the affiliation? What might go on you?
I'm guessing it was fear of their excellence, but that's just a hypothetical.
No, it's called the Lily White Movement. They didn't want niggers in the party anymore. You should look it up. The Republican.
I thought we weren't going to allow the black slur on the stage. You had a problem with it.
Hello? I'm quoting them. This is a quote. We're doing primary source material. This is
this is the Republican Party of 1901 we're talking about. So I'm doing the original thing. And you know, Monica, I'm gonna say something to you real quick, if people indulge me. I called your name before twice because you hadn't said anything, and I moved you down because when people are on the stage for a long time, they sometimes unmute by accident, and you hear stuff and whatever, and it's like, you know, it's crazy. I moved you down trying to be nice so that you wouldn't unmute like you've done 2 times before, and we've heard your business in the background. You then got moved down and decided to call me a pansy and do a little mini crash out in the chat. I was actually trying to be nice to you. But that's what you get for
I called the person who said, move her down.
That's why he said it. That's why he said it. Because I was calling your name.
He was looking, because I wasn't responding because I wasn't near my phone.
Exactly why I moved you down.
He didn't want me sitting on the stage without contributing.
You said no thanks.
And then I left.
Or whatever you said, because you left, because you thought I was moving you down. That's exactly what happened. I'll tell you from now on, when you come off mute, we'll just keep you off mute. You've done it 2 times now. I was literally trying to be nice to you. We heard you listen. We heard you watching your silly television show, acting like somebody was tickling your hairy underarms.
Big Bang Theory. Why are you so nasty?
No, it was.
Were you looking
you have hairy underarms.
It was Big Bang Theory.
Not the one I'm talking about. They had a British accent. It wasn't Big Bang Theory.
Anyway, talking about his story about being. Oh, now you don't want accuracy. You just want to.
It doesn't matter what the TV show was, man. I was trying to be nice to you.
Well, do better, because you.
Shut the fuck up. Yell at me one more time, you dumb bitch. I'll block you for life. Shut your bitch ass up.
That was functional. That was fruitful.
No, let's go fuck with it.
Yes, at the very least, it's funny. I think it's funny.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Monica, do you have an OnlyFans where you cosplay as a baby?
Shit, oh, Dio!
Oh,
Oh, no! Come on!
Do you have an OnlyFans where you cosplay as a man?
Wow, that was such a great comeback. Oh, jeez.
I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay, you're moving up on my weird list. Just so you know,
You
just
can tell
moved up
with
another rank.
grew up
So
not
the
knowing
list
how
right now goes from
to
least
snap.
weird to most weird. And right now, coming in first, I believe is
If you
Dennis
don't know how
for
to
least
do it,
weird.
don't try.
I think followed
Seriously.
by
Well, who is Austin?
Marshall. Followed by, it's really tough right here to
Not
make
a
the call.
negative round.
I think I'm going to go with Aisha, which is really tough of me to
Probably the
give her
most
that low of a
forgettable
score.
voice.
Is that supposed to be a
I
snap
think
monitor?
I have to go with
If it
Brutus,
was, you might want
which
to.
is almost impossible to give that low of a score.
do that.
So, and then it's Snap Otter, and then Dave, I think you get the top spot, buddy.
Leave it
I
alone.
think you did
Don't
it.
come for
I think
me.
you extended.
And then I won't have to embarrass myself
I
by
knew
telling
it was
you
between
the
me
story.
or the sign, or the suggestion. Aisha has
RJ
gone
doctrine.
for
RJ was explaining what the RJ doctrine was.
No one came for you. It's simply a statement of you don't know how to snap. That's not coming for you.
Yo, Ben,
It
what
was
is
the
the
RJ
doctrine?
doctrine
What is the RJ
explaining.
doctrine? Ben, what is the RJ doctrine of your home?
He's not going to contribute. I can fill in the spot if no one else.
No, we don't need to bastardize the RJ doctrine. Manfinity, the RJ doctrine no longer applies.
What does the RJ stand for?
In
and I got into so much trouble hosting you this morning. Don't call me this.
You are waiving your right to self-defense because you don't have a right to.
Don't waive the right to self-defense.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yeah, because self-defense is self-defense is when you're defending yourself when you're not engaging in a mutual situation. That's self-defense. He's mutually engaging with these people, so he doesn't have self-defense.
No, it's
That's
not.
You stand your ground.
Because self-defense only is only with regard to the physical offense, not verbal, whatever you call it, offense or not.
Yeah.
Not
he's trying to
with respect to verbal altercation.
No, right, but he's trying to provoke these people into doing so. You don't walk up and on somebody. It does matter. It does. Yes, you cannot provoke a situation and cause self-defense. That's not how it works.
Guys, you can't use physical defense to fighting words. Fighting words are actionable in terms of what you can go after. They're not protected. They're not protected speech, so you can go after the person who used the fighting words, but you can't use physical to the fighting words. Go ahead, go do it, and you'll be charged. Why don't you show me where you live that's acceptable?
Yeah, there's consequence for it.
Yeah, you're gonna be charged with
Smack that dirty white mouth and get it right.
Smack the dirty white mouth and get it right.
Get it right.
Charged with a battery.
Or get nigga treatment. You just nigga hit now you need to go to fight.
Excuse me?
Get some of that.
Excuse me?
Yeah. So
This is
mind your mouth.
Mind your mouth when you talk to a woman, asshole.
I'm letting you know. You're talking to a black man.
I don't care if you're orange or green. You're an asshole.
I don't want to get but I want to stay focused.
But that's not how the law works. And
I don't know if
Bima, I'm answering Hanson, and Hanson is correct. Hanson is correct. That's how the law works. You can go after the person for unprotected speech and for fighting words, but you can't use physical contact. It won't mitigate, and it's not. You're going to be charged with the battery.
Respect black or get smacked.
Well, you should be smacked.
Saying the N-word is fighting words. I don't know what.
Yeah. And then get some niggas okay. Yeah, that's how we do
Do you know what a fighting word is? Do you know what fighting words are?
What's
fighting words? What are fighting words?
Refer to that nasty behavior that they
words?
Well, let's have this conversation.
It's all fighting words.
Bima, would you like to tell them what fighting words are?
I'd like to refer to the professional.
And we still don't know why they couldn't control themselves. Okay, like that way, the terminology that's derogatory, and it incites all type of discriminatory emotions in somebody else, knowing that you're trying to just reincorporate some nasty shit that you should have evolved from because it's disgusting.
So
if you get beat up, if you get your white nasty face, hold on. Look, if you get your white pasty face,
Bima, why don't you pull up the definition of fighting words and you can...
No, it is, yeah. White people disrespect
you can't justify with words. You can, but you're going to be arrested. You'll be arrested for the assault.
Yeah, I'll smack white people.
Okay, I want free range wants to make a comment. If we could just
smack the fuck out the ass.
We could circle back around, free range, and then
Just say he was going to hurt anybody? Did anyone just hear that?
No threats, no doxing.
About free speech.
No threats, no doxing. Okay, free range, go ahead.
So I think we all agree that he's been an aggressive and provocateur in the situation. I'm not saying that words just inherently means that you can subject yourself to violence. But I asked the question: if you provoke someone into fighting, can you claim self-defense, right? And that's what he's doing, because of course there's other clips of him saying hit me and shit like that, so he could pretty much use mace or taser or gun, whatever he has. So it says generally no, you cannot claim self-defense if you provoke a fight. If you're the initial aggressor, which he is, or intentionally bait someone into attacking you, you lose the right to claim self-defense, as you cannot create a dangerous situation and then use force to defend yourself. So that's what I'm saying. He's doing this with the intent to create a hostile situation, just so he uses the force.
But the words can't do it free. that words, there's no justification for physical.
Yeah, anytime a white person is antagonizing you,
For
I
words.
agree, but that's a separate issue.
Yeah, but that's, yeah.
Attack, but you also can't
No, you're absolutely right. If someone physically goes after you, then you physically respond. But
You're
it's
right.
physical to physical is different than words to physical.
I agree with you, Abby. I agree with everything you're saying, except for if it's a white racist motherfucker trying that shit, smack their ass, bro. That's the exception. Beat their ass up.
Right.
Yeah, because you would not tolerate that. Beat their ass up. Beat their ass the fuck up.
Really?
Yeah, straight up. They shoot each other in the neck for less. Okay? They shoot each other in the neck for less.
Would you do that? Would you do that?
I wouldn't do that. I don't shoot white people in the neck for freedom of speech.
Would you hit someone if they said it to you?
If a white person doesn't know how to behave and they want some nigga treatment, they can get nigga treatment because white people are.
What would you do to
and
them?
they don't think they are. And sometimes you have to remind them that they could be a dirty white.
And how would you remind them?
Nigga treatment. You understand what I'm saying?
How would you
anybody
remind them?
else can get nigga treatment.
How would you do this? What would your method be of reminding them?
I would take the white people method in Utah. I don't know. Maybe I might consider that one. I don't know. I might just go to
what
the
do you
extreme.
mean? What would you do?
Yeah, what do y'all do? What do y'all do to people who like freedom of speech that are white and named Charlie Kirk? What do y'all do?
What would I personally do?
Yeah, what do y'all do?
Fema, you want to take this one?
What do y'all do?
Adrian has a question, but I just want to pause there because Big Mom brings up a really good point, okay? Because think about Charlie Kirk, okay? There was a reason. Sorry, Adrian, just real quick. Thank you so much. There was a reason that Kirk got the response that he did from the public. The white people he was protecting and defending, and they shot him in the neck. A white man did that. And to believe you red hat wanderers found your way to a HBCU.
Why do we care what color the guy was? The guy was someone who
Your people are
why don't you care what color?
We're all each other's people.
They killed our brother in Christ.
Do you think it's okay to
they
use
killed
physical?
They killed my brother in Christ.
Do you think it's okay? Do you think it's okay to use physical harm when you don't like what someone says? Do you think that that's okay?
No.
Are you justifying that?
No, I don't.
Okay, good. Thank you.
There is an exception.
What's the exception?
Big Mom, you don't think that Charlie Kirk deserved to be killed, right? Come on, Big Mom, you don't think Charlie Kirk deserved to be killed, right? Let me explain my exception. I agree 100% with what Abby says. You do not, if somebody is antagonizing you with their words, you do not respond in violence at all. That is lower frequency level de-escalation skills. Now, if a white person goes to a Ruby Brick, like bothers Ruby Brick, you gotta understand these white people. These people are not like, their lower level is different from black people lower level. These people will wake up and go to a school to bother a little black girl. They're like as grown adults, right? This is what they have evolved from, right? So let me tell you, anytime they revert back to this, you have to, you gotta do this for America. And not only just for your people, but you gotta do this for white people, bro. You got to do this you got to smack the fuck out their ass. Because they will not interfere with the white evolution. Because there was once upon a time white people couldn't control their emotions. You know how they pick on the black people, how they pick on the black people, you're just emotionally triggered. They couldn't control their emotions. They would get out of their bed as an adult. Hold on, Adrian, let me finish this, because let me tell you, this is why white niggers exist, and I ain't gonna never let y'all treat my people like we less than. On God, because y'all just the same. Y'all are just the same. And I love y'all. Hush your mouth, bruh. Y'all are so triggered. Let me finish. Self-control. Can you try it? Damn it. Alright, so look. Y'all come a long way. You can't stop the white evolution. And I would not let anybody get in the way of my white brothers and sisters growing up from that Ruby Bridges shit they used to do. You know, bothering black children who are trying to get an education. Because they couldn't control themselves emotionally to that extent. What dirty black in the hood has done such ruckus? Niggas ain't 1,000 Chicagos cannot compare to all these killers that we cannot find that y'all give, even from the 50s till now. That ain't 100 years. So look, check it out. I'm proud of y'all, and I'm proud of Chud. I like Chud. I want him to win. But y'all gotta understand, this what you get. You should always get your ass beat for disrespecting black people just for the fuck of it, because that makes you a monkey again. That makes you a snow monkey again among conquerors. That's what it do. And you are better than that. Alright? You are better than that. You are going upwards. White people around here, they behave so damn good, respectful, all that. I'm not gonna let, we can't
context what actually happened?
Demonstration of self.
Do we have
Yeah, Nancy, can I add context?
Yeah, we're gonna start a queue, because I wanna get everybody in. Mr. Edward wanted to get in.
Yeah, let's start with
Adrian was waiting to ask a question. Okay, so Adrian wanted to ask a question. Free Range wanted to jump in. I'm sorry, Othello. I did get you. I do hear you though. But Adrian said he wanted to ask a question. Free Range had said that he was waiting to say something. We have you're way at the bottom.
No, we're not playing that shit.
We had Mr. Edward.
I'll do a Q in the chat. So we got a question, and then who's next? Who's talking next?
Oh, me.
We have Adrian, Free Range, Mr. Edward, Othello, Rich.
Okay, I'll put that in the chat.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Adrian.
All right. So my question is, when it comes to the use of people who use the defense, self-defense or stand your ground, can you use that as a defense for an altercation that you initiated?
Initiated what? By what?
If you initiated an altercation, a conflict between you and another person,
Well,
they put hands on you, can you use self-defense as a defense?
Yes.
Because
It depends. Go ahead.
Who initiated the physical?
listen to what I'm
not making sure it's physical.
I think you're listening to respond and you're not listening to my question. Digest my question. Can you use self-defense as a defense if you initiated an altercation or conflict?
Verbal altercation, right?
No.
No.
Verbal.
He said in general. He said in general.
A legal answer to that, Adrian?
Yeah, I got it. Go ahead.
Adrian.
Hold on. Let me
In
read
most
this.
circumstances, do you want me to?
I was gonna go.
Go
I'll go
ahead,
after you.
Free. I'm not in the queue.
Well, just quickly, yeah, it depends, okay? Depending on how the conversation is addressed. Of course, me just addressing over the phone, clearly there's no reason for us to physically contact each other because we can service with words. But if I address you in person in a fashion that provokes violence, meaning like, what's with all that shit you talking, that's great. But if I said, hey, I heard you wanted to fight me or something like that, there's no reason for me to address you in person with that because now we are in reach of physical contact with each other, right? And as the conversation develops, who takes more aggressive steps towards each other, at some point it may get to a point where it's just, what's it called, standing your ground, so to speak. But if I'm coming towards you, like what happens in some of these, I watch a lot of public videos where someone, and some of you guys see this shit too, especially on like social media, when someone goes to someone's house, they cannot justify addressing words by going to the location to actually call, to escalate the threat. You cannot use self-defense in that situation. So I'm saying that to say with the builder, this dude who we're talking about, he actually engages people with his intent, which he does. It's not like he's just out and about screaming and this happens to happen. He's actually have a platform based on this. So I'm saying with that premise, he's not creating a situation where he can actually argue self-defense. He's actually putting himself in danger to where he loses that claim.
Right. So, and here's the qualifying factor here. He is armed, approaching unarmed people, initiating conflict with unarmed people while he has a gun on. I don't think he can use self-defense as a defense anymore. Because you're armed with a firearm and you started a conflict with people who were minding their business and who was also unarmed.
I agree with you. I agree with you. If he escalated it to that level, if he punches to a punch, it's different than if you bring out a knife or a deadly weapon. And the law will probably support what you say, Adrian.
Right, because simply brandishing your weapon, that is considered assault.
Not if it's justified.
Bullshit.
If a person has intent to inflict deadly violence upon you, and you brandish a firearm and do not use it, you're saying that you would be put in prison for that?
That is a charge, buddy. I don't know about the state you live in, but that is a charge.
No, it's not if it's justified.
Again, you're trying to make an argument.
No, Adrian, 500,000 and 3 million times what the CDC reports. On average, that person brandishes or displays a firearm. You're asking a question I'm trying to answer.
No,
Peterson.
background.
to Tehran. Give it to us.
From the other person's punch. You know that, right? You know that. You want to intentionally support the crime.
We can't understand you.
Somebody's punch is not stronger than other person's punch. If somebody threw a punch, the other person for self-defense need to use a knife or something, otherwise he would be killed.
Ima, can you translate?
Oh, he said if a person punches you, you're legally justified in using self-defense. If you're
Not if you use it, not if you escalate. I put it in the chat.
Have you have one question for clarification?
Yeah, we're gonna get back in the queue. Okay,
Do we have a leader?
you ask and get your question answered, Adrian?
Adrian about brandishing a firearm.
Okay, Adrian, did you answer the question?
Yeah, because I was asking on self-defense or initiating a conflict with someone, unprovoked. You just started minding their business, verbal or also you had a firearm. You started a conflict with people who are unarmed, minding their business. You are the expert in that circumstance. You escalated by antagonizing for no reason at all. I don't think self-defense as a
Adrian, I don't know who's been telling you guys this.
Walking away, that's actually.
If he's walking away,
Yeah, that's walking away. Now, if that's true, I don't know. But I'm just going out. You're good with the but I think you're walking is self-defense.
and watch this man. A guy with a firearm just came up to us and started shit with the picture of your being. We felt threatened by this person with a firearm. But right, but so you can't hold on. Like, why would we get you can't say that. You're free. You can't say that. It doesn't make sense to hit them while they're walking away. That's the thing to go. It was saying like, don't make sense.
Can I explain how this all started? So this guy was just a kick streamer. He was just a kick streamer. He wasn't doing any of this racist chimp shit, chimping out, in words and all this kind of shit. He was just a regular kick streamer. He was parked in a gas station, there in Memphis, and an African-American guy pulled up in a car and started screaming at him and told him to get his fucking car. So while he was on the stream, he's like, bro, chill the fuck out. I'm almost done bumping and shit. You know, I'll move out of the way here in a second. The guy starts screaming and getting in his face. And he's like, oh, fuck you, nigger. He's like, you know, now you're fucking champing out, you fucking monkey. And then he started in spiral drive. And every time he walks
I will personally descend to Earth to judge and reshape this world.
No, just like if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up. Like, don't conceal things from me, because that's when problems start occurring, and I'm not there to be manipulated.
What you think concealing is, like, not just, like, what point do they need to tell you this? Just,
America is
if China owns it.
your silly television show. Your silly television.
Months on end. To me,
Here we go. This is Rich left off where he steps outside of the courthouse, where he's at the courthouse. Okay, so here we go.
They're laughing, they're pointing at me, and I said, what's up, guys? Like, I'm doing it. I said, y'all like the new suit? He said, walk away from me. I walked away. He came back over. He literally said, I have PTSD. I feel like I'm in. He said, you start saying all that chip out shit to me, I'm gonna hit you. He hit me, started wailing on me.
Right? And so we can judge and give ourselves a report card of being good by separating ourselves. And we can also then build on it, right? We've got moral absolutes. This is what is righteous, this is what is sin, or this is what is moral, this is what is immoral. And then we can, oh no, it's not absolutes. We've got moral. Go back to, well, but Islam, like these are that's a core principle. It's like, no, it's not. Like, look at what's, you want to talk about that, but look at what's actually happening, like on the ground. Like, you want to ignore that. You're ignoring that in your real life. So yeah. And I've been listening to Simon's bullshit for a long time, and I haven't said anything. So he got a little smackdown. I'm not planning on, going at him consistently. But I had a little 15 minutes in the car.
Go. There we go.
I am your only future, and my path, your only path. Who among you dare say otherwise?
By the way, I'm pretty sure I was. No, I didn't see it. Oh yeah, you didn't get. So yeah, I don't know if you said anything to me. I trying to like saying that I have this split personality, and like Princessia is just a title. It's like princess, not a identity. It's just like a title. Oh, is that what it means though? Princessia? Yeah. Yeah, it's princess. Princess in what? Like no, it's just me being cute. Like I made it up. Like the day that I made myself name Princessia, I don't know. My aunt, I was going somewhere with her, and she called me. It's very aesthetically.
Assault, right? It doesn't have to be a physical for it to be assault. You just yelling at someone can be assault. You playing a loud ass megaphone 2 inches away from someone's ear, that is considered assault in certain jurisdictions. Okay? So we need to be very clear on what assault is and what provoking a response from a person is, right? Because you, being a person with a gun, and you came up and started assaulting people with your words and racial epithets, guess what? You cannot use self-defense or stand your ground as a justified, bona fide defense.
So Adrian, the second that I say nigger to you, you have the legal justification and beat my ass, yell at me, and I can't defend myself.
Be right all the time.
No, you're like a TikTok lawyer. That's what you are. You're saying that if I say fuck you honky, or fuck you nigger, and then you attack me,
think that you gotta act the ground.
you attack me, you have legal justification to beat me to death, and I can't defend myself.
I'm really not that fucking
That's
person.
Okay.
Alright, so you need to chill the fuck out. Okay. What I wanted to say to you is stop citing the lockbox portion of your submission, because we have already established that that is not settled law in Tennessee.
Alan already looked it up.
No,
there is lockboxes in Tennessee.
I debunked that already. That is not settled law in Tennessee. So stop saying
you keep saying you said you can't bring a firearm onto the courthouse.
Bro,
I'm simply saying you cannot. I understand what you cited. I heard you, but what you're misunderstanding is that they have lockboxes prior to the fucking inspection area. Where prior to where the metal detector area, you're not allowed to bring it. You're not allowed to bring it past the secured area. But this is why they have lockboxes where you put your gun in there. Jesus Christ, you're not allowed to bring it past the security checkpoint.
You can't do it, period.
You're not listening. They have fucking security lockboxes. We already looked at it.
No,
Alan
it's
already
not.
showed how they have lockboxes similar to Texas. When you enter your firearm, you inform the security officer or the sheriff's deputy. You say, hey, I have a firearm. They say, okay, there's a lockbox. Go over and put it in the lockbox.
All right.
Place it in the lockbox. Take the fucking keys. Walk inside. Jesus Christ, you're talking about on the premise, past the security checkpoint. I agree.
Okay.
You're not allowed to have it in a courthouse, and or you're not allowed to have it in the courtroom and or adjacent, and you're not allowed to pass past the security checkpoints.
It's a state bill.
They literally fucking have lockboxes though. Jesus Christ. Why they have lockboxes?
Idiot, bro.
God, you're
SB 2352
fucking TikTok lawyers.
is not set law in Tennessee.
Shut up. Thank you very much. Beeman, did Free Range already go or no?
No, he did not.
Okay, Free Range, you're up, and then Edward. Go ahead, Free Range.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it quick. We made a lot of points that already, kind of satisfy the issue. But yes, if what Richie's saying, that is not a situation where he will be held accountable for, assault or whatever charge. It's self-defense, in other words. With Big Mark, if he's still here, yeah. Real quickly, I think we all agree that words shouldn't lead to violence. Most of the time, it's very rare. Yeah, I know a lot of us are very sensitive about our loved ones, particularly our children, so people can say things to provoke violence. It's rare, but those are extreme situations. I say to say that when we look at this situation here, most of the times we don't want people to be using racial slurs like that because, we know what can happen, and what happened has happened based on this guy having this history of it. And again, I'm not saying he's always doing this, but he does it enough to where you expect it from his content. The point of the matter is, if the story that's being portrayed based on the article is true, then like I said, it's a legitimate case of self-defense. I'm just saying this, and I'll end on this. If we are going to keep this principle in mind, then we have to start addressing the violence that comes to us from the left to the right, based on them just attacking us for our so-called violent rhetoric, which when they use that shit saying Trump, that he always goes around saying shit that leads to violence. Meanwhile, the violent actions of the left is not compared to the right. So I'm just saying that if you guys are going to try to justify this, then you have to be, or at least, play this game that shouldn't happen. You have to be consistent. That's all I'm saying.
Can someone tell me, who's the person that said that there's actual law on using a racial slur? Because I'd like to know what state you're telling me that that's considered an actual assault. I understand hate crimes pretty well, and I work with them every day. So if someone just uses a racial slur as a criminal offense, no, has to be coupled with a threat of harm.
White people who don't know how to act and they want to attack white people.
It's okay. What state
it's okay
do you think? I'm sorry.
They shoot each other in the
neck. Just remember, next time you get arrested, Abby can represent you.
Could someone tell me what state you're talking about? Because that would absolutely be an infringement on your free speech. You can say horrible things. Unfortunately, you can do that.
Yeah,
however, so could you tell who said that? Could someone tell me what state they were talking?
Act like a deranged white person, and then you want to get smacked for it. That's good.
I'll get you to Adrian. He's going.
Adrian said it. Yeah, it doesn't.
Everybody got to
You have to couple it with the.
That's right. Get smacked up. Watch your mouth.
Okay.
It'll escalate the crime to a hate crime. The speech
watch your white mouth. Brown black.
And I have a Bima. Are you alive? Well, I have a question.
Yeah, I'm.
We got a queue.
Oh, sorry.
You should be prosecuted too.
Everything's working how it's working. Why are y'all complaining?
But that's the last person.
He attacked the foolish white boy. The white boy is in jail. Or who cares?
We can add you. Yeah, Mr. Edwards next.
Yeah.
Mr. Edward.
He might not be.
Yeah, he might not be there. I wanted to also add this, and I'll just add this now because I think this is good to support what Big Mug is saying. So we were talking about fighting words specifically a little earlier, okay? So please, again, remember, I don't know everything, so if you have anything that you'd like to add to correct, this is what we're here for. One of the Supreme Court cases was Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire, okay? Now, this, basically, this guy said something to a marshal, a city marshal. This guy Chaplinsky said to the New Hampshire city marshal that he was a goddamn racketeer and a damn fascist. And the court upheld punishment because they were considered direct face-to-face insults to a specific person in a public setting. So that criteria, okay, that has to be met in order to be considered fighting words is it has to be said directly to a person face-to-face. It can't be a general comment. So it has to a direct comment face-to-face. It has to be personally abusive, not like I hate your political view. You're talking about a very specific personal insult, and it has to elicit, likely violence, right? It says specifically by their very utterance. The court described it by their the fighting words. By their very utterance, inflict injury or tend to incite an immediate breach of the peace. The court also accepted a narrower test, quote, direct tendency to cause acts of violence by the person to whom individually the remark is addressed.
Yes, they're not protected speech. That's what I was trying to say earlier. But it's a separate charge from the scenario you were talking about.
Cracking out, talking that shit, now I'm looking for legal loopholes.
Cut the builder, even though I don't agree with him. But look at the fucking niggers chimping it.
Cracking out. Look at it. These niggas go to the law. Hey, look, they go to the law after they try that nigga shit. Cracking out. Mething out.
So Rich just gave an example. Now the reason why that wouldn't be considered fighting words is one, we're not in a personal setting. It wasn't said face to face, and it wasn't said directly to somebody.
Y'all dissecting the cracking out.
But now, Rich, can you give us an example? Because you tend to be able to conjure him up. Well, can you give us an example? If said face to face, a personal insult that would elicit.
Oh, easily. Yeah. What I'm gonna do is concede my time to answer. Go ahead.
Well, you have to distinguish that case, Bima, because that was a disturbing of the peace case, and that was there was a demonstration. I mean, there's more facts in that case. So you kind of have to distinguish it from just a one-on-one conversation. That was a public gathering.
Then go and look for
legal this motherfucker down.
Yeah,
Move me down for less. I know he's black and you want dick from him.
Emotionally disturbed, cracking out.
All right, shut up.
Snow monkey sliding.
All right, hey, you stupid fucking ape.
Cracking out.
There you go, you fucking chimp. Sit in the fucking room.
So I don't know if that answers, but you have to distinguish the facts on that case. And fighting words are not protected, but it's a separate. The question was asked earlier.
Steve, quick question. How's Scott doing?
I haven't spoken to him in a couple of days.
Okay.
So the answer is I don't know. If I knew more, I would tell you I haven't spoken to him in about 3 to 5 days, so I don't know.
I assume that's Reverend Scott?
Yes.
From your
Scott,
show? Okay.
Yes, Reverend Scott Jones of my show, The Mod Squad. And I do have to go on a Zoom meeting. Less than 5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead and do your clip. I think David was there.
Oh, it's mine. No, he wanted to do something. He wanted me to react to it.
Yeah, well, anybody, it's open in the room, but you have a limited time here, so I'll let you crack at it first.
Okay.
Congressional testimony. This comes off of. Anyway, I'll get the clip in a second.
Fine.
Fix, decide on any interest rate decision in any of our discussions, nor would I ever agree to do so.
So independence takes courage. Let's check out your independence and your courage. We'll start easy. Mr. Warsh, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
We try to keep politics, if I'm confirmed, out of the federal.
I'm just asking a factual question. I need to know, I need to measure your independence and your courage.
Senator, I believe that this body certified that election many years ago.
That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking, did Donald Trump lose in 2020?
And I'm suggesting you in
I'm
2020, the
suggesting
Fed
you can't answer that.
your huge inflation problem, and you certified the election.
Powell's term as chairman ends this week, but with the DOJ's investigation into him in limbo, he said he will be.
Anyway, any idea what the context of that testimony was?
No, but I can answer the question. There's no doubt in my mind that Trump lost the election, which is why he lost the presidency to Biden. That's my humble opinion.
Right, that's awesome. I agree with you. It's pretty easy to answer that.
Yeah.
Who do you? What person that was about to be confirmed in front of the Senate? You know, when he's kind of Senate confirmed things. Do you think was struggling to answer that question?
Are they going through a potential new judicial appointments for the Supreme Court?
And worse, this is the next Federal Reserve chairman.
Oh, fuck.
They all literally go this way. Everything for the Department of Health has gone this way. Everything with the FDA, with the Senate, with the RFK, all of this has gone this
Can
way.
be fired without cause because they serve at the pleasure. The only thing is the Federal Reserve chairman is the independence to tell the president to fuck off.
And
Because
if I may, before I go
they
very
can only
quickly,
be fired for
I'm
cause.
sorry because I gotta go. I've been saying for years, or ever since he was nominated, elected, or confirmed, that RFK would have been amazing as head of the EPA because he has 20 years of experience filing lawsuits on behalf of the environment against the EPA. That's his field of expertise, not the field that he's in right now. As far as I'm concerned, he's a complete idiot in the field he's in. But if he would have been nominated and confirmed as head of the EPA, I'm all in. And with that, I have to go on a Zoom meeting. It's been a pleasure. Ash, once again, happy birthday or happy anniversary, whatever the hell it is. And take care. I'll see you all again.
Aw, yay. I love birthdays and presents and flowers and chocolates. I love them all. Thank you.
Are you testing the gifted chocolates before you consume them?
Huh?
Just making sure you're following protocols.
To test my chocolates that are already wrapped up and completely taken care
I
of.
mean, they might be edibles. That would be good in terms of the.
Oh, those would be bad. Yeah, no, I don't test that. No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I would hope that the Godiva chocolates that I get normally are not.
I was a
Sweet
definite
chocolates.
consumer of a lot of edibles before my wife got me to stop doing that in 2024.
Well, your wife got you off of Instagram, and your wife made you stop consuming edibles. What else has this Wonder Woman?
I wasn't. I was officially on it. The whole thing of it is getting me off Instagram. The only thing it was me needing to sign in and delete my account.
I'm totally teasing you, but also,
No, we've been together 33 years. Our daughter's grown now, and I'm very happy to.
What is your wife still getting you off to now?
Oh, I wasn't going to discuss that because she tends to be pretty private about those things, but it definitely still happens on the regular, so that's all good.
no need to discuss things you don't want to discuss.
And for the men in the room, there's a definite pipeline from piano to pussy. I'll just put it that way, as a pianist.
Wow. Okay. So that went in a direction I wasn't expecting. Thank you, Dave. Where's Roybus when we need him? I was just curious where Roybus is when I need. That's all.
Is that Roybus said?
It's just it would have been a Roybus comment. That's all.
Oh, you know what's funny is to tell an incel that, and then they're like, "What are you saying?" I'm like, you know what, stop pestering the girls and go start practicing your piano. It'll take you about 10, 15 years to get good, and then, you know.
Well, at least you're trying to help the others.
I don't know if it's helping them. At least it's maybe helping them not be pests to other people if they actually took me seriously and went and did that. But I don't know. I'm not their father. I have one daughter to worry about. So.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so now everybody heard the clip, and David wanted responses. We can go back to that.
Yeah, no, it's crazy the amount of influence Trump has had in areas that he's broken government. And this is one of the membranes, the blood-brain barrier that matters, is fed independents if they, everybody's afraid of like financial, what would be a financial problem? Well, a Fed that starts doing crazy shit. Because the president says lower interest rates when they should be going higher. You know, you get hyperinflation. So we could go Weimar. We could basically do Germany's 1930s and fucking break the whole world economy in this kind of single move.
See, okay, here's my only problem with that. And I'm not a Trump guy, not even remotely. But why do we say that we would break the whole? We're not special, man. We're just
sort of. I mean, so Dave, do you know of any other way that they denominate oil other than U.S. dollars?
I thought China was taking care of that now. I thought that the petrodollar was breaking.
Well, the quick answer is no. Longer answer is not at all. And do you remember the financial crisis, the global financial crisis?
I do.
Okay.
2008 you're referring to?
Yeah, 2008.
Yeah, that was terrible because all the young people should have been getting that money, not the big bank.
Sort of.
Bonus
Yeah,
out.
talk about from the moral side, but I was 5 years into being a stockbroker financial advisor when it started, and did it for 5 more years after. So very intimate with the mechanics here. But if the dollar breaks and people, what do they do after the Great Depression? They put in federal deposit insurance corporations so that people don't have bank runs, so that your money's guaranteed, that there's fractional reserve banking, all this other stuff. But the Fed, their independence is because they're not actually a government entity. They're not run by the government. The government is not directly setting these interest rates. It's essentially a bunch of banks that agree on the policy, and they have this weird, hard to understand thing, a dual mandate to keep inflation low and employment high, which are contradictory things generally, and it's a weird balancing act. But essentially, they're the one mechanism that says set interest rates as if the future matters. So Donald Trump, as a real estate developer, only knows, just like tariffs, it doesn't matter what all the economists say that it's a dumb thing to do and the tariff war's bad, blah, 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 blah. He still will do it because nobody tells him no. So the reason I played that clip is he won't even, his testimony won't say who won the 2020 election because he's trying to please Trump. He's there to be a yes man. So if Trump tells him to lower interest rates when you're not supposed to do it, the Federal Reserve is supposed to not be influenced by what the president wants or what one person wants. They're supposed to set it for, again, this kind of weird invisible hand long-term future.
No, I get that. I think when you said fuck up the world, I guess the conservatives would call me a bleeding heart. Says, well, we're not the world. We're not the fucking world. If we'll fuck ourselves up, but then wouldn't other people just sort of step in and like, okay, that empire just
price anything if the whole backstop breaks? Because don't you have to assume that something about money?
Yeah, but okay, so my opinion is probably wrong. I had thought that the petrodollar was breaking apart. I thought that other people were trading in oil without U.S. currency. Maybe I'm wrong about this.
You basically are, because international trade has this counterparty risk when you go across currencies. So basically, you have to have one more dominant currency that is essentially fixed, and everything else floats around it. And one of the things that China had for decades done is devalued their currency. It helped them grow their economy in a kind of weird way, but I don't want to get into all this stuff. Now they're putting finished goods onto the market, like BYD cars that are better than Teslas. So they have a lot of economic heft that I think a lot of Americans can't see or fathom. But all these products that are highly technical take many, many countries working together. And that's the part that Trump is so fucking stupid. He doesn't understand how anything works. He thinks tariffs are good policy to raise money. He thinks tax cuts are going to work perpetually for rich people. It's just a total misunderstanding of how complicated the ecosystem of our economy is. Just my views.
No, I support, especially ethically. I guess I knee-jerk reacted to the idea that America could break the world. Like, that seems like a very America-centric thing to say. Like, we're such a weird-ass fucking country. We're like, we're the greatest country. No other country says that so much. Like, I guess I've always thought, well, you know, we're not special. If we weren't there, somebody else would do it. Like, you know, I mean, I could be wrong about that.
Lots of countries say we're the greatest. Some of them don't, but a lot of them do.
It's funny to me how we can get blamed for fucking shit up so much, but then when we try to not fuck shit up, it's like, why do you think you're so good that you can fuck shit up?
So I have some old issues that I keep. Here's an old issue of Scientific American from September 2010, special issue. And I'm flipping to the how much is left in the environment section. Peak oil, they were forecasting 2014 would be peak oil at just under 80 million barrels a day. Well, we have 100 million barrels a day, and it's 10 years after that. So it's just, be careful what you base your statistics upon. Things change. The fracking revolution wasn't quite over when this thing was published.
What do you think of McPherson's claims about 2030 being the deadline for, like, if we don't fix our shit for the environment by 2030, then the planet's fucked or whatever? I used to see those videos like back in 2020 during the pandemic. McPherson videos.
I don't know the specific reference, but I mean, it depends how you want to measure it. But there are different tipping points along the way that are going to fall like dominoes. Because I mean, I'm here in Central Texas. You remember hearing about the floods that killed all those girls? They just finally stopped their application to reopen that school. They're not going to do it. That's pretty crazy, but yeah. To think that
they wanted to put the school back in the floodplain where it got swept in the first place.
The air, anyway, yes, it only recently, Marshall's here, he could probably explain it. They had to get state approval to reopen it, and they finally, on like the second attempt, were convinced to pull the application. They were still in the process of trying to do it.
check that Texas on this NOAA map, but this is a NOAA map which lets you see where sea level rise will take place between 0 and 10 feet. Definitely bad news for lots of people.
What are you looking at?
The GIS map from NOAA, which shows there's a little slider on the left-hand side where you can plot what an
No, but what do you mean bad news for a lot of people? Give me the cut and dry 5th grader version.
Also,
Sea level rise will fuck a lot of people.
If the sea level rises 10 feet from where it is currently, imagine where you are.
Right.
I don't know if you're by the coast, but basically anything
get
that's
that.
coastal.
I thought you said Texas was in real big trouble or something. I wasn't sure what you were.
No, I haven't looked at Texas.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Texas, and I was like, oh, really? What is that like? Okay. Got it. Yeah, no, I mean, we already know climate change is a thing, and people refuse to acknowledge that. I got a lot of work done earlier in the day, and now I just can't keep myself up to do anymore.
Rest is not a reward, it's a requirement.
You're funny. I have to worry about clinicals coming up. Tired. My bed is very comfortable.
My tired brain is going to have a harder time retaining information.
I don't know. Have you ever tried CoQ10?
Well, you're the second person to mention that today. I actually know the man who brought it to the U.S. He just died recently, and I was at his memorial. Yeah, the family's sort of family friends. So it's really weird when people are like, do you know of CoQ10? Yeah, like I know the people who helped bring it to market. Yeah.
Well, then I guess that's a sign, huh?
A little bit. You're the second person today because we were discussing, my girlfriend and I went to go get pedicures today, and we were having these conversations about specific medical afflictions, and she was like, are you taking CoQ10? And I was like, you know how much of that stuff I have at my, house?
Since you brought up a molecule, I have to jump in. So, my understanding is that ubiquinol, as opposed to ubiquinone, is the preferred modality as it has higher bioavailability.
That sounds about right. I don't know all the pharmacological, mechanisms of action for CoQ10 at this point, but I just know that as a kid, it was brought home to my house all the time as it was being discovered. So
Yeah, there's a lot of
marketed.
There's a lot of pharmaceuticals that deplete CoQ10 in various ways and affect mitochondrial function. So it is a really, really useful supplement.
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
What are the signs you need it or you have been hit from it?
I mean, in general, I think everyone can benefit from CoQ10. Do I know the contraindications? Not at the moment. I mean, it's helpful, but everything in moderation, right? Obviously, I'm not really sure of the contraindications for it off the top of my head at all. Actually, if I'm honest, I haven't learned the contraindications for it, so not yet. Can do. It's hard right now with the emphasis that social media and wellness grifters have on peptides without knowing what they're doing, without, having the purity of peptides going on right now anyways. There's a lot going on. Sorry. I just wanted to go smell my roses. That is all.
I always encourage people to stop and smell the flowers.
Yeah, I've got my orchids and my roses.
Close your eyes when you smell the flowers.
I actually do. I actually do. They smell so good. They look so cute. They're like this bright pink color. I am so in love with them. They have made my day every morning.
Did somebody get you roses for your club anniversary?
I wish someone got me roses for my club anniversary. Shout out to everyone if you want to get me roses for my club anniversary.
Man, she didn't even know it was her club anniversary. That stupid balloon showed up.
Yeah, I wished you happy club anniversary last night after, I guess.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I thought yesterday was it, but I realized now that it was probably after midnight your time.
That's so sweet, Otter. I appreciate it.
Yeah, raise your hand if you drank your club anniversary.
Dennis, you are just jealous that you are not getting love on your club anniversary.
It's not my club anniversary.
I'm very lovable.
Dennis, you have a gold medal. Come on, be happy with that.
Yeah, I don't. That doesn't make me happy.
Yeah, he wants a real gold medal. Lots of gold.
Those medals are, well, you know, their value goes up and down, but they have a constant weight to them. So yeah, I wouldn't mind them.
Well, they're not even real gold anymore. I was looking at something from the medals from like the, like 1910 or something, 1920s, and they were actually.
It's not real gold anymore. That's not surprising.
Yeah, it's plated. So I think you actually had. I don't know if it was actually solid gold, but you actually had like a worth a lot gold in like the 20s, and this last Olympics, it was just gold plated. Which I mean is still cool. Like it still looks awesome, but it's gold plated.
I got a gold medal coming in the mail tomorrow. Ha ha. Ha ha. It's not real gold. Pretty sure. Gold medal. Mailing it. It's a safe way to mail gold medal. Just ship it. Amazon sending it.
Oh, you mean like
You purchased something on Amazon? This is a shocker.
That's not what I said. I said Amazon sending it.
So, but you mean like a gold bullion or something, right? Not like a gold medal, like a sports medal.
No, it's actually a gold medal from Amazon.
What for? I'll bite. What for?
He got it from Amazon.
I completed a course with Machine Learning University, which is Amazon owns. So they send you out a gold medal and a little certificate. You know, doing the paraphernalia promotion thing.
I'm getting the gold. Stop.
Find out how much gold is in that medal and see if.
Pretty sure 0 is the right number. Pretty much like this title. But the odds are it's less than 0. There's so little gold that there's less than 0 gold.
You owe them gold for sending you the medal.
No, it's antimatter. That would be very precious, but it's antimatter gold.
No, seriously, the worldwide cosmetic supply of Botox fits into a 16.9 liter or ounce bottle of Coke or whatever bottle. Less than half before it gets, diluted down and supplied to the whole world. So if you think of how much revenue that generates,
What?
way more valuable.
That doesn't make sense.
Not way more valuable than antimatter, but
Definitely not way more valuable.
I don't know if you've got a buyer for that much of a market.
antimatter is
Highly valuable.
almost
I'm just saying,
infinity.
all that Botox gets sold on an annual basis. Who's doing what with that antimatter right now? You don't have a customer.
Well, yeah.
Experimental. Well, no, labs.
Right. But I just meant anyway.
But it
It doesn't
not
last
pretty
long
much
enough.
infinity.
You can't follow that. Right?
Exactly. It's got infinity value.
I've got an NCAA championship ring coming my way. Yay.
Do a Google search and see theoretically if you had antimatter,
at like an ounce, what it would be worth. And I'm gonna guess it would be hundreds of trillions of dollars.
There are valuations on antimatter, and the quantities on Earth. It is the most expensive substance on the planet.
Right.
It's not really on the planet.
Transporting
That's
is
kind of
problem.
a trick question.
You have to store it on site.
Yeah, what's more expensive than nothing?
What's more expensive than the opposite of stuff? So there was.
Can you get that on credit? What was the credit?
There was a recent, I saw a headline about an experiment with antimatter, and they thought it might have anti-gravitational properties, and that was not true.
We're gonna buy this gold bullion.
We're gonna buy all the gold. It's gonna be, I'm gonna put it on my toilet and take a giant shit all over my gold throne and ballroom.
So this is the thing that I think people underestimate, right? With the whole, what's the damn security thing I had posted earlier, this fake government thing with the country's got to pay $1 billion each. I always forget the name. I mean, the amount of scammery, right? That has put his the peace club.
Yes, such a scam.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
because he couldn't get a Nobel Prize, so he made the Board of Peace. Yeah.
But he gets this like when you start reading the details of it, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Like I heard it like 3 weeks ago driving in my car, I think, and I was like, "Yeah, this is fake news. This isn't real." And I was like, "Wait a minute, this is real? Like, how can this? Like, of all we always do that. We go, how could this be true with Trump stuff? But like, how can this be true? Right? It's like, but then you stop and you think and you go, what world body would stop him from doing just about the most illegal thing that you could do as a president, right? Which is pull in money from other countries and put it into your personal coffer, which it essentially is, right? You created it. You're going to have a board just so that you can kind of get around saying that it's just you, but it's pretty much your thing. You're pulling in bribery money off the books, but creating an entity to say, well, it kind of is on the books. This is the same dude. Right, this is the same dude who wants to have an external revenue service. It's just crazy, bro. But the amounts of money that he's brought in during this presidency, he's essentially now one of the richest people in the country legitimately now. One of them, I mean, so you can argue, before we kind of laugh and go, yeah, he's not the most powerful person in the country. He's easily the most powerful person in the country, even with his unbelievably low popularity. So it's like, there's no way you were going to remove him from the presidency. He has to die, or he has to be arrested. He will not leave it. Why would no arrest possibly stop him? People go, oh yeah, that's not going to happen. Who's coming? What Batman is going to remove him from office?
Or he has enough cognitive decline that
yes.
his party gets together.
No, his party doesn't have any power. Only the cabinet. Only the cabinet has the power. It would have to be.
Decline that someone is going to eventually.
Prove it.
How much worse
is it? They didn't even do it under when we didn't have a loyalist as Biden as president. When people talked about cognitive decline, you're telling me that the people that are loyalty tested. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. I played the clip from Elizabeth Warren talking to the next Fed chair.
Yep.
Yeah.
But he won't even say who won the 2020 election.
Well, I mean, but he does get to a point that's ridiculously bad where he can't, even utter a sentence. I mean, that would
be like Mitch McConnell bad?
Yes. If he gets the Mitch McConnell bad rap.
Well, no, actually, it would be different because he has the vascular dementia. So
it'll just be a press secretary. We won't see it. If he goes to Mitch McConnell, he won't appear anymore. It'll just be tweets.
All he's gonna do is pick out the squirrel, and he's fixing another 2 years.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean he's got some time left, but I mean the only concern with his cabinet is that he gets crazy enough that he might actually push the nuclear button.
He's that crazy. He's been that crazy for a while.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like he develops more. Like that might actually be something that he would do.
there's nobody you can name who is like I get so triggered on the these people would be they're all for replacement. They're fucking light years better. Light years.
Who?
Give me the worst person in the country to be president. They're way better. Better. In a second. I would take him in a second. In a second.
Who?
You know that Trump is Harvey Weinstein. What the fuck are you talking about? He's Harvey Weinstein and he's a fucking ridiculous dumb skull. Do you think Harvey Weinstein is as corrupt as him just because he's a racist? Trump's a racist and he's corrupt on top of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel like
Trump's the full Monty. He's a full Monty. He's a full-blown narcissist who has no moral compass whatsoever in every area, and he's as stupid as it gets. He's a loose cannon. There's nothing like him.
Yeah, well, who's head of the KKK? That guy might suck more.
He doesn't have the resources.
Yeah, he's not going to be a billionaire. He's not going to be like worth $6 billion. I mean, Sheldon Adelson, like that kind of like, but you're not going to be stupid. You know, like he's the trifecta. He's the quadfecta.
Stephen Miller.
He's the full Monty.
Stephen
No,
Miller.
no, you
I'm
can't
just
do
saying,
it.
he would be.
He's way too smart. He's way too smart. He's the Klan, but he's way too smart.
He's evilly smart. He's smart in the way that people don't pick up on his evilness.
Yep. Give me him tomorrow. Sign me up. If I had to replace him with Stephen Miller, it's instantaneous.
Really?
And by the way, Stephen Miller right now that he's married and has kids, you know, he's not quite as clansy as he used to be. I think he has kids. I think he has doing the family life thing.
He has a wife.
He's got the baby on the way. Remember when?
Yeah, there you go. It's good enough.
He had to get his wife off the. He was the one that reacted properly during the press event.
Trump is like now he has deep roots.
Didn't he grab his wife's boob? Or who was that?
He helped her off the stage, whereas RFK Jr. took his escort and his wife.
His wife had to run after him. RFK Jr.
Whoever you get, the thing is that people
Freaking
forget,
adulterer.
whoever you get tomorrow does not have the roots of Donald Trump. Donald Trump's roots run deep now.
Yeah,
They're deep entrenched. He has more power.
Nobody has been talking to Putin for the last
That's right.
years as much.
He's all over the world, all over the country. He's got his tentacles into everything. So it's like there's no comparison. All these like little wimpy, whoever you pick, it just doesn't compare. Unless you brought in like Putin to be president, maybe I'd still vote for Trump then. But I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. But in the country, people who could be, well, Trump could change it. Trump could probably make it so Putin could be president. That's how bad it is. People are like, no, that's crazy. No, there's nothing. We have nothing. People are like, oh, we got a court system. Do we?
I think Trump should leave office and become president of Iran. Then you'll have like death threats daily, but you know, they can have him.
So, bro, does the bunker get built?
The bunker that's supposed to be under the now $400 million ballroom.
It's a $300 million bunker and a $100 million ballroom.
I keep reading about this as it's possibly that. And do we have confirmation that it's that? I mean, all the articles speak very confidently, but do we really have evidence of that?
Evidence of what?
That that's the plan? That the plan is to blow up the full bunker other than just we think that's a thing? It's like there's like 5 or 6 articles that speak to this, but none of them say, we know for sure that it is a bunker.
We probably won't ever know, but it still is absolutely disgusting that he went and tore down the East Wing before even kind of getting any sort of permission to do any changes to the White House. He just was like, saying, it doesn't matter. It's only been around since 1800.
Refuse to play into this productivity game, but then is looking at utility just another way of saying productivity, or is it, like you said, like, but I'm doing things that aren't useful and my life isn't there. My gut instinct is to say, like, but maybe if whatever you're doing right now isn't useful to anything, including yourself, then maybe it's good to recognize and make change. Like, how do we know when to make change? What if something about how we're living isn't good? Even for ourselves. Like, I'm going through a lot of recovery right now, and there's some days where, I'm not feeling good. I got a migraine. I'm trying to just deal with, like, physical therapy and get through the day. And a lot of times I would probably feel better if I just went on a walk or drove over to the park or something like that. And on the whole, like, when I think about it, when I do that stuff, I usually feel better, and it's worth it. I'm not making a bunch of money walking in a nice park or going on a hike or something, but it makes my body healthier. It probably improves my heart health and physical health. It, reduces stress, does all these things. And then, like, if I sit at home, let's say I go on Club, like, I've joined a lot of you for on Clubhouse on walks and stuff, right? If I sit around my house and do Clubhouse, or I go on a walk in nature in Clubhouse, either one is a choice I'm making. And maybe one choice is a lot more useful for me. And maybe instead of just, like, this is my personal opinion, so looking at a capitalist productivity thing, like, do I want to take care of myself? Do I want to be useful for myself? Anyway, Christine, go ahead.
No, I was just, I was laughing because it's back to the whole argument of how efficiency gets in the way, right? If you're deciding when is a better use of your time. I'm not saying that you should make decisions or you shouldn't qualify them in some way. More like there's because it's still a good bad paradigm, it still has the same issues. Whether you zoom out to the universe level or you zoom in, right? Granularity or the broad view, there's still usefulness still fits that paradigm for me. I'm saying that, but I think maybe
I like this. I think you're pointing out something with some meat on it. Like, I'm going through this in my head and kind of thinking, like, what the implications of that would be, or like what the thought on that would be. For sure, because there's something about just coming up with like a linguistic term of I'm not saying productivity or something. Instead, I'm doing something way superior. I'm saying utility. But what is utility but a proxy for productivity or goodness or badness or something like that? I mean, is it a good idea to be allergic to that or even to embrace it? You're definitely getting on something where I'm thinking about that a little bit. So feel free if you want to expand on that a little bit, or I'm not sure if you feel like you've said all.
I'll add this to release any tension, if there's any, for anyone. And it's that I think even in asking these questions and exploring this, the way I think about this for myself is it's like I was raised and conditioned within intersections of systems that caused me to view the world in a particular way. And while I'm trying to deconstruct and reconstruct something different and new for myself, I will essentially always exist. Kind of the visual to me is, it's Marvel. Vision is half in the side, the bubble of the town, and half out, or the Matrix, right? 1 foot in the Matrix, 1 foot out. There's no fully escaping this. There's an awareness that it exists. There's the contradictions that exist, and then how do we resolve them? Can they be resolved when, for example, I want to lean into the flowing grasses in the field when the wind blows and I'm a vibrating atom along with everyone else? And
actively engaged in activities with you, just tell me what's up. Like, don't conceal things from me. If I'm actively
engaged, the power dynamics of cultures that I have to sometimes pull out the power games in response because people don't necessarily understand this language or this way I'm looking at the world, let alone it's not shared
There's
language,
methodologists who are boring. You know, if you're going to comment context and detail, and I just wrote back equity and economy. Virtues. One knows to be just the virtues. One knows to be rational.
It's like my hero in Die Hard. Yeah, wow. Kind of snaps the codes will get together. I feel that. I love it. Right? But it's
I don't want to exist in that paradigm. I don't want to play those games. That's not the world I live in. And it's still a part of the
Incorporated. And I have to call you MOS.
The systems don't, you cannot be the same body before the germs, after the germs, right? You're always changed by. And so this there will always be the residual concepts and ideas in which I was raised in order to perceive the world. So I guess what I'm trying to offer is that I don't think we have to strive for a perfect destination. It's more that whatever it is that we're rearranging around or thinking about or challenging, it's not about getting it perfect or good or right. It's more that there's movement, and that movement is in a direction that is somehow, I'm calling it for myself, signal integrity. I don't even, sorry?
You know what this makes me think a bunch of, Christine, is like the being versus becoming. I was a huge advocate, and in philosophy I was like shown this like 3 or 4 times. It was really illustrated for me, and I do try and live it in my life. It's like, I think a lot of times we focus on what we are as like a fixed being, and we want to establish where we are and push it and prove where we're at. And there's so much value in focusing instead on our process of becoming. It's much more, not just forward looking, but it's like acknowledging the process nature of what we are as living creatures, and opens ourselves up to a different way of contextualizing that I found, to use that word, very, very useful in my life. So I think like it sounds to me like you're hinting at that similar thought of focus not just what we are as a fixed being, but focus on what we could be becoming, because we are going to be in that process inevitably. Like you're using the example of we're not the same after the infection. There's something different about us, and I resonate off that. And by the way,
I think she's integrating some awesome points. You guys are really bringing up.
You chime in.
Sorry, I do want to be involved, but I don't want to. All I want to do is couple what you guys are saying, and now I feel sort of integrated. How's that?
Sounds good. Feel free to chime in. And for what it's worth, I had to take a screenshot because this is the most old school room I've been in. Christina, you, myself, Z, Sam, James E, Flora, Dr. James, Rose. I'm not sure if we're old friends or new friends, but Jomar, Io, Mosh, Luann. There was 2 cats and Rachel's from back in the day. I'm not sure which you 2 are. But it's just like a super old school room. So it's just kind of fun to see all these like old school people come back together again for a second. That was cool. Anyway, back to you, Christine, if you want to share any thoughts on that.
You know what we should have, and Clubhouse doesn't integrate this, is like flowers or hearts for everyone, just as a regular practice of gratitude, because like I think that even if we don't necessarily realize it directly, that even this avatar can make us think of something and then integrate it into conversation, let alone if they write something in a text or there's an emoji or whatever. Anyway, but back to your point about I kind of don't even like to think of it for myself as a direction of becoming. It's more like, because that puts it in the future, and I'm thinking that like from a scientific perspective, the atomic clock, top of the head, tip of the toes, we exist in the past, present, and future at the same time. And so it's not a matter of becoming, it is I am, right? And that
like he does whippets and does drugs on camera.
He's out there right now with the AK-47 and what's his face is out right now. It's crazy, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't racially abuse people though.
So Matt, do you both really identify with this type of person, even though he's a white guy?
No.
No, none of us said me too.
Oh, sorry.
No, Pepe, it was a question, Pepe. It was just a question. Pepe, you said earlier that it makes white people look bad. That's all. I'm just trying to find out that when someone who's ethnically black does something, I never stop and think, oh, they make black people. No, they make themselves look bad.
Oh, I can give a reason for that. It's because he's talking down to a whole nother race. It's coming from a white person. He's basically saying that, like, hey, look, you guys are a bunch of chimps that chimp out, and you have no impulse control, and here I am fucking with you, and you guys are reacting like a bunch of monkeys, and you guys are too scared to do anything about it. That's his whole game, and it's just like, okay, we don't really need a white guy doing this. You're showing that white people are bullies, and they all hate black people. I mean, obviously people aren't going to believe, but it's not a good look.
No, I hear you, but I want you to know that the two people that you're talking about right now, I've never heard of them until today. I've never seen one of their videos. So
they're popular with the youngsters.
I understand, but I'm saying to you that there's a lot of people that's not hearing this stuff, don't know about the content, not tracking. So for me, I've heard enough of it just from you guys, and it's quite interesting that this is what we're feeding our young. That's why I asked Free the question. It's just really sad.
It is sad. I mean, there's no question about it that this is pathetic. I mean, and the only reason why I bring up race, Ed, is because that's what's being associated online. Obviously, they're saying, oh, another white person is doing this, so I have to reference it when I talk about it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I just feel like, yeah, it's just another bad human being in general. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean,
because at the end of the day,
yeah,
that's what we got to focus more on. Is that the behavior? I think even Pepe said earlier, it's a low person, low individual. To me, this is something that I think is really sad because a lot of these young people are out here doing this, and it's pretty sad. They're using the challenges that we have as adults to really push the envelope in there. Then there's companies. Then there's companies paying for this. They're supporting it. It's just crazy.
They're monetizing. And I don't know if Ed, you heard me bring up about. I know this got a lot of people's hair up on their arms about, demonetizing stuff like this. I mean, I thought maybe this was something that's already being done. This is insane, but maybe he's in crypto. I think he's crypto streaming, so there's not much you could probably do. But what do you think about that, Ed? If the money dries up, all the fun stops, don't you think, or no? Because he's making money off this over. You know that, right? You don't know.
Yeah. It's monetized. No, I know. There's a lot of stuff that people monetize on TikTok and stuff that, for me, it's not my content, and I don't even know why companies think that this is what they want to promote. But I do believe, like you said, if you want to defund something, you have to stop, giving young people this information. And the only way you can do that is by parents or adults looking at this and saying, how do we stop our young people from watching this stuff? Like I have a 10-year-old granddaughter, right? We have to put parental code on all of her devices, her iPad, her phone, everything. Why? Because they're still trying to slip stuff in, and it's pretty sad. But we don't want her being exposed to this kind of stuff. And that is unfortunate, but that's what you got to do in 2026. You got to do a lot of monitoring. I do that as an adult. There's places on these apps I will never go in. It's not going to happen.
I agree. Pepe, whatever happened to Baked Alaska? That's another name I was trying to.
Oh, I think he had to do some time. He lived here in Scottsdale. He for his part in January 6th, I think he actually went to the Capitol.
He did, yeah.
And I feel like he kind of dropped off. I don't know.
It's weird, right? He just just kind of disappeared. He was so big back then, and then after January 6th, I bet you he was just told, you got to stop. I mean, because you have a record already. It's like all it takes is one more little thing, and then you're.
I feel like so like you have like Enrique Tarrio and what is it? Michael Biggs, some of the like the leaders of what the fuck do you call it? Proud Boys, and like I follow their accounts, and I'll see. So Biggs is turned into like. I don't know, I haven't really seen his shit for like maybe a year or so, but it was that, of course he was pardoned. He was given like a 10 or 15 year prison sentence for his role in it, but he's like wearing like, he's still, I can tell they're still trying to do like edgy shit, and be provocative, but they just like fell off, like nobody cares anymore. Like they were only relevant because they were going out and like Antifa they were a pain in the ass, and they were like the one group that was going out there and confronting Antifa and beating them up.
Right.
And so they were known for that, but we don't have Antifa doing this shit anymore.
Sure.
Well, Jake Long got a concussion or assaulted during his protest.
Another example of a fucking worthless clout chasing idiot.
He is a piece of shit, and then again, they get to do what they do, and then they get to suffer the consequences. You know how it goes. Now, Nick Shirley. So Nick Shirley, he's not. This is what I was going to mention. Is Beavis Slayer, Ashley Slayer. So provocateurs. We need to really define.
I don't think Tyler Oliveira, Nick Shirley, are what you consider trolls. Like even if
they are
what happened in Minneapolis.
They're not provocateurs.
They aren't, right? No, they're not. They're trolls.
I don't think.
No, they're not. No, they're not trolls or provocateurs. I think they're legitimate journalists. They actually go out and just talk to people. They don't try to start shit or ask provocative questions. They just.
There's people on this app would say, if you're over there on that other side, you're agitating and you're provocating.
No, they just don't like it. This is bullshit. Like the Somali community, it was up in arms when Tyler Oliveira, whatever, he was doing his shit in fucking Minneapolis. They were calling, the Somalis were calling him racist, and it was really funny.
I'm Al Soros. As a son of the Holocaust survivor and a Jew, I'm acutely aware of the dangers of anti-Semitism.
He's so great. And then he ends up doing one on, a couple of these townships in, New Jersey, New York, that
I'm also proudly married to a Muslim American. Discrimination and
they were clearly documenting things they were doing that was like really, I don't know, I'd say wrong. They were taking over the towns and mistreating and defunding the programs in the schools for the non-Jewish kids. And of course, a lot of them are on and it's no surprise, and a lot of them are using public benefits because they study, Torah and instead of working really, and they have a bunch of fucking kids. And then the Jewish community was just like pissed, and he ended up getting his Patreon account banned, all kinds of shit. And they're saying, oh, he's an anti-Semite. A lot of this I think is just political, tribalism. It just kind of shows like the double standards people have. Like, for example, any of the Jews that called him an anti-Semite, you guys are literally hypocritical. You guys have a small group of your people that obviously are not going to be pleasant to move into your neighborhood when they take it over, and that clearly, abuse the welfare system. I mean, I don't. That's anti-Semitic for telling the truth. I mean, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, to Pepe's point, so what people are doing, like Nick Shirley, and I've been watching Nick Shirley provide to the Somali part, of course, everything just boosted once that happened, but, there's a lot of those people, like I said, James, we said Oliver, is it James Oliver, or something like that, you name, I forgot his name, but I'll follow him too.
Jake Long.
Yeah, Jake Long, Adam, Francisco,
well, I don't think you have to be real careful comparing Jake Long to Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley is someone I want to have protection.
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I'm trying to really sort this out right now.
Jake Lang,
we can't mix them both up.
No, they don't try to
want to be protesting against the policies of the state of Israel go to synagogue.
They will do like the reporting and uncover things, and of course everybody celebrates it when they're uncovering somebody that is not. I won't even get into it. I've already said what I was going to say. But then you have people like, what is that, Jake Lang? He's just a total fucking grifter. I mean, what was he doing? He went to protest the Muslim communities in Texas by carrying a tray with a chopped off pig's head with the Quran in its mouth.
The Dearborn, Michigan, did the same thing.
Yeah, and it's just like Dearborn, Michigan. We have a shit ton of Arabs. Like, that's real fucking smart. He does, like, the amount of that is like, you're literally provoking people when you do that kind of shit. You know, I'm not saying that it's illegal or anything, but
and was screaming at the city council members of Dearborn, just like they're Arab, obviously, right? It's majority Arab in Dearborn, and he's telling them, "Oh, you guys all need to be fucking deported and get the fuck out of my country. It's the American crusade." Like, it was crazy.
Well,
like
he's a fucking Jew that converted to Christianity like within the last year or two. It's so fucking cringe. Like, listening to this Christian nationalist LARPer bullshit.
Yeah, he's the guy in New York that went to Madani's thing, you know, with the pig outside his place. In fact, that event is the one where the bomb went off. Remember the guy threw the bomb, whatever thing that was his event. I'm pretty sure that was it. I'll double check it, but yeah, he's a complete idiot. Go ahead.
He also beat people on January 6th with a baseball bat, and he was convicted for this, but he got pardoned for 5.
I wonder if he's a Fed at this point. I mean,
I don't think so. He was posting shit from, they can get cell phones smuggled in from prison, but he like converted to Christianity. He tried to like brand himself, even at that Carmelo Anthony.
We can hear. Yeah, they did a protest in the stadium. That was ugly. That was super ugly.
So he's like live streaming from this bus where he's going to Texas, and he's like, yeah, us white people, we do all this. It's like, dude, when were you ever a white nationalist? Like, what is this? And of course, like, barely anybody showed up. He was just really, he's just a real guy.
So cringe. And we're not saying.
I don't believe he's a real Christian. I'm sorry, Matt. I don't mean to keep interrupting you. I just really don't like Jake Lang. I feel like he's one of those people that are like using Christianity just to get his point across, even though he's not a real Christian. Like, it's like he's like making a mockery of the religion. I don't know. That's just how I.
That is most of it. To be fair, even though he's like a Jew, I guess I kind of slipped that in because it's far more bizarre for somebody to become a Jew. To become a Christian
in a 4-year term Republican.
While you're a Jew, and then go straight to this Christian nationalist. I don't think I've ever heard of anybody doing that, but I would say like probably 90% people that you see online that they say, oh, I'm super based, I'm Eastern Orthodox, or I'm a traditional Catholic, and these people are just wearing it as a fucking uniform. Like, these are not serious Christian people, and like anybody who knows, religious people that have been religious most of their adult life, you know that they're not a bunch of like edgelord racists that hate women and all of the shit that these guys will say. They're just fucking imposters.
But again,
Pepe, I got a quick question for you, Pepe. Do you believe that humanity started in Africa?
That's starting to be, just from the expert's mouth, that theory is starting to look like it's unlikely.
So where did it start at?
Africa theory? I thought that was largely accepted.
It was largely accepted, but you can look this up. David Wright, he's the leading geneticist on human populations at Harvard. He's been speaking to the media quite a bit recently. He's had something published that was a little it wouldn't have been published a few years ago, but as they're uncovering new evidence, especially in our DNA. Basically, there could have been, like we already know there are prehistoric modern humans that were living.
I mean, what's your study
in
report?
Asia and all over. So it's like it's kind of hard to say where exactly they were coming from, because you're finding shit that's a lot older in different locations, and so it's not really that's why.
But yes or no though, can we not agree that humanity started in Africa?
I can't say that, no.
Okay, so you disagree. So I'm a part of the agreement that humanity
Are you a scientist though? I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying.
I'm in agreement that humanity started in Africa, and I do read my Bible, that I do believe that there was actually 12 tribes of Judah.
That's not. But they're anti-evolution. They're anti-evolution, and that goes completely against the science, so that doesn't work.
There were 12 different tribes, so
that's fine. That's not scientific.
Who are the real Jews?
Oh my God!
Weren't we talking about a racist provocateur claim self-defense? Do we have to go into that?
I don't know. He wanted to come up here and derail. This is silly.
Pierre, can you speak to the topic? Otherwise, we can just move on. Leave quietly. Thank you.
I'd like to.
So I will answer to this mayonnaise question.
I didn't make it racist. I didn't make it racial. I don't know who you are, Pierre.
I'm trying to answer the question.
Monica, he's allowed to be racist.
It's way too much mayonnaise on this question. So can a racist provocateur claim self-defense if a person decides to attack him? All right, so this statement is sexist because why didn't we involve the women? But that's neither here nor there. Okay, cool. So this is a misogynistic post that we're saying. So a racist provocateur. So
you can tell they love to hear the sound of their own voice.
Monica,
don't overmoderate me, Pepe. Don't touch me.
No, Monica, it's misogynistic. No, it's misogynistic. It's misogynistic.
Shut your fucking mouth. I'm trying to clear.
I gotta shut my nigger mouth now. I gotta shut my nigger mouth.
Yes, exactly. Please do that.
Now, just say the word. I mean, you already got free reign.
Do I have to really move you down?
No, don't do that. We have good dialogue.
Okay, he's allowed to be racist. That's fine. People say racist shit. You don't need to be.
Yeah, I would love to be. They say that us as black people, we can't be racist, but I would love to be racist.
Okay, just answer to the topic, dude. This is irrelevant.
I do not think that, if you provoke someone in a racist whatever, you definitely can't claim self-defense because you baited them into that.
Really, after all that was your stimulating statement? I mean, shit. You could have made fun of the Oreos without the fucking fudge sides, the fucking space monkeys, the
you were riding my dick with no license. After all of that,
dude, no one rides a dick. You're a little fucking kid, man. We know you got the vagina because you're bleeding out again. You really want me to play that game with you? Because I can back you up, fucking. Because they may not say the shit, but whining nasally voice woke me up from my fucking nap. Fucking stop bleeding on stages. You fucking little bitch-ass fucking sounding voice talking through your nose, trying to pretend you're a winner of the Victim Olympics, the Oppression Olympics. So, we can do. You ain't gonna bring shit, dude. You haven't brought shit since you shitted in your mama's womb. You haven't brought shit since you smacked the last slap-a-hoe that you fucking tried to manhandle after she got done with your ass and fucking smacked you out of her fucking place. Dude, the only time you act tough is during cuffing season when you need a fucking check and you need it out of the IRS. So shut the fuck up. Go on, Pepe.
Yeah, it was way too much mayonnaise on that retort.
Really? Mayonnaise? Alright, do you want me to say there's too much pile of shit sitting there? There's too much of a dung beetle sitting there fucking crawling? Do you really want me to kind of keep going on that one? Because he may not say it. I'll do it. Jesus Christ. You guys were having a somewhat decent one. It was a nice nap.
Yeah,
I was just listening to you.
I have a high tolerance, but this was so derailing.
guys buying Walmart weaves and then thinking they're fucking tough. Go ahead.
So that is like white boy spasm. Are you done, or you still got some more left in the tank?
We're not done, but I'm moving on.
Psychological disease. Life has to be fun. Life has to be energizing. It's fun. In such a small life, being serious.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like, for example, like
when I can knock him out, I can knock the chocolate out of his place, right?
I'm responding to Matt. I mean, don't be a rude white. Like, don't be.
Oh, I'm gonna be that true white. You said that. I'm gonna be that oppressing white. I'm gonna be that colonial white. I want to bring back the Viking whites. How's that one? I want to sit there and make sure that you're working. I want you off of welfare, EBT. I want black women safe from you, so they don't have to worry about taking an abortion pill. I mean, shit. If I was a black woman in your community and you were in the dating pool, I would have fucking the morning after pills like Tic Tacs on the nightstand, because ain't no way a woman wants to have a kid with you. Shit, worry about getting the milk. Shit, this motherfucker would still staying around. You'd have to raise 2 kids. You'd have to provide for 2. You'd say you'd have to get diapers for 2. This guy's watching.
Hold on. Okay, Pierre, if
No, just like if I'm actively engaged in activities with you, just hit us up. Like, don't conceal things from me, because that's what. If I'm actively thrive,
like you're doing right now, kind of, it starts saying mayonnaise, cracker, blah blah blah. Are we allowed to punch you out? And maybe even go further. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is what I was gonna say before I was rudely interrupted by the trailer trash. So like me and Pepe, right? Like I dialogue with Pepe often, like weekly, right? So if I go in here and I call him like a cracker ass cracker and some mayonnaise eating motherfucker, right? I cannot be a victim and be all sad when he be like, man, shut up, nigger.
Okay.
The fuck, like you can't. Like you can't because you started it. So and he's trying to finish it. So either you're gonna like go back and forth or it is what it is. But like no, you cannot talk shit about somebody and then expect to like be pampered when they talk shit back. Life doesn't work like that.
Okay. Are we making progress?
You've probably seen this genius on your friend.
That's what you wanted to happen?
She's
That's the
sitting
answer
and
you
she's
were looking
proof that
for?
you don't need to be an
Oh my God, the Martin
university
Luther King speech of the fucking year, man. Holy cow.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, now can I have him? Can I have the chocolate snow bunny there? Can I take the chocolate snow bunny for a ride now, Matt? Am I permissible? Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna assume that's a yes. So, like I let the conversation happen, and I was trying to be nice, but now I'm gonna back up Martin Luther King. Listen, dude. The last time you actually sounded like you had bass in the voice was when you were echoing in that fucking tunnel of a hate crime called your mama's womb. That is probably the same as last time you saw fucking pussy. But I digress, because you are a walking pussy. You are something that's fucking variously wrong with society today. You are the guys that fucking can't be counted on to build anything, can't be counted on to do anything. Fuck, you're John that Walmart's in peril because you're just like, girl, they don't know what I've got. While you snap that fucking fake ass cornrow makeup on your fucking head. You're the motherfucker that tries to actually draw out eyebrows on there so it looks like you have a pair. I bet you, when she pulls your pants down at home at whatever fucking slut waffle you picked up at the Waffle House, I bet you, she sits there and goes, damn, I thought black guys were hung. I guess that's a trope that's not true. You know what? I think you're right. I bet you cry more for women than any woman has spent their time putting their hair up. I bet you're the motherfucker that goes, honey, I want to split the check only because you have $12 in the bank account and you think you can go to fucking Red Lobster. I I bet you're pissed that you can't even smuggle out the biscuits to go home. Right? All of that shit, I bet you're pissed because daddy left for milk, you ate cereal with water. Anything else you want me to do? You can't even make fun of white people properly. Like fucking we're Casper, the ghost. We don't wash our legs, so like fuck, that's why we always have hairy legs. You think our women break razor blades for nothing? Shit, man. Steel can't even fucking cut through those fucking bristles and those porcupine quills that fucking rub us together. That's why house fires happen in white communities, because women fucking rub their legs together and that fucking tinder goes up in smoke. What else do we have? Oh yes, white people, when they chip out, they colonize a fucking nation. That's like you could have went down any kind of racial stereotypes. You could have fucking attacked it, but you went with mayonnaise. Dude, you've drank more than is in the mayonnaise jar. Like, we know that. Don't have a whole lisp, a nasally voice in high pitch, and then come up here and go, mayonnaise? Like, grow a pair and have it, and come up with some real fucking white racial slur. I would have tolerated yeast yeti. I would have tolerated snow bunnies. I would, like, fuck that. You could have had all of us. Like, literally, you could have said, hey, Frosty's up there, man. Get fucking going. Get back to work. Shit ought to be there. You should be building shit. But no, you don't have it. You still can't make fun of it.
So I have two comments.
So y'all, real quick.
Can I
I have to reply because he went on a tangent.
But after you reply, I'm gonna go.
Wait, I'm sorry. See, again, you have to cut in front of a woman to go ahead and try to be masculine. So why are you cutting in front of the white woman? Why aren't you respecting that fucking crystal clear queen up there? Why aren't you fucking monitoring that fucking, midnight ballerina up there that you never see on the stage? Why aren't you fucking honoring that? Huh? Fucking lack of gentleman, man. I can tell you were raised by a fucking hood rat, right? Because I betcha. Go ahead, Beema. No, man. No, don't come off mute. Don't come off mute. I'm sorry, dude. You can't have it. Your shadow's gonna stay on that wall.
So I had a couple things. I wanted to know, this is my ignorance, but
did you know the most powerful cosmic characters in MCU? There are many powerful cosmic entities in MCU. So let's see the 3 cosmic beings that are very powerful.
Like, what is an acost? Is that like that language that you meet somebody with violent language? And you, like, attack them? Like, does anybody understand what accosting is?
Accosting just means, like, it's to, like, abruptly, to like, dump on them, whether it's, like, to be critical, to be insulting, to, accuse them of something. Let me look up the definition.
Yeah, what is it called when, like, you, like to fuck your cousins and shit like that? And you're
It's called being a fucking black man pretending you have a do-rag on and thinking somehow, listen, that's your fucking sister, that's not a wife, alright? Understand that shit, okay? Pookie and Ray Ray season is kind of coming to a close. Black women are, like, far exceeding you. This is why they're going, hey, I want white boy winter, man. I don't need these fucking guys walking around with do-rags, fucking fake-ass Walmart weaves, fucking painted nails, thinking they're great with their underwear hanging out with shit stains on it. That's you, hollering at them from a fucking BMW from 1980 that's barely held together with duct tape and fucking glue. They don't want you, dude. They want successful men. They want men that they can count on to protect them. They don't need the motherfucker that's gonna watch a girl get stabbed in the subway. No. They don't want you. That's your problem in life. Because you know what? Here, I'm advice. Get yourself a pair of pants that fits. Get a fucking shirt that can, get rid of that pregnant pot belly you have on that front. Stop having fucking premenstrual cramps all fucking day, every day. Then work on your voice, work on your articulation, go out and split wood, go hunt a fucking bear, go fishing, go camping, learn to drink bourbon and tequila straight and not ask for a fucking pink drink with a straw and an umbrella in the fucking shit. And then learn to eat fucking meat. Rare. Blue is fucking great. Learn to do that shit. Put down the fucking Popeye's chicken so you don't have fucking grease dripping down your chin while you're trying to yell at some girl. Go for some white boy shit. Learn that a 3/4 zip actually looks good. Hey, how about a nose button down shirt that goes down like every other successful black white man in America that has fucking done great things for this nation. But yeah, I gotta listen to Pookie and Ray Ray and then Pierre. Can't even come up with a fucking black name. You gotta coin it off of some white French man. Like fucking A. Stop your shit, man. Shut the fuck up with that bitch ass voice. You don't have it.
Hey, dude. Yeah, you never gonna get no pussy.
Hold on.
Don't get no pussy.
Hold on. I'm talking to Bima. So I just Googled it real quick and it said, accosting is the act of approaching and speaking to someone in an intrusive, aggressive, or threatening manner. It often involves stopping a stranger in a public place to make demands such as asking for money or to engage in unwanted interaction.
So I think that there was some record that we were playing earlier from this Chud guy that really sounded like some of that would tap into the realm of accosting. I mean, like he went up to this one guy in a convenience store, and the guy was nice and gregarious, and he asked him something. The guy responded, right? The gentleman responded with like, yeah, just live and take it one day at a time. A nice comment. And then Chud tries to push it to the extreme, saying like, slowly, I don't know about that Ebonics BS or something like that. And then he started calling him.
It was a white cracker that did that.
Right, yeah, but it was this guy that we're having the topic, that's the conversation. So then he started calling the N-word, but while he's inside the store, he repeatedly kept calling him N-word, like loud across the store, like, come on.
Bima.
Like, I don't know how to tell you.
Bima and Matt, do you guys remember the girl that walked around pretending she was twerking her ass and smacked white people saying that's for colonization? And then some fucking hood rat like Pierre smacked her upside the head and she's like, I did nothing to deserve to get hit like this, right? And it was all fucking comical because guys were all like, oh my God. And she tried to play the racial thing, and it ended up being that she caused her problems because guess what? She was hanging around Pookie and Ray Ray like this guy. She was hanging out with this guy right here. So, you know what? Yeah, you get to defend yourself. You just got to be able to back your words out. Like people like Pierre, they're only tough online. They don't amount to much in anywhere else. I mean, McDonald's assistant manager of the fly cook section. I mean, shit.
You cannot
really? I can't. Amazing. I can't. It took so many years to do it. I know. You box like once like a fucking month or something like that. You like once saw a gym and a punching bag and then you thought it was great. And now you box. Most of you box right now is goofing off into your pillow, dude. Like, yeah, just try putting the plastic bag on your head and breathing deeply. Because that's about the only extent there. I'm going to help you with that late term abortion thing you wish to have.
You want to beat me?
Beat you? Beat you, dude? Fucking, who's on this stage? Fucking Bima, Nye, Coco could beat you. What the fuck do I need to beat you for? You couldn't even get past the first round with them.
For real, though. Like, you couldn't stand a chance at all.
Really?
Never knock you the fuck out.
Yeah, right. Dude, your Call of Duty days playing video games on a fucking PS1 is not going to be fucking great. Dude, Atari wants their fucking logo back. They're not going to go with Tyson's knockout, dude. I mean, shit. You are not fucking smart, intelligent. You have an IQ of a, what, 10? Shit. The dog has more than you. Like, fuck. I mean, shit. You know what? I'm sorry I didn't leave you with a baby brother or sister, man. I know it hurts. You gotta grow up alone. You gotta hang the pork chop around your neck to get the pit bulls to play with you. I got you, right? I got you. Yeah, I know that white skin. Go ahead, Mima. Go ahead. Look at your voice, dude. Listen to your voice. Listen to your voice, dude. Go practice that. Record that shit.
My voice, don't you?
Listen, no, I don't, man. If I was a guy and I talked like that, I'd probably fucking murder myself. Like, really? I still conquered you. I still come out on society on top over you.
Okay, just a second. I'm gonna play something. This was the day before this guy shot. Okay, listen. He's streaming. This is him in his own words. Check this out.
Yeah, I don't know how to convince you guys that I'm literally a fucking single guy with a camera. Somebody could come up and try to kill me right now. There's nothing I can do about it, but I'm protected by the Lord, and I believe in His divine protection.
Oh my God.
Other than that, I'm literally a sitting duck.
and he's sitting just in a city street while he's recording this. Okay. Oh, what's he saying?
It sucks.
He said it sucks in the end. Isn't that interesting? First of all, I can't believe the gall this guy had the nerve to invoke God. I don't know what to say to that. But he said something was up. This was yesterday. That's crazy. And so remember now, even that this was yesterday. Now the day before, or I think this was yesterday. The day before yesterday, he had gone into a store, a restaurant, and he sat down. I don't know the full details. This is very loosely what I understand happened. He went into the restaurant. I think maybe the restaurant got wind of who he was, or maybe not. Whatever it was, they asked him to stop streaming and to leave. He had ordered his tab had accumulated to over $350. It was like $373 or $380, something like that. Okay, so he decided not to pay it, and he left. So then he left, and he's walking on the street. The cops go get him. However it happened, the FBI then got him the next day and caught up with him. The FBI. And said that it was related to that incident. They took his phones and all of his,
I wanted to question him regarding something else.
Right, but they also collected his phones. Do you want to hear his account of that? Are you guys interested?
No, I know. They wanted to know if he was. So there's a guy I've talked to him plenty of times. Where he goes by the moniker Handsome Truth, and he's the leader of this neo-Nazi group called Gordon Defense League, and he's also a streamer that would do all of his shit live, and they're basically just questioning about him and his involvement with him, and they're not involved with each other currently.
Listen to this real quick, okay? This is him again.
These people took all my phones. So there's evidence of the crime of me streaming, me walking out, disorderly conduct. I don't believe that for a second. Oh. Anyway, so I'm talking to the fucking Fed. And it basically got to the point where they were like conceding in a way. Like, listen. Like basically saying like, we got nothing on you. And after talking to you, we actually see like as humans want to just give you this piece of advice. They're like, you know where this shit's going. This shit only escalates. And I do know this. I just have profound faith in the Lord that things might not go the worst way possible. Which is anybody getting hurt, because I don't want to see anybody getting hurt. And they basically said, yeah, regardless on which way it goes, whether you get killed or you have to defend yourself and you end up killing someone, there will be massive riots. And these guys are basically in charge of preventing these massive riots. Or maybe they're in charge of manufacturing them. I really don't know. The guy seemed like he was a pretty decent person. I still want to have faith in the fucking judicial system and the police and these federal agencies. I genuinely want to have faith in them. Well, you gotta take everything with a grain of salt, I guess, right? I think it got to an ending point where it was like more of a personal, intimate, hey, can I just give you a piece of advice? Man to man, father to father. I don't want to see you get killed. And regardless on whether I have to defend myself in a life or death situation, the ramifications of that, even if I'm exonerated in trial for something like that, the world would never be the same, and my world would never be the same. In not a good way, not a way that I'm looking forward to. I do not want nothing like that to happen. I don't want any of that to happen, bro. That's genuinely
I am so confused. The depiction of God and the Lord. What Bible is he? Oh, I was gonna say mean religious joke. I don't think that's Christ that he's following. Yeah, and Mike says, he says, almost sounds like a guy who knew and wanted this confrontation to occur. Do you know what I thought? I thought about, because we just listened to him yesterday talking about how he felt like he was a sitting duck, right? And then he has this confrontation. He has the restaurant situation, the FBI situation. They tell him how it's going to go if he continues on this path. He says he knows, he understands. And it's like, now he is carrying if he wasn't before. I mean, like, I don't know if he was before or not, but almost like the seed was planted. I mean, could he have gotten away with, not having to use his firearm from this guy, I mean, I don't know. All speculation, who knows? Mike says that he had it in his head all day, probably thought a lot about it and overthinking everything, almost paranoid. Yeah, I totally agree. Especially after the FBI contacts him and does all this stuff, right? Yeah. I'm not trying to, you guys know how I feel about the Second Amendment, and the ability that we should all have to defend ourselves. So I'll never be swayed on that. However, I definitely see how some people do go down into these isolated, almost paranoia tunnels, and it feeds them. There was this guy that was local. He lived around the area, and he was part of our prepping group. And the guy was overly Second Amendment. It wasn't uncomfortable. Like, everything was about constantly, always gun, have to have it on me, protection. He even hired a company to train 2 German Shepherds for, like, I'm talking like security level. No, I'm serious. Security level. He paid him like $10,000 for each dog to be trained in security, like very like insane. Okay, so he's like going overboard, and what happens? He moves to Texas. He ends up finding himself. This is in the newspaper, so I'm not lying. We could find it right now if we Googled it. Okay, we could find the incident that happened. He is in a car, a fender bender. Okay, the guy, it was a kid. He's in the car with his wife. The gun guy. Okay. I don't know if he hit the guy or the guy hit him. However it happened, I think he hit the guy. He's a younger kid. The younger kid gets out of the car, walks over to his car, starts yelling at the gun guy. Gun guy decides, I don't know if he decides to call the cops first or whatever, but he got his gun right away. The young kid goes to punch him through the window, and gun guy shoots him, kills him, 1 bullet, boom, dead. Now, there's so many issues with this, right? People will say, oh yeah, definitely self-defense. I mean, obviously I want to say, yeah, it's self-defense, but also, right, you're in a vehicle. Don't try to tell me that you were threatened. You could fucking drive away. There's a million things that you could have done. And now what did the result? This guy had to go into the secret, the hiding, what is it called when they have to hide your family? He had to go into a secret, what is it called? Does anybody protection know? Thank you, witness protection, because this guy's family was pissed off, and his family and friends started to harass the family, started to harass his young kids, started to show up, throwing shit through their window, crazy like that, and so threatening him that they were gonna kill him. So now, God knows where him and his family are. I don't know. I didn't stay in contact with him or whatever, but I think like something like that, right? Like that didn't have to happen. And I feel that if he didn't have that mindset, it was almost, I know it sounds weird, but we were talking about this yesterday, like how our thoughts attract, right? Magnify and whatever. So, I mean, ultimately, I don't know if this was like a setup because this is even, it's so, I don't know. Does anybody else feel like it's so coincidental that all this stuff happens and then all of a sudden the actual case happens that he uses a firearm? You know, I mean,
Not
now
really, because he was on tour. He's basically doing a streaming tour or some shit like that. Was this in? I don't know if he's back in his home state where this happened, but I mean, he's now known for this, and people like there's a private chat that like I know Matt said this before. So is Beaver. I have evolved like predicted this was gonna go south. I mean, it's. I think he was. I don't think there's a coincidence that he was thinking about this because I was fucking thinking it. So were other people. It's kind of like common sense.
Yeah, and that's what sucks because he was thinking it. Now it's definitely in the forefront of his mind, and he's still going out to, you know, what is it called? Instigate. He's still instigating. You know.
I think this shit is a psyop. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think all of these internet personalities, all of these podcast people, they all are like one big ass psyop of different personalities and fucking like belief systems and values. Like, and it keeps people glued for some reason. And I think that the Govs is just stepping in because they're starting to realize like how many people actually pay attention to this shit.
So what do you think the purpose of that would be, though? The ultimate purpose?
What do you mean? Like his situation in general, or just like the whole idea around like podcasts and personalities?
No, if it is a psyop, what are they using it for?
To stir more racial tension. That's what it's about. Like, you feel me? That they want more racial tension. They're not seeing the racial tension between black and white people like they thought. They're starting to see more black and white people actually team up because they don't. They're starting to agree on like immigration, economics, shit like that, resources, all these fraud and scams that have been going on. And now it's kind of like what happened during like the 50s and 60s. I did a study on this in college, where like the owners of the factories saw that like black and white men who were working in the factories, they were beginning to agree on a lot of things, like the white picket fence, a good education for their kids, the dog, shit like that. And when the motherfuckers saw that, they sent the niggas to the mines, and they sent the white dudes elsewhere. And then you had that fucking movie about that fucking black dude who did something to the black girl come out later, and it just stirred racial tensions. That's all it did. And that's what you're seeing right now with a lot of this shit. Like, all of these personalities are a new thing to attach your hate to. It's like what you saw with Trump. They do it with Trump all the time. Trump is like supposed to be the face of racism or white supremacy, but those with the brain know that's not the case. But the idiots who feed into the dumb shit and what they just see on video or what it's clipped as and showed to them, those are the people who bite and take the bullshit and eat the bullshit up, and then it spins out of control and it fucks everybody else over because they don't understand like what's at play. So it's just stirring up a racial tension, it's stirring up a conflict, it's stirring up a whole bunch of different shit. Well, yeah, okay, William, you said it best. That shit is MK Ultra, right? I got it wrong. It's MK Ultra. It's not a psyop. It's MK Ultra. Like, they're using these personalities, and they're like getting people to agree with the personalities, but then on the other side, you have the people who don't agree with the personality, and then that's what it is.
Is it quiet or is my phone tripping?
Yeah, where's quiet?
Where did the guy go that was just talking about MK Ultra?
They were just chasing kangaroos in the desert, for example. Something like that.
See a couple other things I wanted to add to your scientific so I wanted to add two other things. The Reformation and Luther, and also the printing press printing in Europe, played a significant role in addition to the two things you mentioned in terms of the progress in Europe and by extension in the United States.
Well, what Andy just said about the institution, that also makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, even if your institution is the Catholic Church, like just having institutions like that will lead to, some amount of stability that will be able to allow for innovation in other fields, as like evidenced by Kepler and Galileo. Even if the institution itself is almost actively like trying to suppress it, I guess there's ways around it. You could say, "Oh, look, we're just discovering God's design." I guess the church was they were okay with that. It was more like evolution that they were like against. That just directly contradicted their whole thing. But things like guns, germs, and steel, it's obvious how these things are going to lead to like a rapid growth or just progress. Germs it causes the necessity for medicine, doctors and things. I don't know who invented steel. Well, I know they had bronze and stuff back in the day, and then iron. I know that probably was European, was way too old. But steel synthesized in Europe. And who invented the first guns? Yeah, must have been probably Europe, right? 1600s or 1700s. Aviate. Sounds like probably 1700s. That was the first little cock and those little pistols. By 1800s, they already had muskets and stuff.
I think steel was kind of created around the world. Different, because like there was, like in the Middle East.
Well, yeah,
there was like Damascus steel, like the whole.
There's good research here that I'm discovering. Matthew Restall wrote a book, When Montezuma Met Corten, and he's arguing that the conquest of Mexico is more accurately described as a Tlaxcalan-led Spanish-assisted overthrow of the Aztec Empire than as a Spanish conquest of Mexico. Cortez only had 500 soldiers in effect, with long supply lines. And
okay, but this is what I'm thinking.
The Aztecs had 1 million soldiers.
They already had guns.
Soldiers. No, I think so.
Cortez didn't have, not like.
Well, maybe, but
they might have.
Maybe they had like muskets or something.
Stuff.
That's good enough.
500 Spaniards against Aztecs, empire of millions. I don't know how many soldiers he had with his millions of people. But the fact was that Aztecs were really abusing. They were the abusers of Mexico. And they were holding the other people, the Tlaxcalans, in this kind of state where they had huge taxes to pay, and they would just take their people and sacrifice them. Constant supply of humans, sacrifice. Now look, here's the problem. This is why Christianity is popular, okay? It doesn't require a sacrifice of anything. Ridiculously, it's based on the human sacrifice, but at least it's virtual. You never have to do
sacrifice.
One sacrifice, right. But these guys were constantly sacrificing humans, and people hated them for it. That's why they fell. They didn't build a system of kindness that everybody wanted to defend. They built a system of terror.
I never thought about it that way, but that might have been one of the reasons why Christianity was embraced.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah,
Christianity
one
is,
guy,
Christianity is really cheap. Christianity is really inexpensive. Very small demands, right? Very, very small.
You gotta go for a while.
Societies with inclusive institutions, this is what they're saying. Inclusive institutions, broad participation, secure property rights, mechanisms give ordinary people a stake. Outperform extractive ones over the long run because extractive systems generate constant defection risk, stifle the innovation that comes from broad participations. The Americas did not have good institutions, okay? There was just a patchwork of domestic terrorists. I'm sorry if that hurts your little ears to hear, but
Network of WS. You're an idiot. I mean, you do this on purpose. Why would you call them domestic terrorists? So stupid. It's also like when you said, like,
what do you think the Aztecs are doing? They're spreading terrorism. I mean, the empires of terrorism.
That the Aztecs were more or less whatever, abusing neighboring populations or whatever. You could say that about every single empire.
No, they were holding everybody in a state of perpetual terror.
I mean, okay, yes, they had crazy parts to their religions, and they were doing human sacrifice.
Excuse me, crazy parts to the religion. What if Donald Trump needed to sacrifice one human every day, and he would go into inner cities and scoop up people from different cities every day?
Like Andy said, I get it, how that would not be popular.
That would not be popular. Well, that's one way to put it.
Yeah, that's very obvious. So yeah, the people who were being subjugated by the Aztecs, obviously they were probably pretty happy about Cortez. But that would be the case everywhere. Like, there's probably, when the Han Dynasty fell in China, the Asians living in the Korean Peninsula were probably pretty happy. They were probably being held down by the Chinese Empire. Like, I mean, you're gonna be able to find this everywhere. I'm sure they weren't to the Koreans and Japanese. They weren't thrilled about the Chinese dynasty. Now you can argue that the Aztecs were probably more brutal. In some senses, they probably were. It's just the culture. Oh, you saw the room title that in Pro's house right now?
No, what is it?
Greater.
Oh, odds are we won't have a free election?
Yeah, greater than 0 odds. And something about the election. Okay, now I can. Oh yeah. Odds greater than 0, we won't have another free election. Or dot dot dot. Actually, oh no. I was gonna say there's more people in there. Aisha, David, Pro, Dennis, Otter. Actually, no, it's 9 more people. Quite. I'm surprised John is not in there. But I guess John's not outlier. Like I told you, I'm not so worried that we won't have a free election. However, like I still haven't lost all faith. However, if we don't, then this is what I've been telling John. If we don't, if something happens in November, then it is time to ring the alarm lights big time. Then we have a real problem. I still have hopes that our institutions, will hold. I mean, because them just saying odds greater than 0, like, probably just saying probability greater than 0. You can say probability is always greater than 0, even in the 90s during the American heyday or whatever. Probability was also greater than 0. But Christina said Benjamin smokes weed. What?
Yeah, I have no idea. Hi, Ali.
Yeah, hi. So, I think Benjamin, not I think I know, he talks about or brings out some highly provocative kind of ideas of saying that on the first glance it may appear to be almost serious, stupid, biased, racist, what have you. But I think it's worth examining these things. Not necessarily because to prove him right or wrong, because then we start exploring different things, different ideas, and how things will come about in terms of the technological advancement and most of the stuff we talked about, even though he started with something that appears to be on the face of it, it's absolutely silly. And so I do appreciate that. That actually for me, it provokes me to, or makes me to think about it. And who could be supporting him, or finding things that maybe have something to say about his thesis here, it may not be correct, not at all, or maybe substantially. So that's the way Benjamin is, and I do like that, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, we pretty much hear him out on his little theories almost every day. And to be honest, completely fair, they're not really stupid. A lot of times he's wrong, but being wrong is not really his beast. They're usually what you said, at least kind of like thought provoking, or at least make for good discussions or good debates. Like if he was just uttering stupid things back every day, it would get to a point where we're not even willing to hear him out. That's never been the case. This guy, he draws crowds. Hey Ali, can you help me get the House of Reason back?
Wait, Ali. House of Reason back? Did you lose it?
Oh, well, okay, well, if you tell me what I need to do, I will.
Yeah, dude, it should take like less than a minute. I mean, yeah, dude, this is a new account. I got banned for posting a meme of like Andrew's head on a plate or something.
Oh, I see.
They never really told me that's the reason, but they told Daniel Nero, that was the reason he got banned. and I did it too. It was me holding Andrew's thing. It was like a me. Thankfully, Daniel said he emailed them and they responded. I emailed them a few days ago. They still haven't responded. He said, I don't know. I'm trying to get the account back, hopefully, but if not, I don't even care that much about the account, but I care more about the house. So yeah, dude, can you help me real fast? Look, just click on your own profile, go to your little club, your houses, right? And click on the approaches, ping me to this room. Click on.
Hey, Ali, before we run into Bro's room, because that's where I'm going to go, I have this thought, because I think, there's something about our conversations when I put out something that's really provocative and, we do tend to have a good conversation and we explore and we learn some things and we found out about, like, the Nobel Prize in 2024 and we reviewed that and the literature. It's good, right? So here's one thesis, is that when I say this, like, provocative stuff, like, all the snowflakes leave. They blow up, it explodes their brain, it hurts, and they disappear. And then whoever's left has a reasonable conversation, because all the precious snowflakes are gone. That's the thesis.
Well, yeah, he's saying that happened today. That happened with Brian.
Doesn't it happen every day, though?
I mean, it happens quite a bit, yeah. It happens quite a bit.
Like, the reason I have good conversations is because of all the people I repel.
Oh, man.
I'm gonna go visit Bro's room here.
Hey, hold on, don't close the room. So I'll just
I won't close the room.
Yeah, you can go. I'll be there right now. So click on your profile and go down, look on the houses, look for the house of reason.
Okay.
Okay.
It says one member.
One member? What?
Yeah, house of reason. Let me see. It says one member, house of reason. Yes. Let me just find out more about it.
Wait. My house of reason? The one with like Socrates statue on it?
No, it says H. Just the letter H in the middle, and that's it.
Okay, no. I'm talking about the house of reason, the one with the Socrates statue.
Yes, yeah, I know that. What I'm saying in here, what I see, it's basically a square and has an H, letter H right in the middle of it, and it's called House of Reason. And
No,
has one member.
That's a different house of reason. Look for the one with Socrates.
Okay, let me see. Let me search for it.
Yeah, put in searches, you should find the one. It has 3,600.
Yeah, I might have seen it. Just 1 second. Okay. One more. House of Reason. All houses. Search houses. House of Reason. House of Reason. Okay. So I'll find two. One is the Socrates. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. So click the Socrates one. Open it. You see it says 3,000 members, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now click the three dots at the top.
Okay.
Right above it.
Yeah.
And then go down to members. See where it says members 3,000?
Members 3. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Click members.
Yeah.
And now you should see yourself at the top. You have like a little sign next to it. That means you're like an admin there.
No, I see it. It's right on the top. Yes.
Okay. Where it says search members, just type in CM. Type in CM.
Okay.
Go all the way down and look for me, this account. CM, it says not smarter, thinking harder.
Not smarter, just thinking.
That guy,
it's right on the top of the list.
Okay. So, does it have like a thing that you can like a little drop down menu?
Yeah, it's a member, it's expanding. Okay.
Yeah.
It says remove from the house, give one-time invite, make an admin.
So make me an admin.
Okay.
Just like I can open rooms in this house.
Okay, add admin. talk to you soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to I don't know if you wanna go there.
Yeah, I got things to do. Okay, good. Yeah, talk to you soon.
Alright, thank you so much, man. Yeah, I see it. I was made that. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Start with a V, bro.
Well, I mean, because all I can do is run, because I can't even do bench presses anymore. If I take a 30-pound weight, like a kettlebell.
I was gonna say that you put your little dumbbell.
Dude, if I get a 30-pound kettlebell and I take it and I raise my hand above my head, my shoulder will dislocate.
Eesh. That's mad thing right there. Damn. That's fucked up.
Well, all I do is run, dude, and drink beer and smoke weed and smoke cigarettes and tell the world go have a good day.
That's how my pops said. He just smokes his bud, smoking cigarettes, and go about his day. I don't think he's ever gonna quit smoking.
Until the day I die, bro. Until the day I die. Like, seriously. Like, if you get diagnosed, like, oh, you've got lung cancer, it's terminal, like, okay, you shouldn't smoke. I'm like, why not? I'm already...
I guess it's still the same. I just felt like that new piece of information. I love a good roast battle because they get out of order. So I can't agree with that or that. I didn't know Kevin Hart had
You lower your wing, you hide your wing even. It's not enough. Lower one step. You know how humble that is?
Red and Matthew is too.
Words at a time. So we have to just listen to this motherfucker talk about how much he sucked dick and he liked pink dick and all the Vienna sausages in his ass and all that type of shit. We had to witness all of that shit. But again, he doesn't have half of the accolades that I have. And it's clearly true.
First, it's pronounced accolades. Secondly, fucking employee a month at the fucking Delta Sonic car wash does not make it. Like, when you're handing out rags on the corner to, like, fucking wash windows, what are you doing? How did you win employee of the fucking month there? That's your biggest accolade. What, were you pissing in Windex bottles and having people starve for $1? Are you out there? Do you have those, like, white, crusty lips that we could just tell, hey, dude, I don't know what you've been sucking on because it's either crack or a cock. I don't know. But again, you came out. Again, I gave you the opportunity to batter up. You were on the plate. You were like, fuck, that picture, that fucking goat, that fucking white mountain, snow-capped fucking King fucking Kong that dragged his ball sack across my face and then hit me in the ass, pulled my hair and said, get down, bitch. You decided to say, hey, I'm going to come out there and give this epic speech, and it was going to be, we just had to hear in your Marge Simpson voice how bad I am to you. And you know what? Here's the crazy part. I'm not wrong. I'm 100% right about who and what you are. You're feckless, you're spineless, and if I could, I would literally go back in time and tell your mother, like, dude, just stop at oral. Just get this fucking nut over with. This is not the nut to fucking get pregnant with. I would literally tell her, I'll give you $1 million just to spare this fucking episode right today. So you don't have it, you don't get it, you don't win it, and you don't have it. And nobody's gonna cheer you on except for maybe the fucking incel fucking white boys that are gonna fucking try to get their goated. Because these guys never left their mama's basement and they're still begging for fucking mama's milk from her titty. So take your fucking, quote, half-gay ass, go find those guys, go to your circle jerk room, go on some fucking Reddit forum, and fucking suck each other off talking about how tough and how the world needs to be along with you. Anything else? Jesus Christ. And when I say I have chores, I have like wood to stack, I have fucking walls to finish, I've got fucking a whole shit ton because I, unlike you, bought a very large expensive place and I can fix this shit. You can't. You can't. actually go out and go to the dollar store and fucking take a bus home. That's your idea of chores. We're two different men here.
Yeah, I don't pay rent. I live at a family house.
I knew it! I knew it! Holy fuck, this thing just keeps getting better. You're half gay and you live at a family house. So you are truly Pookie. Holy shit. How does that go with women? Hey, Nye, you know what? You looking fine. Oh my God, girl. You know what? You're an enchantress. You have the look that would haunt a man to circumnavigate the globe to get back to you. Will you come over and hang out with my fucking mom or my fucking family house? I'm living in the garage of my aunt's place. It's in the bed. I've got a cot next to the fucking water heater. What the fuck, dude? Told you. Get a fucking dress. Get a fucking job. Get it fucking on your feet.
So my family owns like over 50 properties in the southeast. I could just go to any one of them and just live if I want to. For free. I just gotta pay the electricity.
You're fucking killing me. You're fucking. I can't make this shit up. The man, you gotta take over. I got shit to cover. You can't make this shit up. I win. I win. It's not. Wait. Anybody else doubt me that I won? No, wait. No. No, man. You don't have black privilege. You don't have fucking any privilege, dude. You're living next to a water heater in the basement on a cot. Talking about your family owns 50 properties. Ooh, what are you, a fucking black Donald Trump? Do you have the orange weave in the hair? Is your skin going like a caramelized Cheeto color? What do you have going on? Do you like really rub the what do they call them? Cheese puffs on your arm to make yourself look like Trump? Do you fucking? I don't want to have a conversation with you. I want you to give me the fucking, tell me how gay you are, and I want you to move out of your parents' basement. I want you to move out of your parents' basement. Holy shit. No wonder. Your daddy must slap you every night going, fuck, we screwed up. That's the night you told me I couldn't use the back door. You hear this? This is your dad knocking on the back door. This is your dad going, hey, honey, you should have did that shit. You should have did that shit. You live with your mommy. You are fucking, you're a grown-ass man. You are fucking supposed to be a man, and you have a nasally Marge Simpson voice. What does she do? Pour your fucking Cheerios out there? Or wait, do you have Cheerios or do you have those generic O's? What do they call them? Nigga O's? Like whatever the fuck it is? Like I don't know what you got going on in your hood. Do you have those? Anything else? Fucking live with your parents' basement, you're half gay, and now you're gonna cry.
This white boy is done having his period. Let me know when he's done with his period.
Dude, I'll go buy you a box of maxi pads so you can strap them on whatever fucking furniture you're having. You can bleed all over that shit. You can gut out, man. Go ahead. At least thank God we know you're not pregnant. Fuck. Thank you. It's for God. God, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Jesus Christ, Allah Akbar, fucking Muhammad Jean, baby Buddha, fat Buddha, happy Buddha, whatever one I gotta pray to. Come on, motherfucker. Make sure this guy doesn't get fucking pregnant.
Wow. I think I have to set up a crime scene around this stage.
Yeah, this dude definitely does not have more money than my entire family. He doesn't even have more money than me by himself. He is a loser. He has to project. He has to yell for hours and talk to us and then talk about all this gay shit. Like, that's that white boy shit. You are a white boy. Nigga, your bitches don't even want you. Nigga, why you think it's all these biracial kids in this fucking
Because they're going after white boys like me. What are you talking about? Your women are coming after white boys like me. They're like, I want white boy winners. I want money. I want a home. I want a guy that can build. They want fucking 800 different animals. They want horses, dogs, cats, fucking goldfish. You know what? That's why there's biracial babies. Because they're coming up to me going, hey, get me pregnant. I want that for you. I want to give you babies. I'm going to cook you meals when you get home. I'm going to allow you to do this because you're going to build me a cabin on 22 acres overlooking a fucking cliff on Lake Superior. You're going to fucking build and design this world for me. You're going to fucking go to work every day. I'll never have to worry about money in the bank, bills being unpaid, bouncing fucking checks. I don't know if they still write checks anymore. But like your ass, we know your ass is living off of people.
can't even.
You didn't do shit. You live in mom's basement and thought that was a flex. You thought that was a flex.
Bro.
No, bro. I don't homo. Like, no, bro, I don't do homo.
Wait.
Well, no. I said I'd make you my bitch. But that's it. That's it. You can't, it's not gay. You just gotta breathe in, hold tight, man. Go like this. Go like this. Like they do in the mods. You just hold that shit out there. You know how when women give birth, you do those breathing exercises. You'll be all right. Grab each cheek, spread over. You're used to that position. All you and the homies do that. Fucking A, live at home with mom and dad and act like you're gonna flex because you got mom and dad to pay your bills while you live in their fucking HUD house. Get the fuck out of here.
So you're done with your mayonnaise freak out. You're acting like black generational wealth is something that doesn't exist.
You don't have generational wealth. You are living at home in mommy's basement. Generational wealth means a completely different thing. Secondly, nobody is going to have kids with you sounding like Marge Simpson. Nobody's going to do that. And that Walmart weave, again, you got to get rid of it. That fucking Costco corn roll is not going to fucking impress women. You can't do that shit, man. You gotta fucking cowboy up. You gotta sometimes take it square in the face. You gotta let it hit you. You gotta let it drag all over you. You'll get used to it. It's been happening to you your whole life. Fucking put a suit on, get a fucking job, move out of mommy's fucking basement because that's just shit embarrassing, and fucking go on and fucking make it. You don't have generational wealth. You don't have fucking anything. You live in mom's basement. So stop, spare me about all this fucking black generational wealth. You don't have it. And knowing your dumb ass and how you sound, you're gonna fucking waste it on fucking Popeye's chicken, fucking Mountain Dew, and fucking Cheetos.
I think he left. Holy shit.
Hey, Brad. Hey, Matt.
Oh, shit. Dumpster, what's going on?
Yeah, hey, it's me, Steppy. I got clipped a few weeks ago.
Who would clip Steppy? That's strange.
Yeah, I don't know, but I got put in the bad boy space.
That is quality.
Thank you, my guy. Good seeing you.
Nice to see you there, son.
Brad, you feeling good?
No, actually, I was really excited to hear more of what Coco says. I just can't stand fucking Pookie's coming up and fucking, like, her and I have been, like, pretty much, really rocking it out and having, like, really great comment. Like, every time they comment, it's kind of nice to hear, and I like listening to them. But, I mean, fuck, man. Like, I can't stand some of these cats on here. Literally, the motherfucker said he's half gay and he lives at mom and dad's house. And then he wants to talk to me like he's a full fucking man. Like, what happened to men in this era? Like, I'm not kidding you. I know a lot of you guys are men. Like, I'm not busting your balls. But when did we allow these fucking, testicle roaches to fucking sit there and hang on and fucking speak for us? Like, when did that ever fucking happen? Like, we need to bring back the backhand for these fucking kids. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, there is nothing wrong with allowing a man to fucking just smack the fucking... it's not even feminine with them. I don't know what it is, but it's like a disease. It's corruptible. We should, I don't know, bring back fucking Sparta. Like, only those strong survive. That kind of shit. Let's have that kind of fucking masculinity. Like, women will forgive a lot of our transgressions, not the horrible fucking shit, but they'll be like, yeah, man, if we actually worked out, could see our own dicks, fucking ate healthy, provided, built, defended, and sat there. You know what? Women would be like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to leave the office early. That guy's coming home, and I am going to give him the best fucking humdinger there is. I'm going to suck the sheets from his asshole to his cock. That guy's soul is going to leave the body. He's going to elevate by the time I'm done with him. But you know what? We can't do that. And it doesn't take much, guys. Literally, remember to buy flowers once a week, send fucking postcards, write letters, literally sit down and learn to write. I know you guys all used to iPhones and shit like that, but actually write a fucking letter out. Telling her how she means to you, what she means to you. Fucking take her out on a date. Just because she's living with you or married to you doesn't mean you stop fucking dating. You take them places. You go on trips. You build an empire with her. Because you know what? The game is the fucking game. And you have to have your fucking women come to you and have it. You want to know why your grandparents lasted 6 years? Your grandfather wasn't no halfway fucking pookie. He was a man who went to church on Sunday, dressed in his finest suit, who went to work 5 days a week and didn't complain. Gave his paycheck over to his wife and his kids, and if they went without, he fucking made sure he doubled up and fucking worked his ass off. Now, some of you had shitty family members. I understand that. You're like the fucking small portion of it. But you know what? There is a vision of what a man can be and what should be. And you should fucking have it. Fucking hey, this is all women been asking for it.
Damn, dude, I've been fucking it up. I got 20 years in. I ain't never had my wife suck my dick through the sheets or however you said it. Man, I must be fucking shit up. Thank you.
Buy her flowers, write her a letter, take her out on the town. You know what? Spend money on the expensive bottle of wine. Don't go for Tamus, get actual good wine. Not the fucking Kool-Aid package with a fucking fancy Italian label. Get her good fuck.
No, too much.
Yeah, right? Take her out and take her for an experience. Don't just go to the fucking, what's a fucking restaurant that fucking pookies go to?
So, Hail Mary, Mother of Grace, you just learn it, okay? And then, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Learn that, okay? And then accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. And then we'll say your life.
Hail Mary all the way into my hands. I'm a rosary.
I didn't want to bore everyone, but the fact of the matter is, I said it last night.
But who were you trying to convert right just now?
Soul, of all the people,
Soul is going to be forced converted in here. Yes, we're going to show the Muslims how to do it.
He's a Sufi, bro. Like, he's not even one of the.
If you
convert a Salafi to a Christianity, that is odd. Soul is the essence.
That's already been done.
Well, that's right. That's right.
We're going for the Sufis now. We're going for the Sufis. We're going for the Sufis. We have Benny Adam, we have Sufi, we have, let's see.
You know, honestly, Illumi would convert a Salafi to Christianity.
I think that is the we believe in you, soul.
Now it's his turn, and now Illumi has to convert somebody.
Yeah, definitely go to that Joker next.
Yeah, he has to convert
He's not
somebody.
gonna convert. Are you kidding me? Like, why would
No. He has to convert someone else. That's his
Illumi?
job. Yeah, he has to convert somebody.
You know what I think about? I think Illumi will need exorcisms, a couple of them, before he'll convert properly.
You know what he'll convert them to Christianity so he can debate them.
It takes a long time. That takes a long time, bro. That's not an easy process. But with Soul, we're gonna skip. We're gonna force him. We're gonna skip a few processes. But with the Illumi, it's gonna take him at least 3 years. I'm being dead serious. It takes a long time.
I believe in you, Megatron. Keep forcing it.
A lot of people have heard the message of Jesus, and it took them 9 years. 9. And there's others that to continue to deny it. But with Soul, he doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice. We're gonna make the choice for him. Okay, Soul.
Are you saying that's a pilot program for the new acceleration program?
Rabbi, you're saying he's going to accept Jesus as his personal Lord and Savior. And he's going to save his life. It's that simple.
That's it. Through him, with him, in the unit of the Holy Spirit. In us, Father, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
May the Lord be with you.
And be with you also.
Lift up your hearts, we lift them up to the Lord. It is right to give thanks and praise.
As it is in heaven, shall it be on earth.
How it
we're getting down here, all right, with the Sufis. You know what they told me when I used to hang out in Bahati all the time? Soul and all of them? You know what that guy told me? What was his name, Mom? Ajadi. Ajadi told me, if you're not gonna eventually convert to Islam, you can't hang out with us. But he told me, there's no point of you hanging out in these rooms. I said, really? Really?
Okay, well, if they don't decide.
Remember Ajadi? Remember Ajadi?
Ajadi's mean. Really?
We're gonna
They
make
should have
them
said
look.
that to me. When I said that, you know what they said to me? Yeah, that's right.
What?
He should say that. That's right. He's not wrong for saying that.
Hey, Tron, I'm gonna find these people. Okay, sorry, I have to live in
We're
this
following El Jari's rules. We're following El Jari's rules here. We learned something from him, right? Bucket worked.
Crack my knuckles right. Hey.
Yeah, I love that pig. I think that's the best of Daniel's creation.
Thank you. And I love Daniel. Hey, I'm his little sex toy. I have to go on mute now.
What do you mean next? You're an eternal wife to Daniel.
Forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
I just handle Nick. That's all.
This is strange. Our Danny boy doesn't talk anymore. This is so strange.
How's everyone today?
Doing well. You?
I can't complain. So it was saying that this room is only intended for those who intend to convert to Islam.
No, not this room.
No, different. Yeah, different. No.
Oh, because otherwise, la ilaha illallah.
With that weird shit, okay? I'm less than highly favored, and I.
Yeah, some days we're leading with the sword of Islam, but then it's Christianity. Are you ready to take the poll?
I'm ready to think Constantinople, not Istanbul.
Good. You're getting closer to Rome. Getting closer to Rome, buddy.
Check out my snake. It's really cool.
Yeah, I saw that. I looked at it. It's fucking awesome. Did you make that? I really like it.
We got a Jason board.
I really get turned on when he talks.
Well, Jason Torn. That was Torn. Jason Torn. Oh, now it's Torn.
No, he's always been Jason Torn. What are you talking about?
Call him Jason Bourne. Maybe because this is what I want to see.
I like Jason.
Yeah, me too. Even though he did like me, he wasn't allowed to like me. And I accepted that about him because, you know, it was really tough for him to fight through everybody to actually be my friend. So I understand. Like, I get it, you know.
You're beautiful, Marcus. You should share Daniel's penis together. Thank you.
Thank you. But truly, Daniel has a good eye, I think. Especially for the big, humongous melons that he's given me.
I agree. Beautiful melon. It's like he took my old boobs and put them in Marcus's body. Yeah, I want to put my boobs in his mouth.
I'm not gonna lie, like, nice set of tits is nice too, but like when a girl has like a flat and she wears like a nice dress, it's like so sexy, bro. You get what I'm trying to say? Like they can wear different types of dresses, you know. Girls with big boobs sometimes. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's cool and all. Like, you know, it's sexy, you know, but it's just this the thing about women is you can't just love one type of woman. It's like, well, you can. It is possible. But I'm saying it is possible. But the woman's shape is so unique that they're all beautiful. Does that make sense? Do you know what I mean?
know what you mean, Bart.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, like you get those like flat-chested girls with the big chewy nipples, you know.
Yeah, or just, you know, they know how to move, they dance salsa, you know, or they're dancing to some Arab music. Is that allowed? Allowed, right?
You're pushing it right. Okay.
Yeah, Megatron, you're pushing it, stop.
You're not even
I need to take up belly dancing again. Maybe that'll help with my menopause belly.
You're Bali, for God's sake. You're from Pakistan or from, where are you from? Aren't you from what is they calling it? It's not India, it's where Islamic is from.
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh.
Everybody doesn't have a dance, but we were taught how to belly dance from like childhood. And then made to dance like, heck yes, show auntie, so cute.
Chuck, what's up? Why are you here, Chuck? What's
good?
up? What's going on?
What's
You
good
must
with
be
you,
really
man?
fucking bored if you're in my room.
What's up, Chuck?
I'm actually in Nargis's room. Hi, Nargis. How are you?
Well, this is Nargis's room.
I
Just
was,
saying, you know,
not my
sweet
room.
fucking people.
This is, whose room is it?
It's on the house, so I don't know who's
Bro, I started this room 2 days ago. Do you know that?
Oh,
That's pretty
yeah.
gnarly. That's pretty gnarly.
That's wonderful, Megatron.
Megatron, you look like the guy that like stands outside and guards a room with your PTR. You're like here, keep gatekeeping.
Do you see G4 bar? My PTR?
Who is that?
GTA pick. This is like a real GTA pick.
Are you gonna play GTA 6 when it comes out?
Nah, I haven't played video games. Oh my God, no.
That's supposed to be a freaking, what's his name? Mikhail. I think Mikhail sick.
I know. I could upload that into ChatGPT and write a whole fanfic, sort of like romance novel story around it. It'd be kind of fun.
Who? Soul doesn't like it. He's putting it next.
Well, Soul's not allowed up unless he converts to Christianity.
No, he's on your stage.
On your stage.
Oh.
Don't do that. No.
I didn't do it. All you need is that.
Let me get the sword out. Hold on.
I thought of something.
Sorry,
Soul. Okay, so there's this thing with like Amish romance novels. Like if you go to like any library in like Pennsylvania or Kentucky or Southern Ohio or Wisconsin or Tennessee or whatever, they're gonna have a whole effing section, particularly in the rural areas, of nothing but Amish romance novels, right? So like, would it be bad if you like used AI to generate Amish romance novels, but then like publish them on paper? Like, it would be kind of like fooling them into like reading like computer generated stuff. I don't know.
As long as you that actually would work, except that they use of AI.
Well, just let me point out a simple thing is that the Amish don't speak English, they speak Pennsylvania Dutch. So we would first have to train an AI to know their specific dialect.
No, they do speak English. Believe me, I've been around plenty of Amish people. The Pennsylvania Dutch is like what they use when they don't want people to understand them or when they're just among each other, but they all speak English.
Okay, no, but their romance novels are going to involve Pennsylvania Dutch.
Yeah, I could easily like adopt like you probably only need to learn like 5 or 6 phrases, you know. I've read a few.
So you're imagining
the trope is generally like this sort of tension of like semi-independent Amish woman inherits the land, men pursue her, she finally finds a man that's supportive of her.
But aren't all the Dutch? So if you imagine Amish porn, all of it would be in Pennsylvania Dutch.
Have you ever seen like an Amish courting ritual?
No, I'm just imagining.
Particularly among the people that have like really strict ordinance,
How would you actually write this novel without Pennsylvania Dutch? Is what I'm asking.
Again, I've read many
I've spent time in Amish areas. I've read these novels. Like, my boyfriend, who lives in Kentucky, is across the street from a library in Robertson County, Kentucky, and they have the whole Amish novel section, and I would spend a couple weeks at a time there during the summer, and I would read these just for hoots and giggles. So, you don't need Pennsylvania Dutch, no. But it's fun to throw a few words in there now and then. If I can learn all of the dialect that's used in the Dune series, I could pick up enough to do an AI novel, Amish romance novel of Pennsylvania Dutch, so, which is actually German, but you know.
In Pennsylvania, Corey, is that where you spend time with the Amish?
No, Northern Kentucky.
Okay.
And also Tennessee. There's lots of Amish people in Tennessee.
We're in Tennessee. I'm in Tennessee now.
It might dock someone we both mutually know, but I will just say somewhere east of Nashville. Or excuse me, somewhere west of Nashville and somewhere near Chattanooga. There's a couple communities that I'm familiar with there.
Yep.
I know. I love you.
Look at my picture that came out messed up. But if you see what I'm trying to do here, the like doing the Kyle's came out. I'm trying to fix it.
The fuck is my hands are white, my face is orange. His hands are black, his face is brown. You've completely like lost coloring on the thing.
No, it's all messed up. No.
Bro, this is lovely actually. Oh, I like it. Yes.
Bro, I'm trying to get it where he's holding his head.
You're gonna making a clip for this right now? Like, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, no.
It was a simple thing that poor Daniel made with a platter of strawberry jam.
That's why I think they did it like that so that it doesn't look like that. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but I mean, it's a great picture. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, take the screenshots. I'm deleting it.
I did. It's lovely. She looks like my sister. He does not look like Mikhail.
Well, we're not trying to dox him. We're not trying to dox Mikhail. Just make it.
Yeah.
That one is fantastic. You got Barth. It's a chainmail? He's wearing like chainmail. She's in like a 70s, outside of a 70s home. Like it's
Oh, you're talking about the one that I did with both of them? That one? Oh, the first time.
What did you put in there? I get that. That's cool.
Fucking dope, right?
Like, are there no other two people you can use for your pictures? Like, you got
it's in my picture, so there's a bunch of pictures out there don't have faces to them. Like they're either wearing masks or something.
Soul's still being salty, and he hasn't accepted Jesus. I just want to let you know.
We'll let him sleep on it tonight. He said to sleep on it. Probably, tomorrow morning.
Sweet. Oh my god, welcome Dr. Z, everybody. Welcome Dr. Z.
Thank you. What have you guys been cooking tonight? What's on the menu tonight? What's on the menu tonight?
We have been preparing just for this moment, just for your arrival, and you've come just in time as our honored guest. We love you.
We love you too. Gracias, muchas gracias. What's on the menu tonight, ladies and gentlemen?
Well, I'm serving trouser snake. I can see it right here.
What are you serving?
Trouser snake.
Nothing less would be expected from you, Cora.
I'm serving rationality just so that you could
You could eat it with a pinch of irrationality.
Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Wrong answer.
And I'm serving logic, so you can eat it with a pinch of illogic.
Right. I already am stuffed with the rationality and logic. What else is on the menu?
Yeah, on the
Trying
menu.
to be the best.
Yeah, let's keep track. Let's get back to the topic. The topic is scientific proof of the Quran, and we have just the person for that. So let's do it.
Did you just change this?
Great at that.
Did you guys just change this topic right on my arrival?
No,
Is that
your
what's happening?
scientific explanations of what on are fascinating. Please.
We love you so much.
Yo, wait till you see this one. Oh my god. This one is so...
Yeah, but Daniel, I did tell Dr. Z, and I'm being serious here, guys. Like, I think some people are kind of using her, like, she spent time doing this. And I appreciate, like, any kind of work. Sometimes even if it's irrational, that is being done in any field, right? So that seems to be, like, quite the liking for this approach, the scientific approach. Kitty, you're not listening, but just sending hearts to Daniel. So I think that could
I'm really sorry. I was thinking about his penis. Okay.
That's disgusting, you fucker. So I'm saying there could be a possibility. 1 second, you ADHDs, you animals, and talking.
Did you see my picture?
Okay, that's very sacrilegious. Sacrilegious. Please continue, Nargis. I'd like
Is there any way you could, like, oh my god, this is beautiful.
Oh god.
This is so wrong, but so beautiful.
Oh my god.
It's so blasted.
Oh my god,
so
it's so beautiful.
That's fucked up.
Oh, Megatron, this is wrong.
Love.
Bro, he'll want to sleep with me now. Dr. Z, can you tell Megatron to stop?
What the hell? Why does he have whose boobs are coming out of their chest? Like, who is it?
Look at Megatron.
Jesus.
Whose picture?
No, it's Nargis.
Whose picture?
Stop.
Yeah, actually, so to be fair, the halos are not, like, accurate, and the halo of Jesus would have, like the insignia left and right.
Is that Jesus or someone else?
Yeah, he's trying to make it look like Jesus, but without, it's kind of blasphemous.
Oh my god, this is just beautiful. What? Please, art is no blasphemy. Stop being a Salafi Christian.
No. There is art that absolutely does, like, insult religion.
Yeah, art is art. Don't kill that for us. This is the only thing left.
Do you want a depiction of, like, Muhammad and Aisha? Like, is that what you want?
This is beautiful.
Like, quality sake?
Okay. And me who hates him still finds this beautiful. Oh my god, why is his hairy chest not hairy?
Because obviously he's had open heart surgery. Look at the scar down the middle.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I was like, why is there like a surgery scar in his chest? It's kind of interesting that I chose to put that there.
It's beautiful.
Fuck, that is
magnanimous.
Let us do that, dude.
It is, Daniel, spectacular,
My
right?
complex is going to be just like you're fanning the flames of it.
Oh, I have so many more better pictures of Mary and Jesus that I'm gonna put. It's like amazing. Like there's so many.
Bad boy, Megatron. Bad boy.
Oh, bloody hell, this is gorgeous. Thank you.
I love how you're using the Jane Fonda aerobics workout Nargis picture. You like that one, Nargis?
I do love it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're very, very sexy.
Do you think I could put in the one where, the one you made with, where you've tried the golden ratio? How are you enjoying this, Daniel? How obsessed are you?
I love it. It's fun. it's not as easy as you would think. So if you have some idea as to what you want to make, you kind of, if you really have an idea of what you'd like, you have to redo it like maybe 10 times, 20 times, little tweaks. So it is challenging in some ways.
He explained to me, Nargis, that as he was trying to augment the breaths with ChatGPT, it's so fucking bad. He was like, I had to explain like I'm a doctor and that it's imperative that it makes it larger. And he's like, no, make it larger.
The largest. Big old body boobs.
Yeah.
Oh, stop. Come on, this is fantasy.
Look, the overflowing golden ratio to me.
Yeah, wait till you see the others. Moshe, for the sake of decency, I can't put them on.
Yeah, so I one of the miracles, the chronic miracles that I've been presented is this idea that with the bees, the fact that that they knew that bees were eating fruit and that there were male and female bees. I thought that one was pretty interesting. That was known at the time, or it was miraculous.
How would they know it?
How would they seen such little tiny genitals?
Yeah, genitals, yeah. No, there is something obviously like quite spectacular.
So I can tell you how they could figure this out, if you guys want to know.
It's impossible. They didn't have any.
They couldn't. They have microscope.
I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know.
Don't ruin it for me, man. It's like the only miracle that's keeping me employed to do my job, man.
To ruin it. I'm gonna ruin it. So every year during the season, there's always gonna be maybe one or two queen bees, and then when they're born, and what happens is the queen bee flies really, really high up in the air. What she does is she literally has an orgy. I'm being dead serious. All the male bees, what they do is they try to inject her with like, you know, they fertilize her for her lifespan. But once the male fertilizes the female, male is dead. The only purpose he has is for all of them to group up in like this big huge ball, wait for the queen bee to come up, for them to like just, you know, fill her up with her, you know, her lifespan. She goes out, and most of, you know, some follow her, didn't, you know, and then in the wintertime, what's really fucked up is that they treat the male bees so bad. So there's the worker bees, and then there's just like these mating bees. And during the wintertime, things get really, really cold. Inside, and they'll stay nice and warm and try to keep the queen bee nice and warm amongst the others, make it through. But the ones that can't, the male bees, they get pushed out. They literally get pushed out. And then what happens is they freeze. Now, if the sun hits them, they can come back to life. I think they only have like a little bit of a window to kind of like come back to life. But you'll see that most of the male bees get pushed in the winter time. You know what are male bees? You know what are the worker bees and the female bees? Like, you know what they are. Like, if you maintain bees. I didn't mean to kill that for you, Daniel.
Had nothing to do with the claim. It was just a long ass explanation of like National Geographic. Had nothing to do with it.
Saving the bees. I just wanted to do the orgy thing because that is true. And I think that there's a better way to explain that, but that's exactly what happens there with the female. it is true they do get kicked out for the winter time, so you can tell which.
Thank you, Mr. National Geographic. Thank you. Going back to the claim of the Quran, Daniel, could you imagine?
On the great day of saving the bees.
Can you imagine, like, how they would know this?
Bees suddenly appear every time you want me. Just like me, they long to be Dr. Z, Dr. Z.
Killing me softly with her song. Dr. Z's killing me with her song. Turn my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Wow. When I joined Clubhouse, and one time I entered one of these singing rooms, I heard the most beautiful voice. Fuck, and it was Dr. Z. I was like, shit.
I know, right? But your voice is equally beautiful. I don't care. Your creativity and your voice. Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. I enjoy your karaoke sessions here.
I think even the most leathery cynic would be, would have a difficult time explaining why it is that the Quran knew that the universe was expanding. So the Quran suggests in Surah Al-Anbiya 21, chapter 21 and 30, that the heavens and the earth were once a single unified entity, a solid mass. Now, think of how many thousands of, this is written in the 7th century, at least. How could they have known these things? And that's not the only one. There's the expansion, which is in 51 and 47, 51 chapter. And the heaven were constructed with strength, and indeed we are its expander. So there's this idea of an expansion, and then elsewhere within the Quran there's an idea of singularity. I'm sorry, doesn't that raise an eyebrow? There's something not natural about that.
Do you feel guilty, Muhammad, and the early Sahaba knew about this miracle and never shared it with the world for like hundreds and hundreds of years? Like they could have really pushed like technology like the right direction. Like does it bother you that they kept all this information themselves, Dr. Z? I mean, do you feel guilty about that at all?
I think it was extremely groundbreaking for the time frame that it was revealed in. Yeah, it is absolutely groundbreaking. I don't think they concealed it. I thought that was a foundation to build on, right? Like cosmic realities God is sharing about his creation, the singularity, the fact that there is an expansion of the universe, and the reflective light of the moon. I don't know. There's so many other things. The cloud formation, alternation of the night and day. Alternation of the night and day.
You don't think it was a bit Jewish of you guys to keep the information to yourselves? I'm not trying to throw any digs. I'm not saying anything, but it's like, we're just picking up the things that you pick up from them and us. I just want to know, do you think it's, very exclusive? You know how the Jews are. Do you think that you guys kind of chewed that one out?
I don't know. I don't think so, because this foundation actually gave path or created path to so many Muslim scholars, basically, and going back into physics and algebra and mathematics, and one of the if not pioneers, but then along those lines that they started working in that direction. It's sad that it didn't, like, nowadays the Islamic direction is completely different. But back then, this was the foundation, and the scholars banked on that. Early Islamic scholars, um, excelled in different subjects. Why do you think they did that? This was the inspiration. Quran was the inspiration. The teachings of Prophet ﷺ was the inspiration.
Absolutely, man.
There is a rumor, Daniel. Go ahead.
Listen to this, man. It's not just one thing. Maybe you could say, all right, singularity, coincidence, expansion, coincidence. And we could go on and on. But there's so many of them that are just weird. So this is from the 57th chapter and the 25th verse. Surah Al-Hadid. We sent down iron, in which is great might and benefits for mankind. So modern science indicates that iron was formed in outer space and brought to Earth via meteors. And I'll do one more. You could go on and on. The orbit of heavenly bodies. The Quran states, this is the 21st chapter and the 33rd verse. The Quran states that the sun and moon move in their own orbits, which contradicts earlier long-held beliefs that the sun was stationary. It just keeps going on and on. And at a certain point, you have to say to yourself, is it a coincidence, or am I just being stubborn and not looking at this text in a way that's honest? I was being so dishonest with the Quran for so long, and at a certain point, when I saw so many of them building up, I said, okay, there's something here. Maybe there was a science that was unknown, that they knew these things. That's my explanation for it, that there were scientists of that in that area that knew. And I do think that there is scientific information within the Quran that couldn't have been known at the time. So there could be extraterrestrial, whatever. You can't ignore all of them. How many do you ignore? 3, 4, 5, and there's 50 or 60 of them. Dr. C, no, isn't that right?
Well, apart from that, I don't know when exactly the time being relational was discovered, but Quran mentions time dilation, relativity of time. One must wonder when was it actually discovered? Prior to the 7th century? Was there any indication? Maybe in the previous scriptures I would give that, but other than that, was there any indication of time being relative and relational to the object? What else? Quran talks about. There's so many things that Quran talks about. You mentioned many. Relativity of the time is one. There was one more thing. The biggest one is the unseen. Like, hello, what you see is not what all it is. The fact that there is a reality beyond your vision, beyond your perception. That's there. Like, our first belief is to believe in the unseen. Believe in the unseen. It's remarkable because shut up. Who is doing this? Listen to me. Believe in the unseen. Stop. I know you guys are trolling, but I'm going to still say it. Believe in the unseen is incredible because that tells you that your reality is just confined to your sense perception. But guess what? That's not the ultimate reality. There are things beyond your imagination. There's things beyond your perception that exist, right? God has just asked us to believe in it, right? That's the fundamental of Islamic principle, that believe in the unseen. And believe in the unseen is not just believe in God, but everything that He created with my knowledge can't access, but there is, right? Starting with the unobservable universe. Well, guess what? I can't observe it, but I'm being told that there is. So, what am I supposed to do with that information? Then you gotta submit. Like, yeah, your immediate reality, that the bubble that you live in might not be the only existence. There might be other things that are created that we don't have access to, but we still believe and we still submit. And this is the essence of Islam.
So what's the proof, Ms. Karanti? What's the scientific proof that you guys were talking about?
Scientific proof that was stolen. The Jews.
What was the proof?
And there's tons. There's so much scientific evidence, and we know this, and it's the reason why they kind of shelled themselves away from the world, because they didn't want to let these secrets out too early on. And those greedy Jews.
Now, do you know what those secrets?
Are you Jewish?
No, I'm not Jewish.
Are you Christian?
No.
Oh, so then this doesn't pertain to you. This is just for the Gnostic. Why are you here? Are you an atheist?
I can't join a room?
Well, no. Not if you're
Allahu Akbar. I just came to ask what proof.
Yeah, but what proof do you have for anything?
My proof is Allahu Akbar.
See what I'm saying? You see what I mean about that?
We're calling for Megatron. That's him saying that. That's not me. What you say, Megatron? Okay, my second proof is La ilaha illallah. The dude is ranting while you're talking. La ilaha illallah.
Let me put this guy in the audience really quick. So you either convert right now, or we're gonna have to kick you out of the room. Sorry. This is what we're doing today. No. I'm a Catholic.
That is what we're doing. That is what we're doing.
I will baptize you right now. You do a small prayer for yourself. If you either convert to Christianity, we're leading with the sword today. We will tell you all of the scientific secrets in the Quran. You must convert today, right now.
To what, Islam?
Not to Islam.
He has soul convert. Soul is now.
We'll give you dual citizenship, but it has to be at this point.
First of all, I'm already born into these religions, so I don't have to convert anything, right? But me,
okay, so reinstate. That's fine. I like reinstatement. That's fine.
Brother,
we can give you the old plates from your old car. We can put it on your car.
It's your room and stuff, so I understand if you won't let me talk because I have to.
Well, you have to convert. Like if this was Islam, I would make you pay. But this is Christianity right now, so it's either do or die. You see, at least Islam, they let you pay. Like like the Catholics don't want your money.
I don't have
you
to
either convert or die. You either convert or die. That's it. The Catholicism right now.
That's not how it works, brother.
That's exactly how it works.
I just want to ask,
that's how it works in 1,500 years.
So why is the title about Quran and not the Bible?
It is about the Bible. We're talking about the Bible and the Quran.
But so do you understand what these truths are? Do you yourself? I was trying to ask basically, what did you guys discover as the truth, and do you understand what the real truths to the universe are?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're a Gnostic group.
Do you understand
it's beyond the Quran? You have to believe in God. So you can't even be a Mason if you don't believe in God. What makes you think you could join groups like this?
Brother, I believe in God.
All right, that's all you have to say. All right, he's converted. All right, so
that's not converting, bro.
Oh, you're gonna ruin it.
I guess.
So this is the thing, right? We're talking about the expansion of the universe, quantum mechanics, time dilation.
Mm-hmm.
These are all scientifically proven to be.
Okay, right. I understand that, but most of the fathers of Quran don't understand that. So you do understand that everything is really about frequencies and consciousness. Is that what you understand that, right?
No.
Okay, you gotta do some further investigation because this new scientific proof, scientists are always the last to know everything, which means the people that wait for the scientists, matter of fact, they're actually the last to know. Scientists are one of the last people to know anything. The followers of scientists are the last to ever know anything. listen to them. I already know all these truths to what happens after you die and all that. But it's like, why the masses? They're always the last to know. So it's like, why are you just figuring this out?
That part is true, right? Like, I'm a scientist, right? And fuck, man, I'm always the last to know that there's a party happening somewhere, or just that the guys are going out to a bar. Nobody would.
Yeah, like you have to wait for there's proof there's time dilation in the Quran, bro. People that have outer body experiences and go through the 7 different realms, the different heavens, they come back and make YouTube videos about their experiences, and explain this stuff. So it's like, it will resonate with you because the truth is the truth, but everything is interdimensional. Multiple, there's multiverses. Everything goes back to consciousness, frequencies, and that's really what it's about. That's why Jesus came. Jesus came to teach people about that stuff. And no, Jesus didn't die for our sins. Like, that's some bullshit. But he did come to teach people about that type of stuff, and he died because of these teachings. So yeah, I mean, that's closer to the truth,
I wish people had a better understanding of what dimensions actually are.
Yeah, I wish people did too, to understand that, there are these different dimensions, right? And the Bible and Quran, they probably explain them, but people don't realize what they're talking about.
No, you're not understanding what dimensions are. Dimensions are simply methods of measuring position and vector, right? And so, like, if you have more inputs, you have more dimensional, like, inputs, basically. So, like, the 4th dimension has 4 inputs, right? The 5th dimension has 5th. That's how you find the coordinate of it, right?
Yeah, that's right. To give an example, like, in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoons, like, Krang is from dimension X, right? So, like, the position, like, if you're in that dimension, is just X, right? It's on them.
So dimensions are basically,
just one thing, Kaz, really quick, because you said something really that bothered me a little bit. You were like, oh, he didn't die for his sins, but you know how the sacrificial system had, right, with the goats, there was a scapegoat, and then they would sacrifice the other one. Right? The sins would go away with the other goat. You know how that's done in the Old Testament.
I'm not too familiar with
that. Well, all right. So you know the New Testament that they had the other Barnabas guy, right? Or was it Barabbas, right? And then they had Jesus, right? Mm-hmm. Well, the old sacrificial system, what they used to do is they used to take 2 lambs. Right? The scapegoat, the one that took the sins, they would let go. All the sins would be in that one, and then they would sacrifice the other one. But you see, you cannot get away from this thing, because even at that moment, at his trial, they let the worst sinner, they kept the perfect sacrificial lamb, man that was completely innocent. Like, so it's still following this framework. You can't get out of it, no matter what.
I hear you, but people.
Yeah, so you right down to the end. That's what I mean. And then the ends of sin and sacrifice, right? Is now you can't kill anybody anymore. Because then now that's it. It's just now more Christians. Like, every time you kill one Christian, it's gonna be more Christian. So now it just works against them.
No, I get it, but people.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
but until today, but like,
I get it, bro. But people don't. Jesus, he died for his sins. That's the least. I promise you. That's the least. That's the last thing Jesus is worried about. People thinking he came here to die for our sins, bro. Jesus came here because we were sinning. So in that context, yes, he died for our sins, but it's not he died for our sins. I don't know if you understand the difference. Like, he
so
came
how do
here
you think they knew the bee thing? How about the bee thing? Like, they know that bees have female and males. How do you think the Quran knew this information about the bees?
that information was passed down.
From where?
From people with the knowledge, bro. It's not hard. So what you need to understand about the world, there's always been people or entities with knowledge coming from the source. So it used to be common knowledge about these things. People used to know this commonly. At some point, things fell apart and people lost a lot of information. And Cora was talking about different dimensions. She didn't really say anything different from what I'm saying, but she doesn't really understand that these dimensions are just different ways of viewing light and how light travels. So basically, in these different dimensions, yes, there's different entities that can basically phase through light differently. That's what they are. Heaven is one of those dimensions.
Hey Bart, did you know that bee colonies are 95% female? And they're matriarchal?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. So the ones that are left out in the wintertime, those are just because the men are just there to fertilize. What I mean, with all the male bees, they die. And after their only purpose in life is to create that big, huge bee circle for the queen. Throughout the summer, like that's their only purpose. And the moment they shoot their load in her, they die.
Correct.
Yeah, that's it. That's just their goal. And then she gets all fat and she licks them. I guess the ones when she's done, I guess she puts out this kind of smell, and then the rest follow her or to a new colony.
Yeah, what'll happen is if you develop it, there's always one queen in a colony, and then over time, a second queen is fed, and develops. And when that queen matures, the colony splits in half, and the first queen goes away, and then the second queen
example, in the domain of health and fitness, I think Orange Theory is the dominant.
Yeah, that's true.
The thing is you make it seem like, okay, you have all these theories, so you don't believe any of them, or you don't not.
I don't believe anything. Yeah.
So, if you don't believe in anything, what's your whole basis of nihilism?
I'm not a nihilist. I used the reference that seemed most applicably and useful to me at the time. I've got lots of references to pull from. And then I think about what that entails or what I want to do next, you know?
Yeah, I believe in people, like I said, everybody lives under one also, and people don't die, people do come back, and just relive again. And I believe that people start when they died enough times, came back enough times, and deep down they could feel they've been here before, or certain things like that, right? But everything's a theory. Even gravity is a theory, which means it can get proven wrong, or it can one day be proven, oh, that's not actually how it works. Basically, nobody knows anything. Um, is what I'm hearing. Because everything is a theory. What's not
Well,
a theory?
like I was saying with scientific theory, they're relatively useful models. Like they have an ability to make predictions with a large degree of accuracy, right? So it's not like I have a theory and you're just like kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall. It's I have, you know, a scientific theory is something that's been tested and tested and tested and tested. So you don't reach theory status without having demonstrated that it's reliably accurate as a model. You know, it might need refinement, but in general it's reliable. And then occasionally you have like big things that happen. Like we still use mechanics. They work well at a certain scale, like, but they're not good for making predictions for like broad scale, like cosmology, you know, and astrophysics, because we've discovered that there are things about gravity and time that, and space and time that are affected by, you know, basically general relativity explains it better, and so we use those, you know, that, and same with at small, tiny scales. That's where you use quantum mechanics because it makes more accurate predictions. But if you want to build like a machine to make pies, you know, Newton's laws are fine.
Well, how would you respond to the pessimistic meta-induction argument against scientific realism?
Stop, Deepak.
Yeah, people need to understand science. It just goes along with things religious, I guess, religion tries to teach. But the thing is, with religion, people need to understand that most of the things that are supposed to be here, these are not supposed to. They're not in there. And they're not in there because, like
I was just wondering, just like a tangent. What if somebody was buried in like Middle East Gulf region specifically? How long would they be in life?
Gulf region. Oh my goodness. And buried what, like in the sand?
Yeah.
The sand. It's pretty dry there, but it's hot.
No, it's very humid.
Oh, it is humid. Okay. So hot and humid is a pretty. That's a pretty fast decaying rate. In fact, like I think the world record for like someone being seen alive and then found completely skeletonized was like a 14-year-old girl that got murdered in like New Orleans, Louisiana, and like they found her in a swamp with a naugahyde couch overturned on her. So it was like not only like the heat humidity, because like Louisiana was like all the extra heat that you get under like a synthetic, couch cave thing, and all the bugs and stuff like that. So I would have to look at like at the entomology in the area to see what kind of bugs there are. If there's a lot of like moths and other like anthropophagic bugs, that'll probably help. But heat, humidity, you would have to be somewhat anaerobic under the sand, so that might slow it a little. But yeah, I'd say probably take about 4 to 8 weeks for a month.
4 to 8 weeks.
If there's no bugs.
Yeah, there's no
Well,
bugs.
it's because
Or other animals. That's the other thing.
If animals is less than a week.
Not necessarily. It depends. Yeah, but it's all sorts of fun stuff. Yeah, in the cycle of like most people know about rigor mortis, right? But like the other thing too is that your intestines continue to like build gas after you're dead, and so eventually like your entire abdominal cavity will like explode. You kind of see that with like roadkill, where you get like this big puffy raccoon, and then come back a couple days later and it's like blown up, you know. Other fun stuff is like if you're in water, underwater for a long time, eventually all the fat and the will start turning to soap, and your skin will start sloughing off, so you'll start making like suds in the water. That's fun.
That's the body stuff, but then I was talking about the soul stuff, so where your consciousness, your identity, and those sorts of things that people know, but they don't want to teach you about these things because it's too liberating. So that's the world you live in, right? So the people that know, the scientists, well, the world leaders that know this information, they want to keep it as vague as possible because they don't want people to know certain things, because then people will be free. People wouldn't really care about dying or certain things, and they will lose control.
What I would tell you, then, Adam, is that if you want like old like cleaned off skeleton, the best thing to do is throw it on an anvil. Give that shit dust.
I think what you're saying is that Deepak is the man. He's trying to keep everyone down.
Of course, Deepak is the man.
I mean, the man.
He's out there building our AI overlords, like you know.
You guys don't know Deepak is like the son of the Maharaja of South Asia. Like you may not have to. Sorry, Deepak, I have.
Deepak, why are you trying to lie to the entire planet? Why do you think humanity's finished?
It's called a noble lie, Mark. I mean, I don't know how much you know. Obviously, you know in and out because you're Mark, but
This is an ignorant
noble
lie.
lie is a necessary truth.
Mark is just sore and cynical now because his entire profession is about to like get swallowed up by the thing I built.
You and me both, buddy.
Well, that's true.
I'm fine until they actually have peaceful self-driving cars that can operate on all parts of like the transportation grid. I'll be retired by then.
Interesting about the UFO files, Cora.
You mean the UAP files?
UFO files.
You know what unidentified or
state too.
Yeah, for sure. You know, to people that can.
That's what I had. I had in-state tuition. All right, state school all the way.
Yeah, I mean, good guy ain't one of them. But the thing is, like, you're interesting because, well, to the regular human eye and ear, right? I'm not a regular human eye and ear. When they ask you something, I hear what you say, and I basically understand. You said nothing, or you
So,
can't see no
Cass,
conclusions.
let me tell you
You know
something
what I'm saying?
about
It's like
myself. Let me tell you something about
I don't
myself.
know. I'm just saying.
Let me tell you something about myself that might jive with your UFO conscience, right?
Don't be offended.
So I literally am good friends with the man that created the ONSHAP conspiracy theory. Like the Inca Nebula papers, like back in the late 80s, early 90s, right? His name's Joe Matheny, right? We're friends. We've been friends since about 1998, I want to say. So and he's been on our bell many times, all this stuff, right? I grew up listening to Art Bell. Seriously, I had a AM transistor radio that I would hide under my pillow in bed and sit there and listen to like KGO out of San Francisco because I could only get it at night, right? And I would listen to Art Bell all night. It was great. Um, and so like I'm immersed in all this stuff. If you think that I like have no sort of exposure or curiosity about it, you are just absolutely wrong. Like Whitley Strieber, Linda Moulton Howe, right? I've heard it all, okay? And I also know the other side of it, the money-making side of it, right? And that once you create some sort of conspiracy or put some information out there and then you try to like reel it back or just say, haha, I got you all, it's fake, I made it up. They're like, they got to you. You're part of the conspiracy. People don't let go of this shit. And so we just kind of sit back and laugh. We're like, okay, we'll just sell you more books. Fine, you guys can have it,
Whoever made up what they made up, right? I'm not too keen on the details, but I feel like I ran into you before. That sounded like I remember a girl saying I think you're the same girl, but whenever, first of all,
yeah, I'm not a girl. My name is girl, but I'm a woman. I'm 52 years old.
Okay, but whatever this person took back, if people are not buying it, it's because there's more information.
No, they totally bought it. You can go out and
listen to what I'm saying.
people are testing like crash lands in places around the United States, and we take it secretly because it's like a national security issue, and we dissect it and reverse engineer it to see what people are up to, right? Which is like could be anybody on the planet, could be any other foreign power, right? Why we go to aliens before, why most people go to aliens before they think about the more probable Occam's razor sort of scenario is beyond me, right? So until you can eliminate, right, the more probable scenarios, you can't just walk around saying aliens are true.
Well, here's the thing, though. When you have a lot of evidence, right, that aliens do exist, when the UFO files told you that when they so-and-so landed on the moon, they saw these objects flying near them, right? When they have videos of people flying the fastest jets in the world saying, yeah, this object came to us and started following us and then was going faster than us with technology we can't explain, right? When you have a lot of whistleblowers explaining there are different life forms on this earth and telling you that there's grays, tall grays, reptilians, some say. When you have all of these things, right, and you have yourself, you are a human being, you exist, right? So that doesn't eliminate the possibility of other life.
Yeah, but I
So,
also
so
understand
all these things point high.
I also understand Fermi's paradox, right? And I understand what it takes for actual interstellar, let alone intergalactic travel, right?
I just wanted to. I just wanted to say that there is actually now, again, scientists are late to the party, but now they have corroborated their own terms of the fact that there are all these secret extra dimensions, right? I just posted a paper in the in the chat, right, on large extra dimensions from higher dimension inflation, and here's the quote from the paper, right? For notational simplicity, we use brackets in the measure, transforming a density, okay, blah blah blah. Where's the part I wanted? This is just here's the part. Yeah, no, this is important, right? The vacuum solution of the dimensional theory is a 4 plus d-dimensional de Sitter space-time described in flat slicing, a uniformly exponential expanding universe of external and internal dimensions, right? So the vacuum solution. So clearly trying to do this with a vacuum solution. And where do you think the capital of the Dyson company is? New Jersey.
This is just an economics paper talking about the economic fallout of the Trump tariffs on U.S. aid stations. It has nothing to do with right, exactly. It has nothing to do with the the extra dimensions that only disembodied consciousnesses.
Yeah, but you guys, most people
some nonsense right now.
Damn. Feed the baby some milk.
You podcast with your children.
It just doesn't seem like you even stand firm on anything to be true. I get it. You don't know anything, so you just always stand from that viewpoint. I get that viewpoint. Okay, you don't know nothing, so you don't know anything, sure. But it gotta be like I want to know. Do you understand the structure of the earth? Like, do you understand like let's say politics? Do you have a viewpoint on politics, or is it just a broad answer that
No, I have a very detailed view on politics. I worked in large scale public infrastructure for many years. Public infrastructure finance. I understand the Department of Transportation inside and out. I understand the federal budgeting process. I know general political theory. All of this stuff, I didn't learn in school. I taught myself because I was interested or it was like part of my, career path. So I have an anthropology bachelor's degree and a master's degree in real estate development.
so if it was part of your career path, that means you were just your learning was very structured already. It was basically here's the stuff you have to learn.
No.
Right? To go down this career path. So you were learning things that you had to learn, correct?
I went looking for information that would help me achieve the goals and outcomes that I had. That's different.
Right? When you're doing things to have a career path, you're really following and learning things according to the rubric, not based off of your own interests. You might say it's your own interest afterwards.
Yeah, you don't know. No. I'm autistic. I do dumb things like learn entire land use codes for the city that I live in because I find it interesting.
Okay. So do you believe in a deep state?
No.
You don't believe in deep state?
I think there's oligarchs in the world, right? I think that people have relationships that influence things that where the average person is not privy to, right? But that I wouldn't call that a deep state. I don't think there's an overriding conspiracy other than rich people like rich people, and that's really all it comes down to.
So if the deep state doesn't exist, then name every government employee.
I couldn't tell you right now because I don't know how many people have been fucking fired.
Yeah, obviously.
See, okay, Mark. See, Mark, let me ask you. Opportunity. I know all about it.
I know that I could probably name more government employees than most people.
Some very educated people, right? When you tell them this stuff, it's like, even though they're very educated, they turn stupid.
Well, have you ever got to see the Matrix?
No, everybody's seen the Matrix.
Right. It's like they're plugged into the Matrix.
So how do you get somebody that's smart?
And they're like that person in the movie, his name is Cypher, who's played by this actor, also Greta in Sopranos. He was like unplugged. Right. But he betrayed humanity and tried to negotiate with Agent Smith to be plugged back into the Matrix. But to live a life.
You guys know that
Agent Smith preferred comforting line.
Agent Smith might be the savior of the Matrix. After all, the savior of humanity.
Well, actually, Cypher would have saved humanity if they let him kill Neo in the first one, because then the whole plan would have gone to shit by the third movie.
Huh? I gotta look back into what y'all
In
say.
the second and third movie, the
Yeah, but how
argument
does that
reveals that
save
the
humanity?
One is part of his procedure for keeping the Matrix under control. If Cypher would have been successful at defeating Neo in the first movie, then the Matrix would have failed. And, the humans would have been free.
No, the Matrix could have sent another.
Neo was part of the system of control.
Yeah, they could have sent another the one.
They could have sent another one, but there would have been
Zion's population would grow too
instability
high.
and more red colors, and Zion would get more populated than it would throw off the balance. So
Cypher could have saved them all.
I don't
destroy the Matrix and left no trace. Get it? Okay.
I've actually heard the deep state or the deep state. Why don't you understand or why can't you see a deep state?
Because I work with government employees all the time. I used to work with ones at the federal level, like all the frickin' time. They're not that smart. They're diligent. They're devoted. They're public servants. But there's no like big conspiracy. The conspiracy is among the elite classes, the wealthy classes, right? So this whole deep state shit is just it's like people wanting to have a boogeyman, right? Instead of identifying what's in front of them, which is incompetent people.
You've read the Foundation novels, right? And
of course.
There's a second foundation that's manipulating the first foundation.
Yes,
the first
exactly.
foundation
Yes.
Right. So there's that's what we mean by the deep state.
Yeah. So basically, the people you're around, of course they're gonna be stupid. You know. But it's just like, why don't you understand? See, it's like there's a point where you're too educated to where you're blind by. It's like you start missing certain important information from it, right? So
I don't think you understand what you're saying. Like having.
You don't understand because you're too smart for it.
Having more information doesn't make you less capable of understanding things.
You might seem that way from the ignorant, though.
Because I feel like you're too educated because you're looking at it how you were taught to look.
Yeah, you're not responding to this the way all the dumb people he tells you to do.
Gotcha.
Don't listen to me say you're trying to be funny, but it's just like you're educated enough, but are you intelligent? Can you see abstractly? That's the question.
I can visualize the non-Euclidean topography of the universe.
So do you understand?
Yeah. That's what I do when I meditate. It's real fun.
You think 9/11 was fake for us? You think 9/11 was inside job?
No.
You think it was
inside the towers?
Yeah, you think it was an inside job in the U.S.
Certainly not inside the Matrix, right?
Cora, can jet fuel melt?
It was less about that, and it was more about the actual construction of the tower structures. So they had like these floating floors that came off of a central columns, right? And as soon as you had one floor collapse near the top, it just was like dominoes all the way down. Didn't really have to do anything with melting
probability, right? It seems like the probability of that being chosen by chance is like 1 in a trillion.
Correct. And now people that are educated, 1 in a trillion, or in
One
the
in
case of that
365.
trillion.
No, it's 1 in 365 trillion, that's it.
Right, so it's like when you have all these, when you have all these things, right? Basically saying this, like foreshadowing these events, plenty of events, is like then you start understanding you're in a world where everything is just pre-planned, and it's not really a coincidence. Now ask yourself why is it pre-planned? Who's pre-planning this stuff? That's all I'm saying. I don't know. These coincidences happen.
Yeah, Neo's birthday is actually the 3rd.
No, look up the ID from the Matrix. I didn't say it was his birthday because he can't be born 2001. That's like
13th of September 1971.
No. I think it was the expiry. I think it was the expiry of his like e-card for the corporation he put down.
Let me look at it right now.
And the universe,
No, his passport expires on September 11th.
Oh, the passport, yeah.
Oh yeah.
The universe, is could technically last hundreds, trillions of years, to say the least. Like of all the possible dates in the future that could have been chosen, like trillions upon trillions of dates. What is the probability that chose September 11th, 2001?
It's infinitesimal. That's just math. The universe is just permeated with coincidences at every level, right? Like look at like the fact that the degree to which like an object sort of like the amount of effort it takes to slow it down when it's traveling is exactly equal to like how much to how
I don't know, he got his first passport when he was 20 years old, he was born in 1971. Then, it would expire. His second, iteration of his passport would expire in 2001. And then, then there's the one in 365 chance that you picked September 11th, which is near his birth date, so it kind of makes sense.
But there's no hard and fast rule that passports have to expire in the world of the Matrix in like 20 years. It could have expired after exactly
Every 10 years.
873,000 years, or like
the fact that they
every 13 quintillion years.
20 would be like
Yeah, but then why would it say it's a U.S. passport? Like, why can't they just make up a different country?
I mean, why would they have to? Like, it's more plausible.
Well, the architect did say that they did base those versions of the Matrix on, mid-90s United States. So why wouldn't they put in the parameters of the normal United States government actions? That would make more sense. Why did that step up?
They're putting in most of the parameters within the realm of like plausibility, but they're tweaking a few, such as the passport expiration duration.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So if you like an anagram of the name Neo is 1, right? Like the 1. That's like
Also,
it's a eon.
Right. There's a lot of like small, hard to notice differences between the world of the Matrix and the real world. For example, in the real world, the person who looks like Neo is actually Keanu Reeves.
I have to think about coincidence, right? Probability. And like, depending on how you define what the objective is, right? Like that's how you would back calculate the probability of it happening. But I'm not sure how to like articulate that. You know how like people use fine tuning and then like the response is that like, oh, like it's because you're looking for something called light, right? Like so, but I'm trying to find a better way to articulate that. Like, there's a thought that I'm having, but I haven't been able to form it yet fully.
I mean, it's the
does that mean that like if we accept the given that life was an intended like aspect of the universe, then the fine tuning argument goes through, right? Like then it lands. Or are there like other problems?
Somewhat, but there's actually like people act like it can only be one way, but and CM has a chart of it. There's actually a range of potential. It's not like it's not as finely tuned as people think. Like there's a range of potential ways that the things like the the fine tuning constant and stuff could fall and still result in the ability to have some form of carbon, phase one, I think so. Yeah.
The concept you're looking for in Nizam literature, I think, is called the Rao-Blackwell theorem. You can read about it on Wikipedia and stuff. That's exactly.
Yeah, because that's not find like what I'm trying to read about. Yeah.
I mean, it's nice to think you're the center of the universe, but then that's a slippery slope to like helios, I mean, geocentrism and flat Earth.
I think you should just say these things are not coincidences. Um, but planned events, and you get somewhere.
I want to ask you a question. Could you recap the multiverse that you're talking about just now? Could you recap, make it make sense? Run it with the making make sense so that we can explore it.
Right. So everything already exists, and everything exists simultaneously. You have plenty of different versions of yourself, right? With little minor differences. There's some that you have a version of you that's super rich right now, super poor. But the thing is, every decision you make, you're basically choosing which reality you want to get closer to. That's why people say, just do shit. Like, all you have to do is do things and believe that because you will eventually fall in line into your universe, right? For example, if one of your future selves is living in New York in a penthouse right now, for you to get there right now, you have to be like, I want to live in New York.
I demand a dog picture tax.
Let me move to New York. That way you're gonna get closer. Oh, sorry. To them merging with that timeline.
Said I demand a dog picture tax.
You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Okay. All right. Now, I kind of ponder that in a corporate structure. Okay. In corporate structure, there is shared value that talk about maybe the normal one. They call it the dimension of firefighting. Like smaller company with just firefighting every day. They fight for their living on a small company. But the higher company would want to say a shared value, which is belief to see. And then another one which is more of see belief, like the Chinese company. They see you have opportunity here, you grab. So then I'm looking at maybe it's aligned with you, but I'm kind of pondering whether the three specific analogy of that. Let's say I like to firefighting. Anything that I do, I have to react to it, and then generate outcome. But other than that, I say, why not I look at belief to see? Then I master the belief to see skill set. That I get into that, the outcome different. So like I am in this verse, and then I can jump to the other verse accordance to my that one. So I will look at the three dimension. Does it make sense that it is like three combination of spice that I can select? I'm going to use this spice, then I'm going to expand this spice, and I'm going to mix this spice and that spice, and this is how I generate the output that I'm getting right now.
Correct. So for me, correct. So, I mean,
yeah, Deepak is an expert in spices.
This is great about my thing.
Deepak, the floor is yours.
This is such a trivial thing to. I Mark, I'll just let.
So basically, yeah. So I see what you're saying. So basically, for you to get the outcome you want, you have to start aligning. You heard this before. You just have to start aligning as if you're already that. So what would you be doing in that type of outcome? And you have to start projecting it right now. And with that intent, you will slowly
least I can logically say there are two different dimensions of belief system that I can hold. The one which is the lowest, firefighting, the one which is highest, belief to see. Now, having that dimensions that I'm doing, now, how do you personally able to ponder like, hey, how this guy never met me is talking about it, and suddenly I'm here also looking at, hey, I've been thinking about the same understanding, but I run with it in this manner. You run with that you are talking about. And how did you get hold of that? Is that somebody, or you are like, how did it happen to you from not knowing until you pondering, this might be true, or this is, confidently say this is true?
Okay, that's a real interesting question. So, from a child, I've always been somebody I like to debate, meaning I like to see things logically and find out the truth. So maybe just that just led me to coming down certain, timelines to where I got this information from. I can't even recall where I got it, but I can tell you it always resonated with me. Is I probably always thought it was true with just through the tuition, but then I started learning about certain things, or I might run into certain information like randomly, or intentionally. It depends on what it is, and then the information starts slowly building to where I can confidently say, "This is the truth. This has been my long understanding of things, right?" And if you've been going down the timeline, I'm going down the timeline. We having this conversation. It's just for a better understanding. Because like that, because we were both looking for a better understanding of that, or to spread the information, or to get more information about it.
Okay. In short, what is more experiential knowledge, right? Because you are kind of like experiencing it, and then over time you pick it up. Okay, I'm going to get it more, accumulate. Because I do find what my experience is more like experiential knowledge. So I'm kind of trying to see whether you and me, there is a resonant frequency that we can even get hold of. Hey, wow, I mean, between you and me, that's just I'm trying to look at that possibility of that frequency, that I am more on the experiential knowledge. I did not even go to bookstore buying books, but I'm trying to ask something beyond the book. Like let's say there's a book that in the bookstore, I will think, who write the book? Why he is writing this book? Something like that. Like you talking right now. Hey, who is this guy? I don't listen to your word, but I listen to the value behind your words. So because of your humbleness that you are portraying, that I can, hey, this guy must be something like that.
Right.
What say you?
So basically, I had experience with it too. So I wanted to be somewhere in life, right? And one day, years ago, I was sitting in my mom's room. I'm in this room in my mom's crib, in my room in the basement. And then I decided, and I had somewhere to be at 10 a.m. And I decided I'm not gonna go there. My cousin comes in the room, right? And
also just BS, right? We know there's so many better scientific explanations of what would have happened to you, right? Like we know what psychological effects of certain sort of substances could be. Mass hallucinations have happened. There's just all sorts of possibilities that are a better explanation of what happened to you in this case.
Yeah, keep in mind, you're saying there's all sorts of better explanations, but you're not telling me what explanation is not what it was. But basically, it's pretty simple, though, Deepak. But what I'm basically saying is, for you to everything already exists. Your version of your best self already exists. Somewhere it already exists. It's about you consciously aligning and getting closer to that.
Are you familiar with Hume's no miracles argument?
No.
Right. I think that's basically what we can apply.
All these arguments are coming after after the fact that these things already exist. This is how life is already structured. So all these theories or things, these are coming after trying to explain to you what I'm explaining to you right now. So people make all these theories, all these numerical theories, bro. I'm telling you what it is. It's all these things already exist, bro.
Saying that whole story where you went and you were you're not going to go to the job, but then your cousin told you to go and then you went and then you got the job because the guy asked the other manager. I mean, that's as ridiculous as people saying that, I don't know, the constants of the universe have to be fine tuned to 10 power of 123 or whatever.
Yes, everything has to happen the exact way, the exact second, the exact minute it happened, or it would not have happened. That's what I'm telling you. And I understood that from that situation. But here's the thing, though. It was kind of like, of course this happened to me because this is always how it works out for me. Regardless of what I meant, it doesn't matter. Something always happens, and at first in life, I'm 28 now. At first I used to think, wow, I'm so lucky, and it keeps repeating itself. I'm talking about at the last second, the craziest thing happens to where I started realizing it's always gonna happen for me. It's so weird, bro. I don't know.
I'm just saying, the best way to explain it, right, is that, have you ever heard of the Miracle of Fatima?
No, you just told me. I said no.
Oh, okay, yeah. So the Miracle of Fatima was a thing that was supposed to happen something like in 1916 or something. There was thousands of people saying they saw the sun dance in the sky, right? Thought it was a great Catholic miracle. And now we know through scientific study that it's actually a pretty rare optical phenomenon, right? That happens when people stare at the sun and they're trying to expect some sort of miraculous event. It happens rarely, but it does happen in places like Thailand and all that. Now through scientific study, we understand what this supposed miracle actually was. And I'm just saying it's probably some similar information in your case, right? It must be some rare sort of optical or psychological phenomenon.
Brother Cass, I have one question to you. Hang on there. You see, now the question is this. Just like today, I think now there's a new me in the room. Okay, I'm just going to give the context first. The context is that the room, I've been in the room, and I've been moved down to the audience, and then I come up somehow, and then I almost want to leave, I say, okay, I'm kind of okay, I'm not being likened here. But I say, maybe this is best for me, I should stay. And because I was staying, and then suddenly, I do not want to put the phone near me. You know what happened? I put a Bluetooth speaker portable. I just want to listen. Suddenly, why am I picking up your frequency, not other person's frequency? That what makes it like, hey, why am I getting the same frequency resonance? So when I remember when I was in science class physics, the glass, they're broken, so they track both glasses with the same frequency level. It gives that kind of a similar sound, or maybe at least there's thing. If you same frequency, you have reaction, the same reaction, something like that. Yeah, checkpoint.
Right.
You say something.
So in terms of frequencies, things of similar frequencies always are going to resonate with each other.
Yes.
That's just a rule. That's just a rule in life. How I know?
Exactly, in physics, yes.
Here's how I know, right? I ran into people, right? I ran into people without ever meeting them, but I feel like I knew them, right? And spiritual connection, right? Because it was, I felt like she was just the type of person that could see the world how I see it. That's really how I felt. So when I met her, I asked her, I was texting her, I said, yeah, I just got her number, I don't know this person. I asked her, yeah, what do you believe? She didn't answer. Right when she didn't answer, I knew I was right because she purposely didn't answer because she felt like her answer would be too revealing. You get what I'm saying? But when I met her, she's exactly who I thought she was. But the way I knew about this stuff, like, because we talk about it, I'm like, yeah, bro, because we talk about how weird it was that I got told her, like, and she felt like, and she was kind of speaking the same way, but I just knew because of the frequency, bro. And it's something that I can see, but not with my eyes. You know what I'm saying? But it's just my body knew, not in that, not in a sexual way, but it's like something in me knew this about her without me ever knowing this person at all. Like it, now I have. Yeah. Okay. Now how do you balance? How do you what? How are you going to balance between something like say this one time back I was like having supposed to be having some kind of MOU signing the next morning, you know. So what happened is that then I wanted to drive my car on the same morning. Prior that I prepared myself for the MOU. What happened is that my two tire of my car punctured. So what I did was I kind of looking at two scenarios. I pondered back what that episode happened. One episode is like if I react in a negative, in a firefighting manners, I would just say, oh, what is this car? No, because I have this important meeting, and then I will kick the wood, you know, and then maybe my face going to be, you know, hot anger. Okay, now that's one scenario. Okay, another one, I say, God, are you testing me? Are you testing me? And then it cooled me down. And instantly in front of those, in front of my house, there are, you know, individuals that come and stop. Hey, so, you know, so, are you going somewhere? You seems to be having some kind of problem there, you know, from the body language. But I did not react. I just see to believe or believe to see in that, but not firefighting. And somehow they offer me, hey, you have something to do, but maybe this is not the direction that you're going to. I talk to him. It's no problem. I'll send you. So, you know, the kind of experience. Then I look back. If I were to just have in the car properly, okay, maybe on the highway, you know, on the 5 minutes after, I'll be hit by a trailer. How do you see that silver lining by not able to prove it because you have to really drive the car to be hit by the trailer, but because you are given a positive vibe with the test, you are okay, you know, so you are safe. So that's silver lining. How do you balance between that and the one that you are having your free will saying, okay, I'm going to choose to pay for this and that, yet you are allowing that to with the flow. How do you balance that so that you get the silver lining? So yeah. I think I'm trying to understand your question. I don't know if this, you might have to repeat the question in a different way, but I would say, because what I do, right, because now, sometimes what I do is I think about, okay, if I was in the position that I wanted to be, what would I do? What would I do if I was currently that right now? You know, so okay. If you want to somebody that's unhealthy or trying to get in a perfect body, right? Okay, what would I do if I was the in super good shape, you know, super confident about myself and yes, like you, like what would that person do? Because the thing is, when you become that person, you will be doing these things. Yeah. So the key is to do these things before. That makes sense. Oh, that's when you go. What's next? Yeah, when you have situation as such, that's how you're going to. What's next? So what you're going to do? You will be pondering that, and then give yourself a pause. And what would I do? You know, with this situation, what would I do? That's how I know when I'm not. That's how I know when I do something I'm not supposed to be doing. Because I know. Oh. Because I know if I was in the situation that I want to be in the future, I want to do this right. I wouldn't be doing this. That means what you are saying align with my analogy about if I do firefighting mode,
that means I don't even start thinking, I just react to it. That will be a losing end for me. But if I start looking at what would I do, that means I ponder, maybe believe to see, at least I'm not fighting in that understand character of a person. That means I getting a better one output from how I do myself.
Yeah, you gotta be engaged and aware, because you know when you that's why people meditate, because it lets you take away those distractions and just be aware. So you just gotta be engaged and aware. And it's very simple things that you probably heard plenty of times, and I probably heard it plenty of times before I started realizing like what how severe and how much it weighs on you. So anything I do now, I might do the smallest thing and be like, that doesn't align with what I'm trying to do. Because now I'm actually thinking this might this one little thing, and you gotta start understanding everything in your life started from one small decision. I was a point in telling you that story. The smallest decision you make, it could be anything. Just the route you take from work tomorrow could affect the next 30 years of your life. And you wouldn't even know they're connected to you making a right turn at the light instead of a left. Because that whole, like, it's so crazy though, but you know, that's how I kind of look at things though. But
Yeah. So having that logically, I can even I mean, like I put up the three power button. Either I press the button or level firefighting, or I press the button believe to see or see to believe. That means I get output that which is whichever I decide, that output will be the one that I'm getting on. Getting achieving or getting like the output that I generate from that action that I did. So hence, if that is the case, multiverse to you makes sense. To me, the three different power button makes sense. So that is what it meant by multiverse that you're saying. I mean, are we aligned in that understanding that you're talking about multiverse and my button of firefighting, see to believe and believe to see? Is that aligned?
I mean, it sounds like it's aligned, but I think there's a if you're doing something and trying to make the right decision within to get to where you want to be, the outcome, right? The outcome of these decisions, even if it doesn't look like it, could potentially be pushing you to where you want to be. So you might, for a job, you might want to get a job, right? Because you want to reach. Let's say you want to be a millionaire and get into this field, and you try to get a job and you don't get the job, right? But if you're doing things right, then you're not supposed to look at it like, I didn't get the job. Oh man, you're like, I start looking at things like, okay, I wasn't supposed to get that job, because you're still going the right direction. And what happened after that? Something something happens, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is why it didn't work before. This aligns way more. Like, honestly, it's happened like that many times. I'm just giving an example as a job.
To you, it happens several times, right? Do you have that kind of experience that it's like what it means is like you have a plan you want to do, but that plan is superseded by the designer plan toward that is special for you that you don't even realize.
Right, and
oh my goodness, that is interesting, man.
And while I get there, for example, right, this is an experience that I've had. So when I got somewhere, right, because a couple places didn't. Keep in mind, these places I went to, is people I knew that were trying to get me in these places. Like, I had inside people, and for some reason it didn't work out still. So I go on my own place, and then it aligns, and then a person tells me, yeah, man, everything happens for a reason. That's why you're hearing from me, and I'm talking to you right now. And he doesn't even know I'm really paying attention to these words. Like, it's crazy this guy's saying this. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I'm receiving the message as in it's not him telling me, but it's a message from beyond to me. It's not even him telling me this. So
Okay, next question. Having you realizing paving this route, do you experience some kind of backlash, or maybe people like the route is kind of a lonely kind of route, and then nobody, like you overthinking, this is not true, Have you been experiencing your inner circle, your family members or friends, close friends that even, not able to, because some of them may not be able to experience. Have you experienced some kind of the they call it frictions, the unnecessary.
Everybody around me, I'm cool because I'm fine with it, but because that's my personality. But like sometimes you get to a point where basically only you understand how things, only you and your selective group understand how things work. But the thing is, these people that understand things with you, they're most of the times they're not there because they got their own experiences. Most of the time, it's people, it's the regular people that are gonna be around you. And I just, but like I said, I just like that's just my thing. Like what I know is just what I know. If I run into people to talk about it with, I talk about it with them. But those people, I just live regular lives with them when I run into them. Unless they reveal to me that they know this type of stuff, then we can get into it. But I'm never gonna try to, because people are just gonna. It takes time for you to even understand certain things and how things work, or it takes a while to.
How do you call what you are getting? Is that something above your paycheck? It's like you are kind of like, okay, downloaded to you. It's like the movie Matrix 1.
Everybody has it. Everybody has it. But like I said, most people start seeing it faster than others, because it had. I think people have multiple lives or different souls, multiple lives, and they learn throughout these different lives. But there's ma- there's souls that are more mature than other souls. But I just feel like it's information that's been created in everybody, and that's really what all these religious texts try to. That's their true meaning behind it. If they're unfiltered and not touched by man, that's what they're really trying to teach people, right? Um, but it's in everybody. Now they don't want you to know this stuff because that will give true liberation, and people will. They
No more able to control you, yeah.
Yeah, they would
Influence you.
some like for it in a good and bad way. Because now the person that committed murder is sentenced to death, you're not gonna care.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are not gonna care about certain things.
They are more persistent. They are more stable in terms of facing challenges as well, where nobody can plant fear into them because they are kind of able to be more agile or something like that.
Right.
Okay. Now the next thing that I'm kind of pondering. Okay, so if you are having that kind of experience, how do you tell me? Is that like okay, you said something that you said it is in me. Okay, I'm just trying to understand, because something that when you were saying what you're saying, that flashed to my inner eyes is that looking at the SIM card, the mobile phone SIM card. Hang on, not mobile phone SIM card, the one which is the 1980s. The dial up, the phone that dial up that you get the internet without the Wi-Fi. The current one, I think 20 years ago. So what happened is that I had to dial up, but I have this SIM card and connection. This SIM card is the one that I have embedded values that you talk about. Oh, so everybody have. As long as you are human, you have that SIM card. Okay. However, you also finding ways to get connection to the telco so that you can get more data from the data from the telco. Maybe the raw material of to make it even more. In terms of you cooking your meal. I mean, how do you look at in that context?
So it's like different machines can read SIM cards faster than others. Let's say you might have a USB 3, a USB Thunderbolt, USB-C, but basically they're all USBs, but the information is just transmitted at a different rate. And some files are less corrupt than others. So the thing is, the challenges people face is having a lot of corrupt
current state of your stability, are you consistent in your performance, or you are fluctuating? Like sometimes you can get it, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you feel what is the state of being that you are right now? Are you consistent in what that you are already having, like they call it permanent user password, or you are just merely getting the temporary user password at the moment? What is your current state?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely fluctuate, but it's the fluctuation which I think is inevitable. But it's like I said, headed towards the you're always headed towards your destination, regardless. But it's now I can acknowledge that, so it doesn't really matter anymore because now I understand the rules of the game.
Yeah.
How things go.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, very true. Okay, now there's something that I kind of like looking at. Does your family growing up conditioning helps in what you are, who you are, or is more like by accident that you go somewhere, or maybe there's something that is nothing got to do with your conditioning when you were growing up?
It has nothing to do with your condition whatsoever. You don't. It doesn't matter how you were brought up. It does not matter.
I see your profile here. You have this profile. I'm looking at what your holding values is. So could you just give me some kind of a short summary? What's your holding values?
Say that again.
Belief system, holding values. Something that you hold on, like you believe in God, or you have some kind of.
I believe in a source consciousness, which some people consider God. But I really believe this thing is really in the background, and it's just there. I believe you have a higher version of yourself that is aware of all of this, and just a small piece of your soul is in this realm, and you forget things. And the whole thing is to remember who you are, and you're always being guided towards that. So I believe that after death, you never lose consciousness. You still have your identity, but you and your body, you're not your body, right? So, but you still remain conscious. You still have your identity. You still are who you are. You're the only person that's gonna judge yourself, and based off the life you lived, if you don't feel like you did it right, you're gonna want to do this again.
Okay. Now, you see, there are individuals always vocalize the word the mind, the power of the mind, the power of mind. Okay. Now you keep saying the soul, and then there are also individuals that say the soul, but they're not able to get that vibration of the soul, but somehow they use their mind to vocalize the terminology soul, but I don't find that vibrations is really awakened. So whereas you kind of like looking at when did you start looking at the soul as something that is relevant in your context hierarchically rather than your mind. I have not heard that you say your mind as a core driver. So how did you get hold of that? Hey, the soul. Like how did you?
So your soul, I mean, so it's always like I said, I've always felt these things. When I got older, I learned how to express them. But your
before
mind,
that, can you give me some context before that? How was it?
as a kid, it's just I always just felt weary, like something's not right. Like the stuff I know is not. That's not what it is. But in terms of that, it's like your mind is what creates this reality, right? Um, when you think, when you see and observe, that's what's creating the reality and the realm you live in. But when I say mind, I mean consciousness. That's why I go back to consciousness. But when I say your soul, that's just your
That means okay. That means when you were younger, there's an alarm banging on you, which is the consciousness banging on you, like, hey, there's some kind of frictions in you. Is that how it happened?
Yeah, like it's just like yeah, like it's just like it's
Okay, essential point. I want to bring up the one. When was the tipping point happen? Because when you say you got, there must be some kind of a tipping point. Or
I'm one of those people. There was never a tipping point. I've always been like this.
or maybe.
Verb in silence, but I didn't have words for it. But it was no, there wasn't like the girl I was talking to. She had a tipping point. I'm 28.
Yeah. Okay.
She's 40 years old, and she said she just had her spiritual awakening or something like that, where she started realizing these things. And then I told her like, yeah, I never really had that. I just realized that I was like this, I never really had a tipping point or
You
anything.
mean even you are teenagers, you already have that kind of kind of like your.
I was always interested in these things. Yeah, this is what
I see.
always resonated. This is what always
That's
resonated.
kind of unique because normally you must have somebody normally must have some kind of maybe a footballer is suddenly broken his leg and then but yours what really happened behind the scene? That's what I'm trying to look at what happened? God offers what happened to this guy? I want to see the behind the scene, the director script. Why it happened to you?
I'm trying to think, bro. It's just like I was a kid. And I always like, I don't know, like nothing, like I can't tell you, bro. Like I never had a. If it was, man, I could tell you, when this day, this is the day I realized. I never had that. It just when I, it's like, it's kind of like you're asking me, what was my moment when I started walking? I can't tell you that, bro. It's just like,
Okay. Have you been bugging yourself on maybe that when you were a teenager, there are moments that you're bugging yourself for the last what 3 years in a row, like maybe 1 year continuously, like you keep having more higher decibel of why, do you have that moment, like kind of like more profound, spiking wisdomly somehow.
nah, I mean,
Do you have that moment?
I think because even at young, I'm Haitian, so I was born in Haiti. I wasn't born in America. I was born in Haiti, but growing up in church, I can't remember when I was 5, but even when I was in Sunday school and stuff like that, that's when I was like, as a kid, like that's when I was like, why, right? Because it's like they would tell me some certain things in Sunday school, and I used to be scared of hell. I used to be scared of going to hell because I was like, but, and I always just think of it like, bro, how would it make sense that you can go to hell for not being Christian when other people are born without a choice in different parts of the world where they won't be Christian?
Yeah.
So it's just like I was just thinking like that as a kid. I don't know, and I can't even tell you that.
Now, if I were to say, hey, God office, let's get, that's the one behind the scene. I just asked from God office. I'm just imagining right now, a file about you. I read it out to you right now, something like this. The moment you were there during the time when you say, why a person we have no choice of deciding I want to born as Chinese, I want to born as Indian, I want to born as whatever, so we have no choice. So now, okay. So having that kind of pondering, to me, I mean, behind the scene, I look at, and then maybe the designer saying, hey, I am the designer that I make you, don't ask this question. I want to make you to appreciate why, regardless of what I'm going to plant a seed, but you have to make sure this seed that you receive, you have to plant nicely on a good land. It will grow according, your time. So that's why you grow with it.
Yeah, that's the first instance I can remember. But nobody planted that seed in me. That's how I was thinking. Most people, actually everybody else around me, just took the information as that. They didn't question it. I sat there and I was questioning it.
Classic Revolution 2 storyline. During during the time that you are pondering that why am I born to be this? I don't, it's not my choice. And then maybe you say something about how do you get it? You say it's already been in every of us. Maybe the seed is already there in you. You are knowing that, hey, I'm going to plant the seed that I have. I'm going to polish the SIM card that I have. I'm going to service the SIM card that you have. The mobile SIM card that you have. Maybe that's what you did to yourself. That it grows. Yeah, possible.
Yeah, because if it's in everybody, then probably
Yeah.
as a kid.
You don't have to look out. You don't have to look elsewhere.
Yeah, I just started polishing mine real early.
Yeah. Early, yes. That makes sense.
But that's how I went though, man.
So you are also, in a way, to me, how you present yourself is like more experiential knowledge.
Yeah, it's experiential knowledge. I know it's knowledge within myself because the way I think and the way I think about things, I know it's not. I didn't learn from somebody, so that came from somewhere beyond me being born. You know. And also some of it is knowledge I just learned that resonates with me. But that goes back to just you truly knowing things. So when you hear things, it's like when you hear somebody say your name, like you could be in a crowd and somebody yells your name, you can't hear anything else. You just hear as soon as somebody says your name, you hear it because it resonates with you.
Oh yeah, just like what I happened to me today. Yeah.
So when I'm living life, I hear information. I'm learning that way too because I know when it resonates with me and I know when it aligns with everything else, and I could tell it like easy.
Yeah. The moment that I picked up you, I quickly go to my mobile phone because I had the Bluetooth speaker. I think about 12 meters away. So there's another room. So I don't want to have my mobile phone. So there was one moment you with the lady. I can't remember who was the lady. Suddenly you say something and then they read it differently, and then you say, this is not what I meant. Then you are given a chance to elaborate your points, and then I find that the point that you're making, like you are calibrating your frequency to the person so that the person can understand. You see, I'm kind of, who is this guy? Is recalibrating yourself to have the resonance that this for that their frequency, not your frequency. So you're not bugging on your frequency. Hey, you follow my frequency, but you are in a way trying to knowing what is this lady frequency. Somehow kind of like, hey, she's okay with it. So when she allowed it, and I said, hey, this guy is really you somehow is trying to adjust yourself just to get that resonance. I was like, hey, I must want to know this guy. So that's where it come about. So it's like your name being called in a noisy areas, still you can hear your name being called. So I kind of like looking at, hey, it happens. Not one ago, wow. Yeah. Hey. How are you?
Jeff does the room here. When this is up, excited the Quran. You guys done from there?
Actually, yeah. But we are just one of the speakers here. But the title was, I think, with some of the earlier moderator. They come up with that.
Okay. Alright. So, are you a believer soul?
Yeah. I am. I think Brother Corey as well, probably. What was it? How to call you? Cass, Brother Cass, yeah.
You guys are believers together, soul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That interesting, Brother Ayan. Okay, let me just, me and him, how do I say, Cass? You are a different space, I'm different space, then we harmonize, not because of our religion. How is that? I mean, that's how I
I don't operate based off religion, bro. I operate based off
upon what actually happened.
So you
Meaning,
say
if he was on a stick and the story changed that into a crucifix, or if he was stoned to death and the story changed that into a crucifix, or if he was on a crucifix and the story was just honestly reporting that, all of those are different types of stories. That's why it matters to the people who care about that story.
here's the thing. You guys, go ahead. I'll get my let me speak. You guys, no offense, but I've been derailed. Okay, go ahead. I wanted to talk about one of the biggest crimes in history. It's somehow this bad forbid the carpentry. Okay, I'm sorry. I want to hear from Kaz something interesting about anti-Semitism. So Kaz, so
Why?
that believed, okay, that my ancestors killed their God. You can say that they're wrong or that it's irrelevant, right? Is that what you were saying? Yeah. Okay.
You're just really excited that he doesn't believe that the Jews killed Jesus?
No, it is very important because here's what I'm saying, right? I run into the people that killed Jesus.
Yeah, so what difference does it make if this one guy doesn't believe that?
The people that killed Jesus killed Jesus.
Okay.
The point is, it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Because Jesus was going to die like that. And that, and guess what? The person that sent him here knew this. So that was what had to happen. Trust me.
But here's sort of the problem with your approach. It feels like you're sensitive to some questions. Like, you do think that there's like areas of study, but you're kind of making a broader meta-nihilistic point that any conclusion you make will be irrelevant in the broader scheme of things. And like, I feel like you're just trying to battle your own curiosity over the questions. Like, you're right, it doesn't necessarily change anything, but that doesn't mean you can't be curious and figure out what you think
I
is
didn't
true.
say you can't be curious, but the fact that it is a debated topic means we will never have the definite answer. But these people do.
I wouldn't say that. That's not true.
But listen.
You might get to a definite answer based on some of
We could get a definite answer sometime in the future.
Maybe.
But as of right now, right, these people do agree that Jesus did exist and on earth. So let's just build off of that. But when people start to debate, whether it's a cross or a thing, and they start trying to say, you don't know anything because you think, he died on a cross, and you think he died on a stick. Some people think he didn't really die, he got like, this is the stuff that's irrelevant.
So let me tell you why I said is correct in this case. Because there is a cycle of Christ, which is Annunciation, Conception, birth, crucifixion, resurrection, ascension, and something else. But anyway, so those, they fundamentally are important concepts. If a Christian does not accept any of those pillars of the Christ life, then the entire concept is vulnerable to attack. From that perspective, what happened to him is hugely important because its connotation to the divine and the God. Now, if you make the case for Plato, it really doesn't matter what Socrates, who applied or the fine. What's important is their writing that they seem to their idea. But in this case, for the reason I just explained, it is important. It's an important debate to be had because if any of these pillars are removed, then the whole foundation of Christianity in terms of the life of Christ, hence his divinity and being the Son of God, will collapse. From that perspective, let me just land it. From that perspective, it's hugely important. And that this is a different case than I gave example of the authors that philosophers. It doesn't matter in this case. In this case, it's different.
You're saying that, right? The details, I'm saying the details, people get onto, Jehovah Witness think he died on a stick. Some people think he died on a cross. every book says everything's supposed to be resurrected. I'm just saying some people debate in the Islam community that he didn't die. That's all I'm saying.
You can't resurrect if you never died.
But the thing is, I'm just telling you what people debate over there. This is not my argument. But the thing is, both of these groups, they acknowledge Jesus though. But one is debating he did die, and one is debating he did die. Right? So
Right.
there's a reason.
I think there's like an
There's
important.
a reason, but there's a reason. It is important to find out why there is a differentiation, like a different belief in that.
Here's like your concern. Like you're trying to posit that it doesn't matter because everyone's trying to follow Jesus and listen to the story. But like if he died on a stick rather than on a crucifix, and the records we have from the Christians involve crucifix and events that we believe did not occur, then that changes the book from being a testimony of witnesses that saw a thing and then published it so that the world would never forget, into instead a bunch of people that heard a story maybe decades ago and at some point put into print a version of events that was useful to their purposes and memorialized a story for eternity that didn't actually happen. Those are two very different ways to relate to the story, which, by the way, is why you will find it in Muslim circles. Because having that debate at the very beginning as to whether we should accept any of the record about these events is when you have to draw the line between saying, yes, I agree with all these teachings, but guess what? You've never seen them because your book is full of lies.
Yes, what was your last thought? Yeah, I was just basically saying people are debating on little details that really don't change.
They're debating on whether or not to throw the book away. No, I'm saying that. I'm saying that's why the debate matters. The people that have accepted the book, they already have it. They don't care what you debate them. But the people that say, I like Jesus, they don't like this book, this is when they're going to fight the book by saying it's a discrepancy. It doesn't fit what actually happened, and I can't trust this source.
People are debating things like, whether Jesus died on a cross or whether he died because it was a stick.
Like they say he got stabbed with a spear.
But both of these people believe in Jesus, and at the end of the day, they believe that Jesus was nailed. Language in mind, we would call it the ikr, right? Exactly. Is that either?
Yeah, I'm here. Why?
No, because I just want to say we would call it the ikr, right? The ikar.
Of the story?
No, what Kaz is trying to tell us that we have to focus on the main point of what these books are saying, right? And people go astray, they go into all kinds of minuscule whatever ideas about something and they're missing the main point. They're seeing trees, they're not connecting the dots or whatever, I don't know. So I think is that what you're saying, Kaz? Yes, people are the dumbest things to debate and pay attention to. Because the word because it is possible to get crucified on a stake. Now the Bible never said
being a follower of Jesus. You're oscillating between him appointing me on a holy mission and him being a crazy person telling me to do that.
This is what I'm telling you. I'm not saying it has to be a crazy guy. Somebody came up to you and told you, hey man, Jesus existed way back then, man. He died for your sins.
Yeah.
And I'm talking.
That's happened to me before.
Okay, but here's the thing. This is a world where this is not the norm. You can't ask.
So you're saying like if it happened, but that wasn't as common as it is today?
Yeah, it's not common. You can't ask.
Okay, so then a random guy shows up. That still just sounds like a bum on the street saying the end is nigh, no?
But what call it a bum on the street, sure.
Okay.
But the thing is, he told you,
Yeah.
he told you all the right information that you know now.
Okay.
Who told us? Anybody.
No, it sounds like a crazy guy on the street just trying to like change my mind into something. There's no problem. I ignore homeless people on the street all the time.
Yes. You agree that most people do not believe in Jesus, right? That's not true.
I mean, I don't believe in Jesus.
Wait. Let me get this straight. Yes. Why do you say that most people do not believe in Jesus? Most people do believe in Jesus.
Yeah, you said the opposite.
Wait, bro. I'm sorry. Okay, why in a world, okay, where there are 4,500 religions, please, I know what my voice sounds I didn't say that. You're saying that. What? You just said that sentence. I said the majority of people on earth believe Jesus Christ. When it's, they don't believe in Jesus Christ. No, you gotta be careful how you say this.
No, he wants to capture everyone.
Okay, bro. What?
He's trying to capture. That's why he's using a vaguer, broader notion of believe in. Yeah. I get it.
I acknowledge.
I believe that he existed, therefore I also believe in him.
I believe exists.
Right.
I don't worship.
Right. So I must be your believer.
No, but listen. Let's get back to the point. Yes, faith is that people worship Jesus, and they would not have done so had it not been for a lot of other people worshiping Jesus. That's a point. I can see what he's saying. All right, but for him later on to say that the majority of but if you're talking about yes, it's an error. What you're basically saying is people believe something because someone else believed it and told them about it. Is that right, Kaz? Is that what you're saying?
It doesn't sound like
Yes, and even if you don't want to, even if you don't want to
I might just be saying yes because you asked it.
Islam and Christians, they make up for more than half of the population of the earth. Just that alone. All right, but let's go back to we down that road.
Yeah, all those Muslims and Christians know the exact same thing about Jesus.
Why don't we legally make a point, and let's just go with your point that there's an error that came from a group thing, or I don't even know. Yes.
Okay, let me just make my point.
No, he's just trying to diminish the definition of the word belief.
I'm not. It means what it means.
Okay.
It means what it means. All right, let
me make a couple comments here. So I'm not going to repeat the first part that I did. When you mix in hinduism into this thing, this is really developing. I have no idea what
that's why I cut it to two religions only.
Because let me. Okay, if you're only talking about two religions, we added up the numbers 4.2, 4.3 billion people. Population of the earth is about 8.4, actually pushing 8.5 billion people. So from that perspective, you're not correct. If you're trying to mix in, well, just hold on. If you're trying to put into the mix some other groups, they have the knowledge of such a man, Jesus existed. That's believing that he existed. That's something. But we don't understand. I think I said this to Peter. What is? Maybe before you answer, I want to ask you two questions. One is one question, one comment. What is the definition of believing in? That's one. Second, there are people. Actually, we said we're not going to believe anyone. That if nobody else would have told you about that individual, actually somebody tapped on the shoulder, said, look, I am the Messiah, or whatever I am. And you said this is not possible. It is possible. I mean, Khadijah, the wife of the Muhammad, was the first one actually believed in him. Without having anybody else telling her that about Muslim, Quran, or anything like that, believed in her husband. So there are people, individuals, foolish people, actually, not all the time, but probably perhaps in the majority of cases, they believe in somebody saying something particularly in the spiritual realm. So that was my comment, and then let's go back to my question. Tell me your definition of belief in the context of people believing in Jesus. What do you mean when you say
believe? To believe something exists. So if I tell you, do you believe in Santa? You would tell me, no, you don't believe in Santa because you know Santa is not for real.
And would you say you believe in Hitler?
Yeah, I believe in Hitler.
Okay.
Right. You see how you're losing the sense we apply. Like I say, would you say you believe in Donald Trump? You believe in Vladimir Putin? You believe in Bibi Netanyahu? You believe in Hamas? You are losing the meaning of the word belief in order, it seems to me, motivated reasoning, so that you can capture, like I said earlier, as many believers in Jesus as you can shake a stick at.
How people have knowledge of this.
Hold on a second. I think Max has really completely captured the almost I would say foolish devious. That's not the right word. Anyway, that you capture as many people as you can under this umbrella. So if you use the people having the knowledge of, I mean, it's an education. That's the difference to the discussion we had. Most people on the face of the earth, they have the knowledge of evil's existence.
The point was to start, the whole point started with Mick said it. Me telling him, if somebody came up to him randomly in a world where it wasn't just, the status quo to believe in this stuff, and told him that this man existed and he did this and that, the thing is, Mick said would not believe in it. That's my point. That's what I said. He wouldn't believe in it, right? So that's why we went to a point to where we're talking about most people in this world believe in Jesus. What does that mean? They acknowledge he is real and he exists. Why is this important?
Ron, they believe in Jesus. And no, they believe that there was a Jesus. But we're just saying the word in Jesus. Automatically, I think everyone will agree on this one. That it means I believe he was the Messiah that the people or whatever people. I don't believe in Jesus. I believe that there was a Jesus. But let's take the story of Abraham. Okay, Kaz, you know where Abraham lived, right? You know what they did in time of Abraham?
Yeah.
What did they worship?
And what do you mean, what do they worship?
Well, Abraham was believed to be, according to legend, the first monotheist, the God that we all believe in. The Abrahamic religions, wasn't Abraham the first one?
Yeah, that's what the text said.
All right, now, according to your point that you made, people believe things because other people believe things, right? It's inherent thinking. But Abraham clearly severed, made a distinction, and I do not believe in what everyone around me believes. Now, how would you like to explain how Abraham did that? How did he get to not believe it? Because he's saying, yeah.
I mean, the same way, God came to Abraham.
All right. It said that God comes to Abraham, or did Abraham, I forgot this one. Is it in there? It's Ezra?
Sorry, what was that?
Okay. Did God come to Abraham? Did Abraham come to God first?
For what?
First. Because Kaz said that God came to Abraham, but I said that the whole story with Abraham, breaking all the idols of his father and all that, wasn't it Abraham that initiated? I mean, I could be wrong about this. Wasn't Abraham that questioned first and he believed in God and then God appeared to him?
In the verses, there's no explicit indication when God, meaning it starts at Lech Lecha, and it seems unprompted. It's not clear from the verses explicitly why God is deciding to speak with Abraham. In contrast to like Noah or who's that guy, Methuselah or Enoch, that said like he walked with God. Right? Those have like some commentary. Noah, it says that he was righteous in his generation. Abraham, it has the little story of Terach and his father and his brother who died in the lifetime of his father, and then like it ends as if like the end of the genealogy, and then it just starts the next chapter. So, so I'm saying it is somewhat unprompted. The rabbis filled in the blank and explained why was his son dead, what was Abraham doing, and how he was, fighting idolatry. But inherent within even like that starting point is acknowledging that there's some kind of history that they're ignoring because he's 75 years old when it starts.
Yeah, you think they're ignoring the history in the Bible? Or you just
No, the Bible isn't ignoring any history. It's very focused, but it leaves things deliberately ambiguous. So, like, in the example of, like, Abraham, when his entire mission starts at 75, the Bible is referencing there's a whole life of Abraham that is just not pertinent to this story. When Moses starts saving the Jews at 80, it's saying, yeah, it tells us a bit of his early life, but it says everything up until the 80 is, again, not what this book is about.
But here's the thing, right? You think that the Bible doesn't include this? Or
every fact that ever occurred. There were several times that Abraham, over his 175 years, went to the bathroom, and the Bible didn't record any of it.
You know they have the Ethiopian Bible, which gives additional context to Abraham.
Yes, there are many unofficial additions that have been added to the Bible, which, by the way, if you read the Bible, it's explicit. You're not supposed to do that. But yeah, there have been many that have written books after the fact and tried to add them on to the story.
But I want to ask you a quick question, because I like the theory that people believe things because there's a mass following. Yeah, most people only believe.
If that were true, then we would all think the same thing, so it must be untrue.
Most people don't think the same thing.
Oh, really? Then how are we arguing right now? Like, if we accept as true your premise that people only ever agree with each other, then no one would ever have a unique thought.
Most people agree
Oh,
on
most people. So how do you know if you're talking to somebody who's just believing what their friends believe, or if he's genuinely thought his own thought, and you just have to talk to him either way?
They're not open. I would like to way of thinking. They haven't explored. If most people.
Oh, I understand. You console yourself of not being able to change anyone's mind because you say they're not thinking for themselves, because if they were, they would agree with me. Instead of disagreeing with that big group over there that also disagrees with me.
You're the only person that can change your own mind. But when
I agree.
Somebody hasn't.
You're trying to say that you.
Once I see it, somebody hasn't dove into other realms of possibilities, right? Then I could tell you're just doctrine, just doctrine. But yeah, if most people.
Okay, you're just calling me indoctrinated. I'm calling you dumb. It makes no difference.
I mean, I'd rather be called that Ethan Good.
Yeah, I know. You have to be to have this idea. A lot of people are going to call you dumb.
See if people come out with children. All right, Cass, if most people of the world were atheists, why then would you not go with the majority of people? Because I never just follow what the majority of people are doing without thinking about why they're doing the things they're doing and what's there for them to be doing this, and does that even make sense at all? What I'm trying to say is that, maybe I misunderstood your initial point, was the reason why people believe things is because there's a great following, or a majority of people believe something. That's why people believe it. I'm saying, so it's important when we're talking about Jesus, because you're not supposed to believe in Jesus just because the next one believes in Jesus. That's the difference. Now, if I told you something about, yeah, man, the Warriors are about to win this year, and you believe me, that's sports. But we're talking about something like which the rules are. Basically, you're supposed to believe in this because this is what you actually believe, not what you were told, but you have to actually believe in this stuff, right? All right. Well, you're talking intuitions, and I don't think people, when they're forced to believe something, I don't think they can believe it. They're not, but people are scared to not fit in, and most people are gonna fit in if they believe in what they're supposed to believe and how it was taught. Well, then how do you explain Jews throughout history that never flowed with the majority religion in either Islamic or Christian countries, and they paid a heavy price? They paid a price for not going with the norms. What's going on over there? What do you mean? You talking about anti-Semitic? No. Did I not say that about you? No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, I'm trying to understand that you said that there are people who believe in what the majority around them believe. That's what you said up until now. And the reason why they do that is what, out of convenience? Just because they don't want to stand out. They don't want to stand out. I'm totally with you so far on the same page. And they can't formulate their own thoughts to figure out what to believe. All right. They just gotta follow the crowd. See? But there are minority religions spread out wherever there's a majority religion, where they have not done this, and this is an interesting phenomenon. So why have they not done what we're expecting them to do? What you're saying is that they would flow to avoid consequences. I assume is what you're saying. Well, because like I said, there's always certain people, right, that believe what they believe, because the majority of people around them has indoctrinated them
that's what explains why most people are Islam because they were born into it. Most people didn't convert into Islam. Most people didn't convert into Christianity.
How do you explain people leaving the religion?
People leave their religions because those are just a small minority of people.
No, no, no. That's an
Okay,
interesting point.
let me just interject here. I do really appreciate you that you asking the question and you're being unbelievably patient with this man. And he wiggled his way out of everybody.
I whistle my way from
Don't
there.
answer, yes, you are. I really honestly think you lack the combination of the level of generosity on Ethan and Maxwell's part as a fortitude.
Generosity to treat
Yeah,
respectful
in terms
people.
of the asking the question and taking your problem seriously and trying to address it. But my
That's what Jesus tells them to do.
You are not tracking. You don't understand.
I'm tracking everything you're
Yeah, hold
saying.
on a second. Hold on, man.
Get to your point, bro. Get to your point.
Don't act like a 2-year-old boy with a diaper rash. Okay? What I'm trying to say is you do not have the capacity. You do not have the capacity to understand.
Are you talking about me or the point? If you're talking about me, if you're talking, all right, man, so we can move on. If you're talking about me,
Yeah, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you.
I can respect it if you're talking about the point. Ali, give the mic back to Ethan. Give the mic back to Ethan, because I want to hear what he has to say. Ali, you're not talking to the point.
You don't have the mental capacity to understand what it means.
Okay, are you done?
No, I'm not, because you keep interrupting me. I'm saying, if you're going to engage with
Well, I'm not gonna engage.
okay, that's right. Then stay
You're
quiet.
disrupting the rules and hopping the shots, man.
Now, hold on a second. You asked me to
Nobody wanna talk about.
actually, I was not talking to you. Anyway. So what I'm trying
Well,
to
you
say
should
is,
not do as Ali.
Say it,
Not
man.
be interrupting people. That's
look,
what you should do.
Ethan, I honestly, I would certainly appreciate your patience and level of sophistication. Posing the
But
question.
nobody cares what
And
you
also
say.
engaging
There's nothing that you say
to
that's
get an
important
answer
to
out. But this
anybody.
man
The
has
man
a
is talking like
sneaky
you're talking.
capacity to whistle out from everything that we did generously offered to you in terms of explanations and questions
I'm giving you all explanations.
and reasoning. I have not heard a single word of common sense reasoning out of this man. Not, I think he's dead. He's trolling and
You can't understand common sense, Ali.
in this room, maybe.
You're not capable of understanding common sense because you wouldn't understand that, bro. But basically, that's what it is.
I think, Kaz, I think what Ali, he's gone. He's upset because you're touching a hot spot. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't believe in God at all. And yeah, Ten is also, he's Jewish, but he doesn't believe in God.
Ethan?
Yeah. He's Jewish, but.
Ethan, you don't believe in God?
We brought
You don't believe in God?
that into the conversation, but my and thank you for bringing it up. But I think if we don't want to discuss it, we can move on. I don't want to engage in something that's a focus. Want to move on.
No, the room doesn't want to move up. Ali doesn't want to.
Great. All right, so we're talking with Kaz, and Kaz is saying that thinking is generally inherited. People inherit their beliefs. People believe in things because the majority of people around them. He pointed out that people don't want to stick out, so out of convenience, they're going to go on and believe these ideas. I question that because I pointed out that there are minorities that still persist and do not go with the flow. And then I pointed out the biblical story that Abraham is one of these people that did not believe, but the majority of people around him believed, rebelled, got up and moved somewhere else. I guess the question is, Kaz, is that a behavior you believe personally?
No.
That's interesting. Okay. And how did you come here to believe?
I just sat down and started thinking.
All right. And you came to the conclusion that Jesus was Jesus was significant to you in your life, right?
And then I came to the conclusion that Jesus was a real person. He came here with teachings. know the history, but I'm not a believer. Not a believer. And well, that's all I have to say.
I mean, I know it definitely aligns with your lineage. You know,
Whoa. Wait. How does not being a believer? Oh, because I don't believe in Jesus. Okay, so that's how
I mean, yeah, it has something to do with it for sure.
Okay,
Don't take offense to it though.
I'm not taking offense.
It's just how things work now. Now, all these people are like that, but I wouldn't be surprised if a Jewish person said that to you.
Said what? Said what?
Said they don't believe in Jesus.
Oh yeah. Okay, so there you're right. You're right on that comment. That don't believe in Jesus. Maybe my background with that. But eventually, I just somewhere later on in life, I decided to everything aside, including what my people believe.
Yeah,
Whatever.
you're not wrong. You're not wrong because what I believe, things I believe is it doesn't really matter if you did or if you didn't, as long as you're living a life that's not,
All right,
negative.
I can see that. I have like what's the word? Fear or anathema when people have blind faith, and by sociological reasons. I hate seeing people hate other people because the one book says this and the other book says that, and they can go round and round in circles. And I mean, it starts with Clubhouse and it goes on to all kinds of situations in life. Blind faith scares the shit out of me, and there's really nothing. And that is my own people too. I tell them because they're responsible for a lot that's going on in the world right now. I mean, people with blind faith are, in Israel doing things that I don't think they would do otherwise. But so it's the blind faith that gets to me, the fundamentalist and that kind of thing.
So if you agree with, I mean, that's kind of like what I was saying. It's a whole bunch of blind faith, and I think people need to start back up with learning how metaphysics connects to spirituality, and then people should just leave religion alone for a good while until their minds are strong enough to understand how
don't ask ChatGPT to confirm what may be a conspiracy because they will never confirm anything with it because they're not programmed to tell you the truth on in those situations, bro. So keep that in mind. They're programmed to tell you certain things, but they're not programmed to tell you to confirm controversial things, brother. So you really believe? Okay, how many Jews are there? How many of them? Well, what do you think? How many Jews are in the world? Is it 6 billion? How many? I know it's not 6 million. Well, ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, there are about 7 million Jews in America, and there are about 7 million Jews elsewhere. Maybe like 15 million Jews in the world, right? Yes. Do you think the Jews control the banking in Iran? No, they don't, right? No, they don't. That's why they want the banking in China or anywhere else. I mean, I don't think they do. They do. Like where? Does China have a central bank? And the Jews control the central bank in China? Jews control basically all central banks. Well, can you show me any proof to that? Brother, dang, this is like, I gotta start writing this information down because people always ask for proof, and this is one of the easiest things to get all the proof to. But basically, the bankers that came here to pass the Federal Reserve Act in 1913 or around that time, 1912, they were Jewish people. Some of them had to associate with the Rothschild family. So when people hear the Rothschilds, right, people say, "Oh my God, like it's a conspiracy, like that's a real family." The Rothschild family controls the central bank in New York or wherever that is. So basically, what the Rothschilds did was team up with, J.P. Morgan and other people, and they came over here trying to pass the Federal Reserve Act. Now, the leaders here at the time didn't want that, right? So what happened was the very next year, the Titanic set sail. It was J.P. Morgan's Titanic, and J.P. Morgan didn't get on the Titanic last minute. He pulled out. Boom, the Titanic sinks, killing all the world leaders who were opposed to having a Federal Reserve. As you know, the Federal Reserve is not owned by the United States government. It's a private foreign entity. So those people died in the Titanic, right? This ship that's sunk, right? And then the very next year, the Federal Reserve Act is passed. Those people were murdered and out the way. And then the IRS was passed. And then World War One starts exactly a year after that. So who starts this war? The Rothschilds and stuff like that. So I mean, you might think it's a coincidence that all that happened within like 1 year. No, wait. Let's ask you some more questions. What causes? I'm following with you on this one. I don't really believe in what I'm saying, but in your opinion, what causes the Jew to be doing these evil things? Is there something inherent in Jewish DNA that they have to be evil? Yes. So basically, this is what happened, right? So I can't tell you exactly how far it traces back, but I will tell you this, right? I can. So I mean, I know there's this guy named this probably was this guy, but he is one of the biggest Jewish cults, where he's basically sinning with the God, Wait, sinning is the way to get closer to God. That's what Sabbath said he believed. Oh, Sabbath to be okay. That's what he believed, and he, led all these people to, believe in what he believed in. Of course, they captured him, gave him an ultimatum to die or turn to Islam. He chose to turn to Islam. Now, what people don't understand is, right, if you capture me and tell me that I'm going to kill you or join my gang, when I join your gang, I'm still loyal to my gang. I'm just doing what I justify, which is posing as a member of your gang. So basically, he becomes Islam cool. A century later, Jacob Frank comes around. Yeah. Frank that found it along the way in the middle of the building. Go on ChatGPT or Google. What's your point? Please make it. All right. The Illuminati got founded. Okay, so the Illuminati, right, got founded in 1776, right?
All right.
In Germany, right? Jacob Frank goes to Germany in the 1770s. Um, and basically, what he did was linked up and made an alliance with Adam Weishaupt, which is the founder of the Illuminati. So Jacob Frank was around there when the Illuminati was formed, and basically made an alliance with the guy. What did they do? They decided they needed influential so they could spread these beliefs, right? These wicked beliefs. So what did they do? They infiltrated Freemasonry. They infiltrated the Freemasons so they could recruit members secretly to their Illuminati. So basically, they were getting influential people to join the Illuminati and basically making them go down the line of the Illuminati. Now you have all these, and they're just building power. Now you have all these people posing as Christian leaders, Islamic leaders, and all types of leaders, but they're really Seventh-century Frankish people. And these people are so influential, right? And they're spreading their influence around the world. That's why the Rothschilds spent when the Federal Reserve Act was getting passed. It was the Rothschilds that sent their people to the Americas to get in agriculture, and the banking system. So they sent the Rothschilds to do that, and that's where the connection is, bro. So basically, it's not everybody could have done this, but these people did it to the level where they got the influence and power, and that's what the war is right about.
Let me ask you a question, right? You have three Abrahamic religions, right? Jews, Islam, and Christianity, right? All right. And you pointed out that Christianity and Islam, okay, they have like 50% of the world following, right? Would you say that's world domination? They're not Jews. Jews started this whole business. Jews have been around for a lot longer than both religions. But they don't dominate anything. They can barely dominate Israel. Okay. Why have we overlooked that there are other groups that have been successful, all right, in world domination? Okay. What about Chinese and the Indians? All have far successfully dominated more parts of the world than Jews have.
The thing you're not understanding is the Jews control most of these places that you're talking about.
Oh, Jews control China.
They have a deep state.
Well, then how come China is selling
Matt, you there? It was a woman's name, and there's a few women. I should just.
Sorry, were you saying something, Wallace?
Oh no, I came in earlier, and Pepe was talking about some files and some
there's an investigation that's going to happen on a female. That's why it's on the. I can't recall, and I only caught the tail end of it, and I think it's just happening today. It's like breaking news of classified information.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, was it Tulsi Gabbard?
Yeah.
Or
I'm still trying to figure it out.
well, that's interesting because I think everyone, even if it's nothing, it's what everyone's hung up on. And so if that blockage got cleared out and it started flowing, I think anything that can be taken away from people that is unknown that people are waiting for, I think. But then just more gets piled on top. So I don't know what I'm thinking. Never mind. We're not going to find out anything solid. Yeah.
I didn't follow this today at all. What are they alleging she did?
I'm still reading up on it, but all I know is her offices were raided. Yeah, that's it right now. So I'm looking.
Yeah, hello guys. Her office was raided by the CIA because they tried to say she had classified information on the JFK files and the MK Ultra files. So that's why.
Oh wow! So that's the files. That's wild. That's completely different than an Epstein. So she had on JFK files that were never released.
I'm assuming that was the case. Everything is just happening. It's just unfolding. So the details are still sketchy, but they saying that she possess classified information that was a part of these two files.
Talking about Dulce?
Right. Yeah.
MK Ultra? Because a lot of that information is supposed to have already been destroyed.
Right, but just think about it. The CIA raided her offices. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, she's the head of she's the CIA. She's the CIA boss. Only the FBI couldn't do that because she's technically the boss of the intelligence services. Only the CIA could do that. Like, if the FBI did it, it would look like partisan, like cash spelled nonsense.
No, and I appreciate that, Mike, because that is what I heard the tail end before they stopped talking about it. And I was going to say maybe it's like a 72-hour rule on this one, because I think it is just breaking and there's probably more to come. And yeah, I think tonight when I get to my destination, I'll try to read about it. But
no problem.
Okay, I'm looking at the list now of who went to China. So Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, Elon Musk, Tim Cook from Apple, Larry Fink from BlackRock, Steven Schwartzman from Blackstone, Kelly Blumberg from Boeing, Brian Sykes from Cargill, Gene Frazier from Citibank, Larry Culp from GE Aerospace, David Solomon, Goldman Sachs, Sanjay, I'm going to butcher this name, Mehrotra from Micron, and Christino Amon from Qualcomm. That's the list.
no, and I'm glad you brought this back around. Go ahead.
I thought they sanctioned Rubio and he's technically banned from China.
I didn't read that part.
There was a meme online about it where people on Twitter were saying, "Oh, they're giving Rubio a special Chinese fake name so that they don't have to prosecute him." He's very outspoken about the Uyghur issue, him and Ted Cruz, which, if you're thinking about their long-term future political prospects, that's what the Chinese Communist Party has against those two people because of their emphasis on the.
Yeah.
Both Ted Cruz and Rubio are, for some reason, very gung-ho about the Uyghur issue. So this is bad for these China trips and their future in politics.
So looking at this list of all the CEOs that went, is he cool with Musk now? Like, I haven't followed that one.
This ruling
I mean,
harkens back to the darkest days of the Jim Crow.
Ku Klux Klan is in Tennessee erasing black votes. They gutted the Voting Rights Act and redrew the map.
If your dad didn't teach you how to properly trade the market open, don't worry, I'm your daddy now. Now the first thing that you need to understand is right at the
I'm a real Democrat, not a faggotcrat like you. Okay? I've heard enough of this bullshit. Y'all can go to hell. I put your hand.
Monday, meetings. Tuesday, flight. Wednesday, call the Pope. As I stand here in Athens, Greece, looking.
Yeah, it's funny. I sit and think about it, and I imagine like a big swarm of fish trying to stick together, you know, so not one of them stands out, and they're all kind of in a big, huge of sharks, which is China. And it is interesting to see them all go over there. Nothing will happen. I hope not. And how can it? Because we're going to have big deals happening. And if something bad happens, big deals can't happen. So this, I hope, is going to be something great. Get the ball rolling and do great things.
Do you think of all the private planes that came in at one time, all of their jets? I mean, I doubt they all flew on Air Force One, although I could be wrong on that. Marshall, do you know?
No, I'm not entirely sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if Musk and those guys took their own private planes out.
Don't they have Air Force too? Vice President's plane? Or is
Yeah,
just
but
one?
these guys all have their own very big BBJs. I mean, I gotta believe that's a lot of corporate execs going.
Yeah, they're not all cramming in one can. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I don't think they have at least another ChatGPT question. I think.
It's a long flight. They're not. They all need their own bedrooms.
That's ChatGPT.
Well, and how many executives did you say, Abby? Because that'll kind of tell you. I mean, even if you had half the planes for them, which, you know, that's not even realistic.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like 15, I read? 12, 15. And then all their staff.
What day is it today? Day what? When did they all land there?
Yeah, what is it, the 13th or 14th? I should look at the calendar again. Did you say the Beast did go and all his equipment? Or is he traveling light?
Well, I wonder if he'll use one. Is he going to use a Chinese electric car over there? I assume that the embassy has cars. That's the other thing. You keep talking, when we talk about the Beast going over to these places, I mean, the embassies themselves have cars that now whether they all have, a place like China, you would think maybe they keep a bulletproof car there.
This is interesting. ChatGPT's not giving an answer to this one.
Dude, listen to how paranoid we sound.
No, but like ChatGPT's being paranoid answering this question. This is even more trippy.
The main people who would try to target them would be Iranians who want revenge for Khomeini, and that would be the wild card whether China lets Iranians into their country. They generally don't. They would stand out, but.
There's Larry. Yeah, hello? Yeah, hear me?
You.
Okay, I got some more information on the situation, right?
It said there are recent claims that Tulsi Gabbard was reviewing and preparing to declassify files related to the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the CIA's Project MK Ultra program, and possibly other historical intelligence records. A CIA whistleblower allegedly testified that CIA officials removed around 40 boxes, quote unquote, of these files from offices under Gabbard's authority before they could be released publicly. Supporters of Gabbard and other members of Congress, especially Anna Paulina Luna, are framing this as a possible obstruction of transparency or congressional oversight. Luna publicly threatened subpoenas if the documents were not returned. However, an important detail, Gabbard's office denied that the CIA, quote-unquote, raided her office. Later clarifications said documents may have transferred previously during an internal intelligence dispute, not in a dramatic same-day raid. Project MK Ultra has been associated with secret CIA experiments involving LSD, hypnosis, behavioral conditioning, and interrogation techniques during the Cold War. I think we pretty much know all that. The assassination of John F. Kennedy files are tied to decades of conspiracy theories about intelligence agencies, organized crime, Cuba, the Soviet Union, and possible cover-ups. But they were saying, hold up, they said that the initial investigation said started because a whistleblower complaint alleges Gabbard improperly withheld or restricted intelligence from Congress involving a sensitive foreign intelligence intercept connected to someone close to President Trump. Critics say that this may have violated oversight laws. Gabbard's office denies any wrongdoing. That's an article out of whistleblower.org.
Look at that. Now when I get to my destination, I don't have to, I'm still gonna probably read about it. But dude, right on, Mike. That was awesome.
Again, things are still developing, so we'll know more further. If I'm being honest, I haven't really been trusting the government like I have in the past lately. I don't know. There's certain things that have been seeming contrived to me. Like, it's certain events that back in the day when conspiracy theorists used to call them false flags, I used to just wave them off. But it's like, I don't know. I'm going to tell you what actually changed my whole perspective on the way government operates, the whole Charlie Kirk scenario. And to see him done like that, you know, it was just, and just to see the behaviors of the individual afterwards, it just rattled me in a way that I can't shake. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like living in bliss. I prefer it over the just the burdensome knowledge of wisdom. But it's like that right there got me looking at the government in a way that I've never looked at them before, and it's kind of frightening, if I could say.
Is Matt still here or is gone? Marshall, what do you think of the primary results on Tuesday? Joe? Oh, Joe's in the audience.
I'm not sure which way they went. To be frank, I didn't watch it. I saw some stuff about it, but I don't really remember. Did bunches of Democrats win?
Yeah, but not the super progressives didn't on the D side, and those primaries didn't win.
So they got the same people. So we're gonna have to run against, in some of these places, we're gonna have to run against the same folks as the crazies.
essentially.
That's gonna be hard. Crazies always make our job easier.
There's a lot to talk about. I'm not sure if you guys are asleep or what, but yeah, there's a lot going on in politics that can be discussed. I'm sure it has been, right? I'm sure I'm late to the party, right? But everything that can be discussed has been probably. You guys seem like highly intellectual people. So let me ask you guys, what's your consensus on what I said earlier? Alright, we speak about government a lot, but do you guys believe that, because I'm still on the fence, to be honest with you, but do you guys believe that our government's nature sometimes is to further certain agendas, maybe to create an event in order to foster that goal, or are the conspiracy theorists just blowing smoke up my ass? Please, just point me in the direction.
Are you talking about like a wag the dog situation?
Like a false flag.
Wag the dog. Did you ever see that movie?
Right, or I think of a reflection. Like the more scared you are, and this is, I'm just thinking, like, the more scared they're gonna be. And so if they're that scared, then it's gotta be something. But like you said, you always took it as conspiracy theories. Why would you ever stop taking that? And it's funny, a lot of people are just being proven right, and all the crazy things are starting to like not be crazy. And so where does that kind of stop? Man, I don't want you. You shouldn't feel any different about your government, because I guess when you see this kind of stuff happening, you just see how scared they are. And if they're that scared, then that should be the question. Like, why are they so scared? And don't you be scared, because we should just wonder why they're so scared.
I don't know. My personal view is you shouldn't put stake in conspiracy theorists. Conspiracies are real. Conspiracy theorists just make shit up.
Well, that's why I was telling him just to keep his head where it was before and just keep them where they are. And it's kind of easy to do that until they're like no longer theories and they're just conspiracy. And I think that's the hard thing that a lot of people are dealing with is when the theory part falls away and it's just all becomes conspiracy. Man, you know what? California is going to be hot, and I'm not even following it. I've lived here my whole life, and I'm so tired of California and the system. And this is the one time I should probably be putting attention. And maybe that's what I'll read about when I get to my destination. But yeah, California, I think, is going to be hot this go round.
I was like wondering for the people that have just thrown in the towel, like your governor's race could really go a different way, and LA mayor's race. I mean, here's hoping.
Tom Steyer, I'm a fan of.
No, I'm talking about.
Is that the red coat? Yeah, I might have to vote for a red coat.
I know. And then within LA, like, could it happen that Bass goes down? Like, do you think there's enough momentum in California? I mean, it's interesting. You better. Well, you don't vote in LA, right? Wallace, you're.
No, I don't. I'm in Northern California.
You're in Northern California.
I mean, I don't see how not. But when you hear the nation talking about Gavin Newsom even being an option for president, geez, all my hope is gone. I just don't understand. And then all the information is going to come out in ads, and there's no way he could win because of what he's done. even the last 10 years alone will just destroy him as a candidate running for president. I don't think any chance. So who would they pick next? Somebody even worse. So I'm not even really worried about that. Yeah, California governor, super interesting how it could just shift to red all of a sudden. And I think it kind of did the same thing under, Arnold Schwarzenegger. So, yeah, interesting times. And you know what? California is more red than you think. And I think we're going to start seeing that, now with things shifting literally and getting back to the way things should be. It'll be interesting to see, how California turns out.
So wait, what's specifically wrong with Tom Steyer? Because I don't know that much about him, but I heard he's cool.
He's not cool.
He's a progressive.
He's not cool. He's like not, and he made an ass of himself when he was in that debate running for president.
But isn't he at least pro-Israel compared to Trump?
But that's not. He's a governor. Like, it's not really the issue. The issue is more. Is he? I mean, from an ethnic standpoint, is he going to protect the people that are under attack right now in his state? But it's also, you have to look at. Focus more on his fiscal stuff as a governor. He doesn't make foreign policy, so.
Exactly. State governor never made foreign policy.
Yeah, but the what's the guy's name? Who's the Republican from England? Am I blanking?
Steve Hilton.
Yeah, he's picked up a lot of steam. How is the polling look on that? Do you know?
I saw his name on the betting markets where he that's how I found out is that I didn't know about. He's an alumnus of my high school, so that's why I keep track of him.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, but I don't actually know.
Oh, we got another bonus to vote for him. He's been here that long. That's a plus.
So the thing about Tom Steyer is that I think he's I think he was a worse candidate personally in 2020 than Michael Bloomberg. But the thing about Tom Steyer is that I think there's a lot of groupthink in California, and I think that a lot of those people will huddle in and pile into him.
Hold on 1 second. Pepe, are you awake? Pepe? Coco? What are these mods awake? Peter? Can one of you hear me? Joe, I can't get them to. Hold on, let me see if I can get someone to come back and.
Let me ask you guys a question. You was finished, Ash.
Are you still asking about the Tulsi stuff? I don't think we should talk about the Tulsi stuff. But that's
No, I'm not really even thinking about Tulsi. But now, I was actually speaking about California. Do you guys think certain places are even governable in reality, like realistically?
What do you mean? Like, could you administer a city government?
I think it means that the West Coast has a way bigger invisible homeless problem, and whereas in the East Coast it's localized to New York City, and that's why I think sometimes people give up on the West Coast because of that.
What are you saying?
Well, governable. When you say governable, it has a specific connotation, which means like you can't govern a place locally, you can't govern a place countywide, you can't govern a place statewide. Did you mean that the government can't actually govern, or did you mean something different?
Can't actually rule, control over the people. Can't actually will control over the people. Yeah, because if you look at places like the Bay, you look at places like LA, and I don't know if the territory too vast, too expansive, but it seems like it's too much going on in these areas for them to actually. It's almost like they can't build up the police forces enough to actually deal with a lot of these issues. I think the numbers are actually that in terms of employment of the officers, I think they kind of like fuzzed a little bit. We're going through that here in D.C. Actually, the chief of police just got fired. I mean, I'm sure you guys know about it. Trump made a big issue about it, about the police chief like fudging the crime numbers and things like that. So I'm saying, like, is these places even accountable? Do they have the manpower, police-wise, to deal with a lot of these issues? Do they have the like political power in terms of district attorneys and things like that? So that's all I was saying. I'm laying right here. No matter how many people have been in office in a lot of these places, especially like and stuff like that, when you come go to a lot of these places, they look like burned waste towns. Like you would think they third world countries. So I'm just wondering. That's what
Mike, we already have seen what the California standard of a district attorney can accomplish and whether they're sensible. That was the very infamous failed Kamala Harris. And I don't think we should rely on that apparatus of the California system to govern it. I mean, what it makes California more appealing to say Texas, like say you're thinking, oh, I want to live in California versus I want to live in Texas, is the Tom Sawyer state of California, where there's tech companies and you have an elite of California that is, broadly speaking, very intelligent and makes good decisions. But we don't want to talk about the Kamala Harris side of California.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is the sheriff and the DA, those two things people need to put more attention to, because if you get the wrong people in those positions and it starts going county by county with the same way of thinking about crime and how to deal with it, you can lay waste to large parts of the state. And Northern California has its red and blue problems with crime in some counties. It's all blue almost, but you'd be surprised. There's a lot of red in California and a lot of people who don't want to put up with any of this shit anymore. And so anybody who's progressive and even supports anything that has been going on, I think is going to have a hard time turning this ship around, because and that's why it's good. Like I said, it's gonna be super interesting. I think it might turn red, and I wouldn't even have said that 2 weeks ago. And the more I'm hearing, and I need to read, it's gonna get spicy here in California.
I just can't live my life based on
Your vote could actually count? You think, well?
Yeah, and I'm an independent, so, but even Arnold Schwarzenegger, no one would have thought, but I mean, just there's another, Hollywood person, it's almost like Trump, it's like weird. I'm not going to talk down about my fellow Californians, but man, the progressivism, what's that, idiocracy, like, more Brando, like, the retardation is just out of control, and we're almost to the point, I think, where people with half a brain are like, what have we been doing? We need to, like, shift gears, or, start turning this ship around, and, I don't know. I think any progressive who is running and would support Gavin Newsom and any of those agendas, and Bass, and like Oakland was horrible forever. San Francisco, unfortunately, is horrible. You go there, unfortunately, you got to get a shit map, which that is true if you look it up. California does get it, San Francisco has shit maps that you upload every day, new ones, so you know where to be careful walking, and it's just embarrassing. And we were talking about China earlier, where it's interesting to see what California did when China came over here, and it is crazy how all these people.
What the hell is it meant to be? Hola, Senor Homelander. He's Captain Sombrero. Yes, but God, you're such a moron deep. What does he do? Show him.
Yeah.
Okay. Shit.
Interesting times.
Okay.
China, I think we're having a big deal about it.
Bro, you're gonna love this. It's coming, Senor Homelander. It's coming now. What the fuck? Anyone order extra guac and sour cream? All done? What, didn't bring nacho cheese to the party? Actually... Oh, wait,
I
it's
wish I
done.
stayed out of your way and you and Joe's way, because to listen to you two
Oh, man,
go
come
back
try
and
it. That's disgusting. What the hell?
Patsy came up to join it's interesting. Oh, well, I did want to tell you, I just bought season tickets for the A's. To rub it in. It's 2 years away for the stadium, but
well, they're
we
in
all went in.
Sacramento, so
Yeah.
which is still super expensive if you go do that. It's a smaller field than you would typically be like but yeah, we get to hold on to them here in the
But
state
just
for what?
like if
For
I'm
one season?
actively
Yeah.
engaged in activities with you,
So
just tell me what's up. Like, don't
I
conceal
saw them.
things
I
from
went
me.
to Philly last week and I saw them play the Phillies. One of the games. They had like, I don't know, like 9 or 12. They had 12
That
runs.
you're thriving.
Well, the
You're
Athletics
exceeding.
originally are
You're
folks
excelling.
if no one knew that, the original Athletics Phillies team, I think.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, the Bay Area pretty much lost all their teams. The only one, and it'll probably go too, is the 49ers. And they're not even in Candlestick anymore, San Francisco. You got to go down to Santa Clara, and what a shit show.
Do you think the Sharks will stay?
Yeah, I mean that they're supported so much. The hockey fans, I think, are great down here. San Jose's, I think it's still the most expensive real estate in the nation. It might have changed, but a couple months ago it was. And so, yeah, they're like almost considering what that southern South Bay part of Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is huge now. It almost has involved South San Francisco all the way down to San Jose. So, yeah, I don't know. I think if the Bay Area doesn't get their shit together, they're not going to have any teams of any kind. And then all these arenas and stadiums are just going to be for concerts, which are fun too. But no, Bay Area teams, my whole life, I'm 47, and Bay Area teams, I'm a 49er fan and an A's fan, which was odd to a lot of people. But it's all over now. So all I have is my memorabilia and my signatures and memories, and I guess that's good enough. I got to come to Vegas.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm splitting it because I don't want 80 games. It's ridiculous. I couldn't possibly go. So, but I'll have a decent amount of games, so you can come down here, and once we open, the stadium's going to be amazing.
No, I got Black Hole family, and they're pretty pissed off, and they travel there a lot, and it's just a ruckus. I don't even go near the Black Hole. It is what it sounds. It's dangerous and sticky, and yeah, you're lucky to make it home if you hang out there.
It's that bad?
Yeah, in Oakland it was really bad. So I don't know if there's a black hole in Vegas where half of the people who show up to the black hole, like half of them get arrested, and so the black hole gets smaller and smaller by the time the game's over because they just beat each other up and cause so much ruckus. Well, it's all the people wearing the paint and the horns.
Yeah,
and the
but
pirate.
they can't afford the ticket. Those Raiders tickets are expensive. I mean, wait, I say they can't afford it, but I take that back because even in the better seats, it's a lot of thugs. I mean, that have come in. It's a very interesting fan base, but I think the really rough crowd, the tickets, they can't get in the stadium.
Well, I'm really happy Vegas got the A's and the Raiders because I think they're like an all-time great. They're just all-time great teams, and so to go to Vegas and make that one of the shows is good. I was going to bring up the Warriors. The Warriors are just awesome and crazy, and the seasons they've had the last 5-6 years has just blown the city up, and their new stadium is just awesome. It's kind of weird where it's at, and you know the driving and parking and all that, but it's totally on the water and beautiful. But Warriors, yeah, great team.
We're supposed to get an expansion new team MBA here. I don't think we're going to take care of the Warriors away, but I think it's going to be a team birthed here. Are all the mods sleeping? Joe, I'd maybe leave and come back.
What's up, Hanson?
See you guys. And then on sleepy tent.
Oh, Joe says that Hanson was here before.
Oh yeah, I was here quite some time ago, and then just there, and I'm gonna check back in sometime.
I can't say much that's interesting about Trump other than the dramatic. Well, Trump is in China. What do you think about that? The delegation that visited. I think even Jensen Huang went, and he's Taiwanese. But there's a long documented kind of bridge between the U.S. and China via Jensen Huang. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, Jensen wants to sell his product, right? And but there's a trepidation whether that will help any sales. So whether there's some handicap or staggered product, not selling them the most advanced chips, but selling them like 2 generations behind. Yeah, I just don't think 2 generations.
I don't think it's enough. You're a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I don't think it's staggered enough. So, but then interestingly, the Chinese were suspicious of the H20 as well, because the officials were thinking that they may have outdoors.
Yeah, so those back doors would be interesting. I know that there was a recent leak of Chinese data in Tianjin, their supercomputer leak.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was.
so that didn't help. that was like truckloads or like trainloads of data from.
I mean, it flies in the face of the infrastructure story, because some people, when they think of China, they think, oh, look at Chengdu 20 years from now, 20 years ago versus today. Like Chengdu didn't even have a subway system 20 years ago, right? But then they give this narrative that they are all they developed infrastructure. They're not a third world country anymore. But then when it comes to these or I should say pressure points, this Tianjin thing still happened. But then it must be one of those cybersecurity things, because they were really mad about it. They wouldn't let Trump into the country.
Yeah, I mean they were. I mean it's a hodgepodge of many things. It's mostly American technology. Even the Tianjin supercomputer centers were American technology, and interestingly, they were mostly AMD products. And then structures and infrastructures.
So that's not Jensen, that's his cousin, right?
Right. That's the Sue, Lisa Sue, and Jensen's cousin. Yeah. So.
I just saw the interview she gave when they were talking about open AI integration with AMD ecosystem, because I'm not so aware of the hardware side, but it was
they had second main line, right? And then so. Yeah. So there was, there were suspicions that whether Lisa Sue or Andy, leaked the key points or whatever. So, and so that's why the Chinese government hadn't approved, even though it hadn't approved the purchasing of H20. And so, Jensen wanted to sell his wares, but he's like, there's caught in between. But I just don't think the staggering is far enough, because if you leave it up to the Chinese businesses, they're clamoring for the chips.
This is a pretty dangerous visit. I mean, it looks like Xi is saying Taiwan is important, and this is the first time in my lifetime I've ever seen a naval war, because we had the other branches of the armed forces work with Afghanistan and Iraq, but a naval war, with the Gulf of Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz, this is where a possible Taiwan situation would occur, right? And it would be purely naval. So I don't know why she is playing on fire.
It's like we're in the cemetery. Like, I'm done.
Studying science rigorously. And so, they'll ask questions like, why doesn't it rain up in, Australia? And I agree, probably when I was years old, I didn't know anything, so I probably did think everything was just, magic.